Away from the discussion of the two former friends, Luna sat across from a fierce, tomboy-like beauty. She was King Veles Vizirian's queen, Nina Vizirian. Yet, despite their two diametrically opposed personalities, they seemed to chat like the best of friends. It was as though Luna had that effect on everyone, until she froze. A voice resounded in her head, resulting from the mirror violently shaking in her spatial ring. "It seems you're no longer taking this too seriously, dearest little sister. I won't waste my time reminding you why it is we are doing this. I only called to tell you that I know that your puppet of a husband is trying his best to scrounge up allies. It would be in your best interest if you foiled his plans. If not, well, I'm sure you know the consequences." "Why would I do that?" Veles looked at Diane questioningly. The arrogance was something he was accustomed to, but was it really smart to tell a person with diametrically opposed opinions to yourself that you were certain of changing their mind? After all, humans were creatures of pride, and that was even more so for Veles, who had fused with dragon blood. How could he willingly change his mind so easily? As much as he appreciated his fight with Diane, it was just his mere instincts that told him his friend was back. There was no tangible proof. Even though he trusted those instincts, even to the point of being willing to bet his life on it, what he wasn't willing to do was bet the lives of others. Diane smiled. "It's simple. I won't be appealing to our past friendship was never something I intended to do. That would only waste the both of our times. Although I hope to one day repair it, a single day isn't enough and I wouldn't insult you like that. So, how about we focus on benefits instead?" Veles raised an eyebrow, but he was satisfied with Diane's response. Trust was something built over time, and once shattered, it was nearly impossible to rebuild once again. If it was a normal person, Veles would never provide a second chance. The only reason he did was because he had always found Diane's drastic change in personality much too odd to accept. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. For one, Veles was sure that Diane had never met Luna before. In fact, they were roaming the world together, and he was also sure that neither of them knew anything of the marriage reward for the tournament. Secondly, Veles knew more than anyone how in love Diane was with Amphory. As a human who had fused with dragon blood, it was an understatement to say that Veles was promiscuous. To top that off, despite his usually virtuous personality, he had no qualms about cheating on his wives and concubines. If a month went by without him adding another woman to his harem, his family might place their hands on his forehead and check to see whether he was sick or not. Yet, even while having a friend who loved to frequent brothels and chase skirts, Diane never put any of those women in his eyes. While it was true that Luna was definitely hundreds of times better than any woman you could find on the streets or in a brothel, wasn't Diane's reaction to her too exaggerated? It was well within Veles' expectations for Diane to take responsibility for Luna, but actually falling so deeply in love that he became a pawn of the Moon family? The Diane he knew would rather die than essentially marry into his woman's home. In fact, what man would take such a thing lying down? It was disgraceful. It was only one disgrace point shy of taking your wife's maiden name for your own. Wouldn't you be emasculating yourself? Because of all of these reasons, it wasn't a surprise that Veles found Diane's sudden change fishy. So, in order to understand, he decided to provide this former friend of his with a second chance. Whether this second chance would work out or not, only time would tell. "What are these benefits?" Veles finally spoke after his moment of silence. "A few things," Diane responded with confidence. "Well, firstly, I'll say a few things that you can choose to take as truth or falsehoods. Firstly, the spies of the Angel clan have long been expunged by me. The only ones that remain are ones that I have already marked to be observed. And the only person who is aware of this list is myself and no one else." Diane's eyes narrowed as he emphasized his next words. "Including Queen Luna." Veles' eyes widened when he heard this. Unknowingly, he felt like Diane confirmed his suspicions and a weight in his herd was seemingly released as he leaned back into his chair. He didn't care about the other things Diane said because they could neither be confirmed or denied, even by Diane himself. However, the Queen Luna point, that was interesting indeed. Secondly, if you agree to these terms of ours, The one commanding our armies will be me." Veles laughed in mock anger. Was this a joke? He was well aware of the strength of the Angel clan, mostly due to the spies he himself placed. The Angel clan, at most, had 50 or so thousand warriors at their disposal. The Viserians and their various affiliate clans controlled almost 20 times that, although their quality wasn't as high as the Angel clan due to the fact that many were made up of various low-quality clans they have conquered over the years, to allow their chief commander to have only contributed less than 5% of their total forces. Wasn't that too much a joke? Diane shrugged at Veles' response since he expected it. You should reserve your laughter for after you hear why I'm so confident that you'll agree. In addition, I should make one other thing clear. Our opponents this time are not to be trifled with. You understand this already, I'm sure. Or else with your arrogance, you would have long since wiped them off the face of this planet. Diane gave Veles a deep look before he continued. There's a reason behind why the prince of an emperor god clan would stoop so low as to marry into and become the king of a mere royal god clan. In addition, why would they hold a tournament to announce it? Does the prince of an emperor god clan really have anything to prove to the princess of a royal god clan? If he took a liking to Luna, wouldn't he have just snatched her away? Furthermore, why was the tournament hosted here? On top of all of this, why did they take 30 years to start bothering my Angel clan? What emperor god clan would take such an insult lying down, even waiting so patiently? In my estimation, even if we add your million or so warriors, our likelihood of winning, even in light of King Jabari's arrogance, is only about 40%. Hearing this, Veles suddenly laughed again. If someone didn't know the situation, they might mistake you for being humble. The Moon clan's forces are approaching 3.5 million. To top this off, their ranks are made up of their royal god clan along with 2 other god-level clans. In fact, the only reason their numbers are so few is because they've only decided to take out their elites. If they brought all of their battle-able bodies, approaching even 500 million wouldn't be impossible. Not only are their number almost 4 times ours, should I decide to join your efforts, they're also vastly superior in terms of quality. Their techniques are at the bare minimum at the peak Earth level, with their best elites even having heaven techniques. Not a single one would be lower than the Saint Realm. And you actually have the audacity to say a 40% chance. How bold. While Veles was dying of laughter, Diane was inwardly laughing as well. The arrogance in his eyes only amplified. He couldn't believe that Veles took having peak Earth techniques as impressive when Diane could treat divine-level techniques like toilet paper if he so chose. Such was the benefit of having the entire library of an Emperor God clan that stood at the top of the cosmos left to you. Even in ancient times, divine-level techniques were matters of legend only seen by Emperor God clans and above. As for peak divine-level techniques like Diane's Soul Ren technique, only the existences who could crush the Viserion main clan as easily as flipping over a hand would have won. And yet, didn't Diane have 2 peak divine-level techniques? Not only Soul Rend, but his demon emperor's will could also be considered to be at that level. Diane found Veles' reaction to be akin to being a frog at the bottom of a well. How could he react if he knew that, with the help of the Soul Tome and since Diane's soul had broken into the celestial level, his former friend could learn any heaven-level technique instantly? Seeing that Diane barely reacted to his scrutiny, and that his eyes held a hint of mocking within them, Veles finally stopped laughing before speaking seriously. Since you say 40%, we'll leave it at that. However, there's something you should know about your Angel clan. Diane raised an eyebrow. For Veles to say that, there was a good likelihood that he really didn't know this piece of information, so he perked up, listening intently. If the information wasn't about such a sensitive matter, Veles might have basked in garnering Diane's curiosity a bit more. But instead, he spoke directly. I'm not entirely sure why your father hid this from you and only have some guesses, but in the entire cosmos, there are only a handful of clans bold enough to touch your Angel clan. I don't know all of the details, but all I can say is that no one would willingly offend that father of yours. A man who no longer has anything to protect is the most dangerous kind of man. Veles said deeply. He obviously knew that Diane's father was dead, but his meaning was clear. No one dared to touch you because even the shadow of your father was enough to deter them. Diane pondered for a bit, He had no idea what the peak existences in these ancient times were, as he hadn't focused on that at all. But could there really be a man so powerful? And wasn't his father dead? Why would a dead man still be able to pressure an Emperor God clan? Unless he was wrong about who was involved in his dad's death. Suddenly, an errant thought made a cold sweat permeate Diane's back. If Diane's father was so powerful that even an Emperor God clan didn't dare to take a clan of a mere 200,000 people lightly, then who could have been responsible for his death? However, that thought wasn't what made Diane freeze. If the Moon and Opich clans weren't responsible for his dad's death, that likely meant that they thought he was alive. That would explain why they didn't attack Diane for the sake of Luna. After all, Diane's dad had still been alive when he married Luna. But if they thought his father was alive and yet they still had the audacity to attack their angel clan, what were they relying on to give them confidence in dealing with an expert as powerful as his father? Diane grit his teeth. Just this small bit of information changed so much. If he went in without knowing this, wouldn't he be making a fool of himself? He was sure that Luna wouldn't know whether his father was alive or not, because his past persona never let Luna see him sad because he wasn't willing to see his love cry. In addition, Luna never interacted with the rest of the clan, constantly staying in their room. She had no friends in the Angel clan, nor did she have any core information. As for the spies of the Angel clan, they had never held a funeral because they never found his father's body. He was just presumed dead. The more Diane thought about this, the more confused he became. Could it be that his father wasn't dead at all? But he hadn't seen him in more than 20 years. Diane shook his head. None of that mattered. Since the Moon clan thought his father was still alive, yet dared to attack, they had a trump card that Diane had no clue how to prepare for. And why do you think my father didn't tell me this? P14, Velis snorted. Do you think you would have cared? With your personality, you would have just sworn to beat him down one day and take his place. Why would a father feel a need to brag to his son? You would have found out eventually anyway. Diane gave Velis an odd look before bursting into laughter. In his real life, outside of this trial, weren't those the very same words he said to his own father? He lost track of how many times he lost his cool during their training sessions, swearing to the heavens that he would beat his dad one day. It was just too bad he never got the opportunity. Seeing the laughter, but clear sad look in Diane's eyes, a shred of pity and understanding gleamed in Velis' eyes. Although he too wasn't aware of whether or not Diane's father was alive, what he did know was that he hadn't been in their clan for at least 20 years, or else kingship would have never passed on to Diane. Clearly, Diane missed his father. Sighing, Diane shook his head. Since we understand each other, we might as well continue. My only reason for saying what I said about the Moon Clan's power is to tell you that the only way for us to have a 40% chance is if I have command. My orders cannot be questioned, and it will be up to you to convince your clan of accepting them. Yes, yes, yes. Velis waved his hand. This is only under the condition you can convince me, something you have yet to do. Diane smiled knowingly. Did you not notice who I came here with? Velis raised an eyebrow. You mean Luna? Are you pawning off your wife? I have to say, she is quite the world-shaking beauty. Despite her being petite, I have yet to taste a woman of her caliber. That is indeed quite the gift. Diane gave Velis a really expression before rolling his eyes. Keep your lust to yourself. I don't have a habit of sharing my women. I meant Merchant Brinsop, Diane said slowly. At first, Velis' features flashed in disappointment before confusion. But in the next instant, his eyes widened. That little bastard, Diane grinned. It's so nice talking to intelligent people. I don't have to waste my words. Diane's plot was simple. Just like Merchant Brinsop sank his hooks into the Angel clan economy, becoming a spy, he had done the same with countless other clans. Velis had just realized that Brinsop was actually a spy. Leisurely tapping the arm rest of his chair, Diane leaned back. In all likelihood, the Moon clan already knows that I'm here. Velis grit his teeth in frustration. Ugh! How ridiculous! And after all of this, you dare to say we have a 40% chance. Diane shrugged. Would your personality have allowed us to be incognito? You practically tried to rip my head off the moment I stepped into your territory. Vella's features turned red with about 70% anger and 30% embarrassment before he calmed down. He knew that Diane was right. With Brinsop's help, I can likely guarantee that 80% of the spies will be removed. Coupling this with a few other methods I'll give you, should you agree, I dare to say that they'll all be weeded out. That is quite the tempting offer. Velas knew how important it was to have intelligence on spies. There wasn't a clan in existence that could prosper without having such information. Even the Ragnar clan from Diane's time went as far as directly killing all of the spies they had found out about in order to prevent information of the epistemic tower being leaked. It wasn't necessary to kill them all, as that would just incite the enemy to send more. But it would definitely be good to know of them all. Then one could feed the enemy false information to gain the advantage. The only reason Diane didn't use this approach was because he didn't have enough time to make good use of it. Velas knew that if he couldn't deal with these spies, his chances of ruling the cosmos would find its first roadblock on this small planet haven. Luna. Nina stood, her voluptuous body clad in tight black spandex. Vizirian culture was different from the Angel clan and much less conservative. But even then, they were currently in the imperial harem. She could flaunt herself as she pleased. Plus, how could Velas' first wife not be a world-toppling beauty? Everything from her jet-black hair, pulled back into a ponytail, to sparkling green eyes was imbued with perfection that only fell just shy of Luna and Amphrey. Luna shook her head, awakening from her stupor. With a smile, she reassured Nina that she was all right. How about you give me a small tour of your esteemed palace? Nina clapped, happily obliging. But she didn't notice the complicated look on Luna's features as she turned away. The two beauties leisurely walked around the castle, lightly giggling to themselves as the surrounding servants tried their best to avoid their gazes. Even some lingering nobles only dared to look after they had already passed them. But even they looked away immediately, scolding themselves. These two were the wives of the most talented two young men likely in the history of this quadrant. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to death by coveting them? It wasn't that they didn't know of Diane's cowardly actions in the past few decades, but that only served to scare them even more. For a man to love a woman to the level of forsaking his own dignity, wasn't he no less than a madman? How would he react to them staring at her with any form of lust? There were even rumors that he, himself, didn't dare to touch his own wife, treating her like a porcelain doll above all reproach. Apparently, he also completely ignored his concubines for her sake as well. Thinking to this point, they no longer dared look at the petite silver-haired beauty despite how magnetic her presence was. Even a woman wouldn't be able to control their fiery lust while being with her. One can imagine the kind of willpower it took for a king, who was, even further, her husband, to not touch her either. That was definitely a man capable of doing anything for this wife of his. Of course, none of this would mean anything had Diane not just beaten their own king in front of them all. In their dragon-like society, strength meant everything. As for King Vizirian's woman, even less needed to be said. Unlike Diane, who lived in another clan, their king was right here. Even worse, with their queen's temper, she could implode herself at any moment. One day she might enjoy flaunting her body and allow their eyes to take advantage of her. But on another, she might have them beheaded for doing the same thing. Luna, however, didn't seem to mind being stared at. For a woman like her who wasn't even embarrassed that her moans were heard by her husband's guards, could imagine what it would take to rattle her. Nina pulled Luna's small arm toward herself, pressing it into her almost exaggeratedly large breasts. Little Luna. The two ladies walked into a private garden, escaping the heated gazes within the castle, before reclining on green grass by a tranquil lake. Don't tell me the rumors about you and your husband are real? The truth was that both Nina and Luna had been good friends since their youth. Obviously, Nina hadn't grown up in the Vizirian clan and had actually been a princess of a king-god clan just a few universes over. During the universe tournament, Velas had caught her eye with his obviously impressive performance. As such, her family didn't have any reservations about marrying her to him, even though he was from a mere branch clan. This was especially so since her former King God clan was actually a subordinate clan of the main Vizirian clan. Because of this, the main clan were hoping to use Nina as a way to keep tabs on Veles from afar. One might wonder how the princess of a King God clan could become close with someone so far down from their station. But the answer held the same reason as why the prince of an Emperor God clan would diligently try to woo her to be his first wife. Luna was special beyond what words could describe, but the history of the Moon clan was even more so. Many suspected that the clues of Luna's origins matched up far too perfectly with a certain mystery of her clan. Being a shrewd man, Luna's late father decided to publicize the special nature of his daughter, as opposed to trying to hide something he knew he couldn't forever. Not only did this not backfire, it actually resulting in their Moon clan gaining benefits from all sides. Because no one was willing to offend even the small possibility of their notions being correct. As for what these speculations were, that was a story for another time, with too many points of historical significance and mystery to explain in a short moment. What is of importance now, though, is this. If no clan dared to offend the Moon clan lightly, then what power was capable of forcing both Luna and her elder sister into a corner? Wouldn't such a clan be of unimaginable power? Maybe if Dian knew about this, the list of things he had to prepare for would increase by one before he suddenly realized that maybe this was the exact reason why the Moon clan dared to attack him now despite being wary of his father. Luna stretched her petite body, yawning adorably. The lines of her curves were exploited through her once loose clothing, seemingly allowing Nina's eyes to enjoy a feast. What rumors could you possibly be talking about? Nina's eyes sparkled, not hiding her appreciation for Luna's figure at all. Those around her had always labeled her as a fierce lady, and maybe with that side of her personality came a passion for the female body that crossed the lines of light attraction. Your husband is the most handsome man I've ever seen, and you are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Wouldn't it be a shame if I could never hold such a child in my arms? Nina inadvertently squeezed her thighs together, lightly biting her full lips. Luna giggled, raking her violet eyes over Nina's voluptuous and spandex-clad body. What are these rumors exactly? Nina harumphed, pouting her red-painted lips. That fool doesn't know what's good for them. He's a pretty face that I would love to pin down, but unfortunately, I'll only have the chance to experience one man in this lifetime. So hypocritical. Luna's laughter only grew at these words because she realized how even Nina, herself, was being a hypocrite as well. How could Luna not know what these rumors were? Nina was berating Dian for not taking advantage of the beauty of a wife before him, but at the same time, she was complaining about her husband taking in too many beauties. If that wasn't hypocrisy, then what was? As for the reason Dian ignored her sexually for the vast majority of their marriage, Luna was very clear on the true reason, but she held it to herself. However, knowing the reason is exactly why she never truly hated that blockhead husband of hers. In fact, keeping her virginity was supposed to be in line with their plans. But, before Luna even realized it, she had lost it willingly. She could no longer make heads or tails about how she would deal with that dilemma going forward. To be real, she had been so lost in pleasure that she hadn't thought straight from the moment she took Dian into her mouth. She even suspected for a moment that her husband had drugged her. But she knew her own body better than anyone else. Even the vilest poisons in the world wouldn't have an effect on her. That could only mean one thing. She had wanted it. Knowing this, Luna had decided to help Dian to the best of her abilities. Wasn't that the least that the man who took her chastity deserved? There was no doubt in Luna's heart that over these years, Dian had grown on her, especially in these recent few days. It was as though he was back to the man who shouted out that she was his woman even in the face of the anger of her father. After this, Luna knew that she would have to separate from Dian because in the end, what was done was done. However, just a few moments ago, Luna realized something that shook her to her core. Before this, it didn't matter if Dian took her virginity. After all, what those people wanted wasn't her virginity, but what her virginity meant. No matter how beautiful she was, those major clans wouldn't bat an eye. At most, their more lecherous princes and kings would just steal her away. This wasn't ancient China. While those men cared for the chastity of their wives, if they just wanted a plaything, why would they bother with whether they were virgins or not? If they cared for such things, wouldn't brothels have gone out of business long ago? But, almost inconceivably, Luna's primordial Een was gone. She was so infatuated and lost in Diane's handsomeness that she hadn't even noticed. Normally, women would hardly notice such a thing unless they had special instruments to test it. These were the very same instruments used in Diane's time to check whether or not a woman was a virgin or not. However, in the very same fashion, it was possible to check in other ways, if your senses were far more acute than others. Diane knew that Evelyn was no longer a virgin because his sensitivity to things was nearly unmatched due to his overwhelming soul talent. The only reason he didn't realize he had 4 primordial Eens within him at the time his life was teetering on an edge was because he didn't have enough martial world knowledge to understand it. However, Luna was not the same. Not only were her senses arguably more acute than Diane's, she had more than enough knowledge, and even more so, knew just how important her primordial Een was. What confused her even further was the fact that Diane hadn't died. For a moment, she even doubted her own identity. If her primordial could be taken away so easily, maybe her father and that clan were wrong? Maybe she could go back to living a normal life? But, with her intelligence, she immediately refuted the idea. Any person who understood reasoning understood that the conclusion that took the fewest steps to reach was likely the more correct conclusion. All her life, the evidence had been compiling. It was as though even her fragrance matched that legend. That may sound like an exaggeration, but was true. Knowing this, how could she then say that just because of a lost primordial that everything she had come to know was wrong? There were 2 points of interest here. Not only had Diane taken her primordial Een, it hadn't killed him. The taking of her primordial Een was one thing. After all, it was likely just the natural flow of the universe. But everyone knew that if a male stepped too far above his station, he could be rendered impotent. However, what many weren't aware of was the fact if that step was too far, the fall would be even worse, resulting in death. It was just that primordial Eens of such a caliber were the stuff of legend. Thus, after her primordial Een was gone, the process of taking it would be stalled during Diane's death, and because the process wasn't finished, it would come back to her. Yet, not only did this not happen, her primordial Een was gone. This was the true reason Luna froze when she heard her sister's voice. It was as though she was snapped back from a dream, and in that moment, she began to focus once again. The moment she focused was the moment she realized the oddity in her body. After all, after having essentially been a spy most of her life, how could such a simple thing make her freeze? All of this only meant one thing. She had underestimated that husband of hers. The reason none of those large characters cared about her marriage to Diane was because they were sure that even if he took her virginity, he would never be able to take her primordial Een. All of these years of preparation were in store for only a single thing. Her primordial Een. It was no wonder Luna's mind was in a mess. Before, she wanted to help Diane to the best of her abilities, ensuring that while the Angel clan would suffer a bit of a loss, they would still survive. But that was all ruined. The truth was that a key part to those old fogies' plans was the treasure that resided only in the Angel clan, the energy core. Luna knew that as long as they got it, they wouldn't be bothered to deal with a pitiful Angel clan. The only problem was that even she didn't know exactly where it was. So, the purpose of destroying the Angel clan was to take their time to thoroughly search for it. This was how overbearing Luna's primordial Een was. Without one of the greatest sources of energy in existence, it should have been nothing more than a pipe dream to even think of taking it for oneself. How could she know how arrogant Diane's soul was? Would it ever allow a woman he took as his own to act so rampantly within his inner world? Luna's primordial Een had long been sealed away. Unfortunately, this left Luna in an incredibly difficult spot. She would have been able to help Diane as long as she got the energy core and retained her primordial Een. In fact, it wouldn't have mattered even if they had sex 100 or even 1,000 more times. None of it would have mattered if her primordial Een was still with her. But now everything had changed. Diane had gone from a tiny blip in the plans of those fogies to an unbearable scar at the center of all of their hearts. The moment they found out about this, it was impossible for Diane to continue living. If there was a technique for stealing away a primordial in a man had already conquered, Luna had never heard of it. This meant that they would likely just kill Diane and everyone he loved to vent their frustrations before doing the same to Luna and her family as well. Everything was ruined just because of a mere moment of lust. The worst part was that Luna had conflicting feelings. She had finally found a man who could conquer her without outside help. He made her feel good, better than she ever had before in her life. He even helped her to the point where she forgot all of her duties as the princess of the Moon Clan. One could say that the moment she learned that her primordial Een was gone, Luna's feelings for Diane had morphed from lust and infatuation to an undying love. The heart of a woman was hard to understand. Even Luna hardly understood. But, after going all of her life with everyone treating her as a treasure instead of a human being, or better yet, a woman, this was the first time that a man had truly grasped her. He had taken the thing about her that everyone coveted, that everyone had spent decades trying to figure out how to pry out of her, was domineeringly taken under the power of one man alone. It was as though Diane's had proven that she was a human, that she was a woman, that she wasn't a treasure that could only be opened with other treasures, but rather those men from before were just too incompetent to take it for themselves, so they could only rely on other things. That's right. Luna tried to console herself as her longtime friend continued to bash the both of their husbands. They were all unworthy. Only my Diane is worthy of me. But even though she believed every one of those words with every fiber of her being, even though that it was no longer a ploy and Diane had truly won her heart, even though she wanted everything to just disappear and let the two of them be happy, she knew that this wasn't possible. Maybe if Diane had a few more centuries to grow, he would become an expert that even surpassed his father, allowing him to sweep over those old fogies who dared to toy with his woman. Luna couldn't stand the idea of another man touching her after Diane. It made her stomach roll with unending disgust. Before she hadn't cared. She had resigned herself to a loveless life. She didn't even care whether Diane took her virginity or not before, but now, she would rather die. Luna knew she could never live with herself if she betrayed Diane. But could she live with herself if she was responsible for the destruction of her family? She didn't know what to do, and it was driving her crazy. At most, she had a day or so left to make a decision. A day or so to decide whether she would choose the love of her family, or the love of her life. It was a choice that would decide the rest of her life. Ugh! Nina continued her rant. If it wasn't for those beautiful ladies in the imperial harem that chauvinist let me play with, I would have gone to find myself a nice gigolo to play with a long time ago. Can you believe that on our marriage night he promised to fuck me every day? That bullshit promise only lasted for a month before that cultivation maniac went into seclusion. Then, when he came out, it's only 4 or 5 times a week now. Does he take me as some old lady on menopause? I have needs. The moment Luna's attention snapped back to Nina, she heard this and burst into a peal of melodious laughter. Only this friend of hers would find 4 or 5 times a week too little. This was especially funny because there was no doubt in Luna's mind that Velis was also enjoying that harem of 100+ women he had. For him to still have so much time for Nina, it could be said that she was quite lucky. What are you laughing for? Nina said in a pout, before a devious grin spread on her features. Should I attack you like I used to? It's been a long time since I felt those soft breasts you hide so well. Luna pouted her adorable lips. I still haven't forgiven you for stealing my first kiss. You're the one who deserves some punishment. Nina covered her lips with her slender fingers in shock. How could you say such a thing? Belittling our love like so. Love. Luna's lips slanted in mock disdain. She remembered the first time she met Nina. Just like the princess of a king god clan ought to be, she was arrogant. However, at the same time, she was sexually frustrated. One might faint of shock if you ever saw Nina's toy collection. Her father might have died of anger if he knew what that girl had their family's treasured weaponsmiths working on. When Nina saw Luna, her eyes lit up immediately, thinking she had found a worthy plaything. As for her maidservants, they breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Luna's existence might finally allow them some reprieve. After all, They knew their young mistress's fondness for beautiful things, but they also knew that Nina wouldn't dare give up her chastity to a man because that would cross over her father's bottom line. So, since Luna was, on the surface, a mere princess of a small royal god clan, it was no wonder that Nina thought it would be easy to take advantage of her. Long story short, Nina brought Luna into her fold under the pretext of being friends and stole away her first kiss. At first, she had wanted to take it slow so that Luna would eventually enjoy it as well. She thought that she was being better than a chauvinist who would just take your chastity and not allow you to enjoy it, as she put it. In fact, she was optimistic since it didn't seem that Luna was all that opposed. But that was when her father reprimanded her the next day, informing her of how sensitive Luna's identity was. It was only then that Nina didn't dare go any further. That said, that didn't mean that Nina didn't take advantage of her little Luna once in a while. However, that was under the umbrella of her being a friend as opposed to treating Luna like a plaything. "Don't be like that," Nina whined. "I would have taken really good care of you." Luna giggled, not taking her friend too seriously. After all, despite what Nina thought, she helped alleviate some of her boredom. Plus, it had felt nice to be wanted for something other than that primordial een of hers. And she knew that Nina would have treated her well too because her maidservants were all treated well. "You don't need about those rumors," Luna said mysteriously. "My husband is actually quite good in bed. Even better than you." "What?" Nina's playful persona shattered, as though she had really just been offended in the worst way possible. "MHM?" Luna nodded with clear pride in her eyes. "He can make me purr like a little kitten with that emperor's rod of his." Nina thought back to all of her interactions with Luna. She knew this little sister of hers as a playful girl, but she was also quite clear of the endless pride and competitiveness within her. In fact, Diane knew of this too because their sexual exploits were all triggered by their husband and wife pair trying to one-up each other. So, the fact her prideful Luna had said such a thing could only mean that it was true. She would never say anything that belittled herself as a joke. Even more glaringly, despite her interaction with Luna, she was very clear on who was the top and who was the bottom of their relationship. The Luna she knew was a sadist. But right now, why did she sound like such a masochist? Purr like a little kitten? Did she hear correctly? A sudden unbridled lust flashed in Nina's green eyes. Not only for Luna, but for that husband of hers. For him to be even better than her, what kind of pleasure would having him on top of her bring? But she had to banish the thought. Regardless of what she said to her good friend Luna, she wouldn't have allowed her father to marry her off if she didn't love Velis. So, while she would enjoy the occasional woman, that was because she knew he wouldn't mind. However, tasting another man was a betrayal that even her nymphomaniac tendencies wouldn't allow. That said, wasn't her Luna also quite good in bed? After all, she never said that he was better than herself. As if reading Nina's mind, Luna smiled lightly, using her slender finger to lift her friend's delicate chin. Nina trembled under her touch, anticipation and a dash of servility clear in her eyes. "I won't lie to you, he's even better than me," Luna said lightly. "However, I've learned quite a lot from him. Why don't you take me to the usual place and I'll show you?" "Here isn't appropriate." Luna's voice suddenly became domineering, causing Nina's head to bob up and down like an adorable pecking chicken, trying to ignore the growing moistness between her legs. She immediately stood and began to lead the way, completely missing the complicated look on Luna's face. Only Luna knew that her asking Nina to bring her to that place would set a plan in motion that she no longer had the right to regret. Watching Nina's perfect body excitedly hop away, Luna finally stood and followed. "I'm sorry, husband. This is all I can do." Diane sat patiently as he waited for Velis to think through his proposition. The truth of the matter was that although the idea of clearing out spies was enticing, Diane knew that it probably wasn't enough, which was exactly why he started with his weakest offer. What he didn't expect was for Velis to be so close to saying yet regardless. If you thought about it, it made sense. It was likely for a combination of two reasons. For one, regardless of how cold-hearted Velis pretended to be, he was someone who placed relationships very highly on his list of priorities. Because of that, when he saw the chance of his longtime friend coming back to him, the longing within him was overriding much of his logic. The second reason was very related to the first. How could someone who placed such emphasis on relationships stand the idea that those close to him could be betraying him? It ate away at his heart the same way Diane's change in personality back then had hurt him. Merchant Brinsop had used to be a good friend of Velis. Despite him being quite weak, he had a life perspective that Velis appreciated. Plus, his wife Nina loved the goods he brought from the Moon Clan. To think he was actually a spy. Diane, of course, had purposefully brought up Brinsop for this reason. Not only did Brinsop's appearance prove that Diane knew of many spies, how could Diane not know how close his and Velis' relationship was after questioning him? It would be a shame if Diane hadn't taken advantage. However, in the end, Velis' logic won out. Your offer is tempting, I won't lie to you. But, with time, couldn't I weed out these very spies just the same? A good portion of the reason why my conquests have been so reserved is an acknowledgement that there was a good possibility that these spies exist, and I have confidence in weeding them out within the decade. I can't, in good conscience, risk the lives of my clan members for short-term benefits, especially when I know that the Moon Clan had been searching for a reason to wipe us out all these years. Velis answered resolutely, bracing himself to see the disappointment on his friend's face. However, all he saw was a still confident smile that made him feel slightly uneasy. Could it be that there was more to this proposal? He was beginning to feel like he was being toyed with. Ever since the beginning of their fight, Diane had seemed to have the advantage. It wasn't until he used that pressure to break through that Velis finally reversed the tides. In truth, that had felt quite good. It was like he was finally one-upping his longtime rival. But that was when Diane suddenly pulled out his wings and completely decimated him. Originally, Velis didn't think too much about it. After all, he had finally stepped into the 8th stage of his dragon refining arts. Why would he have time to care about losing that one battle? He estimated that with just a few hours alone, as long as he consolidated his foundation, he would finally break into the celestial level of body refinement. With a few extra days, he would break into the celestial level of energy refinement. When that time came, he was sure that his rival would no longer be a match with him. Yet, there was something about Diane's smile that made him feel as though he could never win. As though the man sitting before him was some insurmountable mountain peak that no mortal had ever tread on before. Maybe if Velis had been a little less flustered, he would have realized that this was because Diane's presence was still steadily growing and now had the effect of making people want to follow him. This was the characteristic of the king level. Diane didn't know when, but his presence had crossed over what should have been a massive bottleneck with ease. Even with his intelligence, how could he ever pin the reason on that petite silver-haired beauty? This couldn't really be blamed on Diane. He had never experienced what it felt like to improve a martial art through dual cultivation. He had assumed that the reason he hadn't felt a bump in his cultivation was because Luna's was lower than his by a significant margin. That was the easiest conclusion to come to, was it not? At the moment, his best guesses were that it was because of the pressure Velis gave him during their fight, or his favorite thought was that it was connected to his wings. After all, he felt the change in his wings. It no longer felt like a manifestation, but rather as though it was a part of his real body. To Diane, that seemed like the most logical guess. In the end, the fact remained that Diane's presence was now a hair away from crossing over into Emperor levels, resting at peak king. His words were no less than an irresistible magnetic attraction to those around him, men and women alike. How could I come here and show you such meager benefits? Diane said slyly. Given our past relationship, even if I didn't need your help, I would have told you about these pesky spies of yours. As for the real benefits, have you ever thought about the kinds of treasures my father accumulated over the years? Or, Diane's eyes sharpened, the kind of powerful abyssal cores that resulted from our spiritual vein? At this point, Velis would be lying if he said that he wasn't interested. Who in this cosmos didn't know how domineering Diane's father was when he appeared? He would only ever do so for 2 reasons. One was to remind the world of his power and give them the reason why to never provoke the Angel clan, a father truly as arrogant as his own son. And the second reason, to run rampant through the most powerful legacy worlds to ever appear. Over the course of the years, who knows how many treasures he had accumulated. However, this still wasn't what enticed Veles the most. As a longtime friend of the Angel Clan, both Veles and his father knew of how overwhelming the Angel Clan's spiritual vein truly was. If it wasn't for expertly placed and maintained formations, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that they would have long since been exposed and coveted. The only thing that father-son pair didn't know was that the spiritual vein was the result of the most valuable treasure Diane's father had ever found, the energy core. However, what they did know was the result. Everyone knew the benefit of spiritual veins, it was just that they were exceedingly difficult to cultivate. But once you did, the benefits were nearly unmatched. And for an Angel Clan who maximized those benefits with their formations, the impact was even greater. As described before, spiritual veins, if grown too large, can disrupt the flow of a universe and lead to its destruction. That was why even the highest grade spiritual veins only spanned a few hundred meters, let alone the hundreds of miles the Angel Clans achieved. The only thing that wasn't thoroughly explained was exactly why this happens. While spiritual veins provide an accumulation of energy, what was dangerous was the way in which it did so. Spiritual veins were capable of moving large clumps of not only energy, but wills itself. The base requirement for the energy of a spiritual vein was on a level higher than even the legendary enigmatic energy that only Tao formation experts could manipulate. And that was gamma energy. That's right. The reason why tempering veins with gamma energy was so rare was because it required a clan to have a spiritual vein. In addition, you could only use gamma energy to temper your veins if it reached the appropriate level. For example, a spiritual vein that was too small might only be capable of providing energy at the meridian formation level or 1 or 2 steps higher. And even then, it would only be able to do so for a very small number of individuals. The truth of the matter was that the celestial meridians Dian had seen as a reward after his first trial was the upper limit that was possible. Spiritual veins capable of providing Tao formation level gamma energy would only be found in a universe that was collapsing under its power. So why was this so dangerous? Think about it. The entity that the Dayu and his servant were so afraid of, wasn't he also accumulating vast amounts of gamma energy? And how did he balance it? Wasn't it by sacrificing the talent of billions of people? If a process takes so much sacrifice, how could it not be dangerous? However, what can be said is that things that require sacrifice often come with the most benefits. Why was the energy core so sought after? It wasn't just that it provided stability to large veins, even in its absence, it was what the accumulation of those veins resulted in. During his very first night in the Angel Clan, after setting Luna down to sleep, Dian launched himself into the air, studying the landscape of the land and trying to find the best feng shui points so as to create the best formations, all while lamenting the fact Maying wasn't there to make it thousands of times easier. However, what he found was shocking. At each and every one of the feng shui points he found, there was an abyssal core of potent power. There was a wind valley that Dian was sure could slice up even Tao formation experts as long as they weren't proficient in the Tao of wind. There was an active underground volcano that was seemingly prepared to erupt at any time and made the origin flames in Dian's inner world tremble with excitement. There was a forest of woods with such a dense nature energy that Dian almost fell asleep immediately, filled with endless comfort and healing. There was even a long stretch of mountains erupting with perpetual earthquakes and gravity fields that Dian barely escaped from. Had he stepped more than a foot into it, his life would have been sealed for sure. Why did all of these overwhelming abyssal cores appear? And all of them in close proximity to the Angel Clan? The reason was obvious. The energy core and the spiritual vein it created were responsible. Wasn't gamma energy just the accumulation of every will in existence combined with every form of energy? And all of that was rushing toward the spiritual vein to help nurture it. So, what would happen if this potent gamma energy had to pass by a strong feng shui point before it reached its destination? Wouldn't that feng shui point take advantage to power itself by taking the energy it was most compatible with? The Angel Clan wasn't only powerful because of their bloodline. Within their own territory, in expertly maintained and confined spaces, They had quality abyssal cores one couldn't find even if you searched the entire quadrant. Velis coughed uncomfortably. Knowing that his love of martial arts might be getting the best of him, he was trying to calm down. Diane smiled before adding more pressure. We will form an alliance, just like we promised to do all those years ago. I hope that one day you'll accept me as your brother again. But, for now I'll tell you my dream. I want us to be two separate powers that share the capital. Both your palace and mine will be side by side on the original Angel Clan lands, and your people will benefit from the very same training and environment my people do. We will be equals in all things. Velis' features reddened in agitation, still coughing awkwardly. He had so resolutely refused Diane before, wouldn't he be losing face if he accepted so easily now? Although, Velis coughed. I'm not entirely sure what an abyssal core is. It sounds quite interesting. Velis coughed again. Diane rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed. He knew that these things were actually called spirits. After all, Ree had told him, but he insisted on the much cooler name. Spirits sounded too plain. After getting used to the martial world's poor naming schemes for things, Diane was a bit unresigned. How could named get blander than Soul Tome or Energy Core? So boring? He understood that the idea was that the simpler a name, the more powerful it was because it was likely the origin of its own power, and thus received the most straightforward name. But he still couldn't help but lament the lost opportunities. What Diane didn't know was that he had inadvertently gotten his wish. What kind of butterfly effect would it cause for Diane to break out such a catchy name offhandedly? But that was a story for another time. Diane didn't respond to Velis' oddly veiled attempted at changing his mind without losing too much face. After all, he had to be magnanimous. If they entered their alliance with too much of a difference in status, it would cause problems in the future. For now, since Diane needed help to save his clan, and Velis needed resources to strengthen himself and his warriors, it was a win-win predicated on the fact they both needed each other. In this way, there would be balance. Maybe the only problem they had to work through now was convincing Velis to allow him to lead. As dragons were, the Viserians were hot-blooded. If Diane didn't establish prestige, it would be difficult to make them follow his commands in battle. It might be better if Velis gave orders he was fed through Diane. If they used that message, they could directly hop over the dissatisfaction that would without a doubt be laced. Given the fact Diane had access to communication arrays, this method would only slow his commands down by a fraction. Although that fraction could make all the difference in war, he was willing to take such a handicap as long as he got docile troops in return. Thinking to this point, Diane told Velis his plan. Hearing this, Velis directly agreed. After all, much of the reason he was apprehensive was that face was a great matter in the martial world, especially in a clan of dragons. If Diane came here, convinced him to give up his armies to his command, even though Diane was technically the one to need help, one might think that Velis was nothing more than a dog on Diane's leash. This solved that problem. As Diane continued to describe his battle tactics, everything from how he planned to use formations in the landscape, to his attack radius formation and his communication arrays, Velis' eyes continued to widen and become brighter. He had never heard of such ingenious methods before. It was no wonder Diane wanted to lead. With that last bit of reservation out of the way, Velis felt content in the gamble he was about to take, and Diane was gratified that he didn't have to use his final trump card to convince this former friend of his. The truth was that both Diane and Velis were aware that this could be a death sentence for the both of them. But if they came out on top, wouldn't they be like a phoenix reborn from the ashes? The path to their rise would be set. Imagine what they could do if they could remove the restrictions on the Angel Clan vein and grow this planet as their central base. If they took a few decades to raise up the quality of their warriors, they could then sweep the universe before consolidating again and turning their gaze even further outward. As long as they took this first step firmly, the future was limitless. Diane smiled. There are just a few more things I need to let you know about, Velis. If we don't scheme against those bastards, would my name still be Diane Sicharo? In a sacred level of the Viserian palace, two country-toppling beauties were creating mischief. After Nina sent away the guards, she and Luna walked into a treasure room filled to the brim with rare gems and materials. Even the Viserians' most treasured cultivation techniques rested here. The guards didn't find it too odd when they noticed Nina's presence. Their queen often came here with quite a few ladies. Although they didn't dare to speculate too much, even they as guards could only remain at the foot of the 100-foot-tall staircase that lead to that sacred level. So it was known to everyone that if there was one truly private place in the whole of the Vizirian clan, it was the sacred treasure room. Over the years, Nina had transformed this room into her own private playpen, filling it with luxurious beds, couches, and soft sheets, all so that she could admire her treasures in peace. However, there was nothing peaceful about the indecent acts and moans currently filling the room as two beauties intertwined the soft, flawless skin. The delicate movements, the sweet smell, the faint moistness, all riveted with euphoric sounds of pleasure and constantly arching backs and shaking legs. One would be so enthralled by this heavenly scene that you would hardly notice the fact that the voluptuous beauty with sparkling green eyes was actually being tied down and ravaged by the supposedly petite and delicate beauty. Maybe in the heat of your pleasure, you would miss the odd mix of pain and delight in her features. And since you missed all of that, you would definitely miss the distracted look in the dominant, petite beauty's violet eyes, as they dashed around the room, seemingly looking for something, until it landed on an ancient tome, surprisingly complete for a mere branch clan, titled Dragon Refining Arts. Nina's feverish moans filled the once quiet treasure rooms, vibrating the ridiculous amount of precious metals that surrounded them. She didn't seem to notice the ropes were chafing her arms, instead choosing to be completely engrossed in her feelings. It was as though she had left reality, stepping to a complete other world. Luna, however, absent-mindedly moved her slender fingers through slender cracks and crevices with an expertise that was almost mind-boggling. One could tell that she understood how to use her petite figure expertly. While Dian had his own spurts of nimbleness, he, without a doubt, lost out to this wife of his. At the moment, though, Luna couldn't seem to focus at all. Ever since her youth, she had a sensitivity to energy and the flow of it that no one could match. It was similar concept to Bai Meiying's feng shui compass will, however, it was much less niche and more of an instinct than a technique. It was as though the breath of the universe followed her wherever she went. As such, she could often understand the essence of techniques and formations without ever having had any formal training in any of them. While this was normally a great thing and was actually quite helpful in many aspects, even when it came to knowing exactly what a sexual partner of hers wanted, when it was a major part of the reason her life was such a mess now. Even Luna wasn't exactly clear on what she was. Was she a member of a long-lost race? Did she have a special and rare constitution? Was she the reincarnation of some supreme expert? The truth of the matter was that all Luna knew was that she was coveted. Not only for her talent and what it might be, but also for her ability to act as a cultivation incubator. All her life, even her own father, treated her as nothing more than a treasure that could be used to barter for a better future for their clan. The most disgusting part was that how could those old fogies even know of her existence so early if it wasn't for that father of hers? Even if they eventually found her centuries later, would they really have found her less than 5 decades into her life? No matter how oppressive their searching abilities were, how could they scour a cosmos filled with a near infinite number of universes? How good would it have been if we had more time? Luna thought with tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Realizing her mistake, she dove her petite head into Nina's ample bosom, using the pretext of teasing her nipples to hide her emotion, hoping that the fragrant sweat was enough to hide the much less exciting of the two salty liquids. Even though a life where her father actually acted like a real father would mean that the universe tournament would have never been able to lead her husband to her, at least in that case, he would be safe. Maybe, if fate allowed it, they would meet later in life. She might not have had a right to be his wife at that point, but with Dian's place in her heart currently, she almost didn't care what she had to sacrifice to be by his side. Luna had absolute confidence that all Dian needed was time. If only he had more time, there would be no one in this universe, no, the entire cosmos, that could stop him. Unfortunately, they didn't have such a luxury. Luna couldn't afford to be overly engrossed in her feelings, nor could she reminisce about what could have been. She had no choice but to move forward. She had to be callous and strong. She had to do things she didn't want to do and face things she had been hiding from for decades. There was a point in her life where she had completely given up. She believed that maybe it was best if she just rode whatever wave came her way, allowing it to happen. It wasn't that her heart was cold or unfeeling, but rather she understood all things so well that anything other than simple logic seemed foreign to her. As backwards and odd as that might sound, this was how she truly felt. When everyone else saw the sun rise, Luna saw its steadily dissipating energy. How much time it had left to spin so brightly, how close it was to dying. When everyone else saw a flower, Luna saw its reserves, what flow would allow it to open, as well as what flow would allow it to die. When everyone else saw the love of their life, all Luna saw was a ball of energy. Maybe the only reason she knew her husband was so handsome was because his light shone brighter than everyone else's. She just wanted to see the world for what it truly was. She didn't want to know anything and everything about the things around her. Why couldn't she just see the skin she was feeling instead of the energy of the heat coming off of it? Why was it that even the most beautiful things in life became so disgusting in her eyes? Why couldn't she just be a human being? Luna spent her life accepting her fate. She realized that whatever this gift of hers was allowed her to take control of the things around her. So that's what she did. The most ironic thing was that she took control of everything. But her own life, maybe the only time she faintly did so was when she organized a tournament for her own hand in marriage. But even then, the results were well out of her own calculations. She remembered that day as though it was happening the moment she recalled it. Her father had come to her speaking of marrying her off to the Vizirian clan. It turned out that during her interactions with Nina's former clan, she had caught the eye of their crown prince. In truth, at the time, Luna was neither for it or against it. She was completely indifferent. While she had the vague idea that maybe it wasn't right for others to have such control of her life, she found herself constantly being distracted by what she did have control over. During those times, her dominatrix ply with Nina became more furious and violent, and it wasn't until Nina's cries of pleasure became true pain that she realized what was wrong. As for Luna's father, he was ecstatic that his years of promoting his daughter as a matchless talent had finally paid off. To jump from the dregs of a royal god clan to the heights of an emperor god clan were like a dream to him. He had been trying all of these years to succeed with Luna's elder sister, Laura, before he finally succeeded with his younger daughter. While others would call him a despicable father for riding the backs of his children toward success, King Moon could hardly care. He was on cloud 9. The day that Prince Jabari came to finalize marriage matters with the Moon clan, Luna had happened to be there. The result was something even she didn't expect. A wave of powerlessness overwhelmed her for the first time in her life. It was as though she had been distancing herself all this time, only for reality to refuse to be ignored. With her intelligence, how could she not have seen through the goal of her father all along? But it wasn't until then that she finally felt disgusted. In a fit of defiance, Luna made Jabari fight for her in the upcoming universe tournament. She didn't know what she expected from the outcome, but maybe she was just finally looking for some control outside of her immoral actions in the bedroom. Thus, the universe tournament was held in the Moon clan. While Luna's father was apoplectic with rage when her daughter purposely provoked the crown prince of an emperor god clan, he could do nothing about it because the words were already spoken. With Jabari's arrogant attitude, how could he ever think he was going to lose? Luna had no idea what she wanted at that time. In fact, she wasn't really expecting to escape the marriage at all. After all, Jabari was most definitely the highest talent of this generation. While the Vizirian clan had a crown prince of similar caliber, he was already centuries old at the time. As such, how could he participate? So, the Apach clan didn't take Luna's stance as a slight against their dignity at all. If anything, they found the last act of defiance by a small girl quite adorable. However, that was when her husband swooped into her life. For the first time, her father no longer controlled her. The powerful clans no longer controlled her. Instead, a man with energy brighter than she had ever seen took hold of her life. But this time, it wasn't to gain some benefit, it wasn't to use her for her beauty, it wasn't even to satisfy some sort of basal and disgusting lust. Her husband saved her for her sake and her sake alone. For the first time, someone took control not for their benefit, but for hers. The moment Diane shot down her raging father, taking her in his arms and roaring for the world to hear that she was his woman, Luna's maiden heart fluttered for the first time in her life. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of her husband's handsome features. She felt the resolute beating of his heart instead of just how much vitality it moved. Instead of seeing a ball of energy, she finally saw a human for the first time in her life. But then, it was all taken away. With the universe tournament taking place in the Moon Clan, the eyes of the entire quadrant was trained onto Planet Haven. This wouldn't matter normally, but suddenly the output power of a planet that should have been low-level skyrocketed to heights never seen before due to the sheer energy required to project images across an entire quadrant. Unfortunately, this caught the attention of nearby quadrants. It wasn't normal for there to be such an output in those areas, so they curiously turned an eye during a spur of the moment, only to find the constitution they had been searching for. For millennia, they descended from the skies, excited and unbridled. After all, why would they care about this small quadrant? They didn't even put the Vizirian and Opich clans in their eyes. But they had truly kicked an iron plate, because on this small planet was an expert they feared to the depths of their hearts. Diane's father. With the appearance of Diane's father, something that was once seemingly a simple matter of snatching a beauty from a weak family became a complicated mess of events. Even more glaringly, Diane couldn't remember any of these events for one reason or another, despite having supposedly unlocked all of his memories after he became intimate with Amphrey. Luna closed her eyes, forcing herself out of her reverie. She hated the next memories. In fact, they made her hate herself even more. She silently gazed at the Nina who had fallen into a deep sleep below her, restraining her sigh. Complicated emotions fluttered through her violet eyes, but she remained silent. Instead, she softly rolled her petite body off of the bed, spreading her arms out as the energy of the air suddenly moved under her command, cleansing her body. Even her ruffled silver hair once again rested without kinks, as though she had just spent hours combing through it. Nina's adorable snoring filled the sacred room as Luna silently dressed herself in her white dress. In that instant, she was expressionless. It was as though her emotions hadn't just been in turmoil, and it was clear she had come to a decision. Looking toward the Dragon Refining Arts tome, Luna began to calculate. There was no question that this was the most important treasure of the Vizirian clan. In fact, it was normally impossible for the branch clan to have the full version, yet this one did. On top of that, it was the original copy. The Dragon Refining Arts was a technique even more ancient than these times. If one were to say that the Vizirian clan only rose because of it, no one would find it to be an exaggeration. About 2 million or so years ago, the Vizirian clan was nowhere near the size of an Emperor God clan. Yet, in what could be considered a short span of time, it elevated itself to all new heights. To use less than 1 million years to rise to Emperor God clan status in these times was almost unheard of, yet the Vizirians had done it. The Vizirians had also lucked out. The usually arrogant dragon race couldn't be bothered to care about mere god-level bloodlines because that was the equivalent of a mere transcendent beast. They thought it beneath them to even care about the matter. As such, not only did they achieve benefits, they made no unbeatable enemies along the way. It could be said that the originator of the technique had thought through everything for the sake of his or her successor. Knowing all of this, Luna was certain that this was the best way to destroy her husband's attempts at forming this ally. Not only was Velis already dissatisfied with Diane's actions from long ago, if he were to cross this bottom line here, Luna knew that their talks would go up in smoke. Luna's violet eyes silent analyzed the protection formations around the tome. There are 3 formations, one decoy, one true one, and another time-sensitive one. The first was meant to trip robbers up and acted as a trigger to both alert and increase protection. The second was the reason Luna couldn't just reach in and take it, while the last ensured that even if the first 2 were bypassed, it would be able to detect the fact the tome was gone after a certain amount of time passed. Luna saw no difficulty in this matter. She innately understood the way things works by their flow of energy, and since energy loved her, she could dissipate it with a thought. As such, dispelling all three was child's play. She could do something that even Dian with his soul unsealed would need days to do, in seconds. However, she purposely left the third formation alone, only tweaking it to set off based on her specifications. After all, if she stole it too perfectly, who knew how long it would take them to notice it was gone? With a mere swipe of her hand, the tome was gone just as a tear fell to the polished ground. After a meeting that lasted about 4 or so hours, Dian and Velis had finally hashed out everything they needed for the coming war. According to Dian's estimations, the Moon Clan would act 3 days earlier. However, that was when Velis let him know that they haven't changed their speed of preparations. Hearing this, Dian laughed to himself. He knew that Jabari was an arrogant king, but he didn't think he would be so arrogant to give him, Dian Sicharo, ample time to prepare. He must have been tired of living. Dian was already planning on teaching Jabari a lesson for daring to have designs on a woman he called his own. But to insult him like this brought Dian's anger to a new level. Maybe it was because, deep inside, he had yet to place Luna on the same pedestal as his other wives, or else how could such a petty incident make him more angry than he already was? In the end, Dian reclined in his chair, closing his eyes and sighing inwardly. He knew that this was the last chance he'd give Luna. She now stood at a road forked in two. Whether she'd be by his side for life, or thrown aside by him would be decided today. Seeing Dian close his eyes like so, Velis waited patiently. Eventually, Dian awoke from his thoughts, standing up. "Now it's about time to go," Dian said, getting ready to leave. Just as both men were about to reach the door, an outer elder of the Vizirian clan burst in, an agitated and angered expression on his features. For a man of his cultivation to be breathing so hard, and for him to forget his place and burst into a private meeting, one could imagine how important the information he carried was. Velis frowned when he saw this, but he said nothing. Seeing his king's dissatisfaction, the elder immediately realized his error. While he might be an elder, that was only because he had managed to reach the celestial level. As for his true authority, it was piss-poor when compared to the true powerhouses of the clan. For him to burst into the king's study, what right did he have? Bursting into a cold sweat, the elder dropped to his knees, slamming his forehead against the marbled ground. "King, please forgive this lowly servant. If it wasn't important, I wouldn't dare to act in such a way." Velis paused, before nodding. He understood this as well, so he didn't react immediately. Plus, his meeting with Dian was finished anyway. If it wasn't, it would have been impossible for the elder to burst in even if he was 100 times stronger. "Speak." Dian remained silent by his friend's side, a deadpan expression on his features. But, in reality, his heart was in turmoil. The feelings he had been burying for Luna came rushing to the top, boiling over and searing his veins with a heat even he couldn't handle. His breathing became shallow, and the mere split second it took the elder to answer felt as though it was stretching out to hours, even days. With Dian's speed of thought, the fraction of a second was agonizing beyond belief. He remembered the words he spoke to himself just moments ago. He repeated them again and again. "This is your last chance." Replying to his majesty, the servant didn't stand, continuing to respectfully bow. "The barbarian clans we assimilated a few months ago have suddenly started stirring up problems. They've sent a few of their celestials and even their Tao formation experts to conquer the towns around them. We've received word of their pillaging. If we don't act soon, a good portion of our periphery territory will be eaten away." While Velis was so angry that steam started to mat his long black hair with sweat, Dian inadvertently took a deep breath, almost collapsing in relief. He thought that he had finally jumped the hurdle of the emotion stamp Luna placed on his heart after he conquered her. But that moment of pain proved otherwise. The swirling emotions of betrayal and bitterness threatened to overwhelm Dian's senses, making him, a man who usually had the utmost control of his body, nearly give up on everything entirely. "Are they tired of living?" Velis' roar shook the clan, causing the citizens to fall to their knees in worship for the second time that day. In truth, Velis couldn't believe what he was hearing. He thought he had a mutual agreement with those barbarians. Sure, it was a slight risk to accept them into the fold, but he had had a certain level of assurance in doing so. He had even married their chieftain's daughter and accepted her as an imperial concubine, knowing well how much that man doted on her. And he dared to initiate an attack of his Vizirian clan? Veles was thoroughly enraged. The elder trembled on the ground, unable to withstand Veles' pressure despite being of higher cultivation. In the moment, Veles' anger agitated his body, causing his blood to roar to life. For the second time that day, he broke through again, causing a rush of celestial energy to spiral through the skies, crashing into the Vizirian king in a rush akin to a waterfall. His body bulged to another side, adding a half-meter to his height that he immediately controlled into a dense power before shortening himself to a height about 2 inches taller than his original. Now he stood even taller than the 6 feet 6 inches Dian, and his third stage battle form was finally consolidated. Dian smiled when he saw this. It should have taken Veles a couple hours to do this, but hadn't a couple hours passed already? Even while he was speaking with Dian, his cultivation was slowly being adjusted. He only needed one more push to break through, and that came in the form of anger. It was a well-known fact that emotion was an important tool to cultivation, which was why your temperament made such a big difference in the paths you should or shouldn't take. It was clear Veles was perfectly suited to his dragon bloodline. That aside, Dian could understand why Veles was so angry. He understood, from the memories he had unlocked, that despite how Veles may come off, he wasn't a reckless person. That was proven by how long it took Dian to convince him to join him. This all meant one thing. He wouldn't trusted the barbarians so easily, and for him to do so, he had some sort of insurance. As for who the barbarians were, there was no set definition for them all. Rather, they all fell into a similar umbrella of life. Barbarians, also known as rogue cultivators, were often criminals ostracized from their former clans for some reason or another. After managing to escape having their cultivations crippled, they made their way to often remote planets, taking up refuge and starting their own communities. Oftentimes, so as to remain low-key, they continued to commit crimes. After all, if they started their own clans, if they grew too large, their old clans would find the similarities and thus chase them down again. So, they usually remained relatively small and lawless. When a cultivator betrays their clan or sect, it was almost guaranteed that said cultivator would have their cultivation stripped of them. In the eyes of the clan, how could they allow a traitor who knew their secrets to roam about and potentially spread them? Couldn't be tolerated. Understanding this, one thing was obvious. All barbarians were either ridiculously lucky or powerful beyond belief. In order to escape the ire of an entire clan, just what kind of talent did you need to be? Of course, there were some that just had dog's hit luck, but the vast majority were simply too powerful to die under the hands of their clans. This was why, despite being barbarian clan, they had plenty of celestial and Tao formation experts. From Dian's understanding, there were at least a few hundred high-level celestials, and a couple dozen Tao formation ones, with their leader being at the 5th stage. Such cultivation was almost unheard of, especially on this small planet. How Veles corralled them, Dian had no idea, but it was clear his former friend thought he had succeeded where he hadn't. Veles stormed out of the room, stepping over the still kneeling elder and no longer bothering with him as he stomped through the castle, roaring for the elders to meet him now. Hundreds of men, ranging from young men to older codgers, flashed through the skies. Ironically, using the whole Veles had blasted through the castle earlier in the day when he rushed to fight Dian to descend into the main hall. "My king!" A chorus of voices rang outward as they all kneeled. Yet, despite the showing of respect and reverence, Veles' anger wasn't quelled in the least. That damned half-baked, sorry excuse of a man has incited trouble in my kingdom. The nerve of that bastard after I gave his criminal past the benefit of the doubt. Did I not treat them well? Did I not marry his daughter? Do I not treat her well? The one thing I, King Vizirian, will not stand for is betrayal. I want his decapitated corpse before me within the day. I want his skin torn from the bone. I want the meat of his flesh to be scarred beyond recognition. I want his eyes gouged out and his manhood crushed. I want him with salty streaks of tears mixed with blood, kneeling before me. Do you understand? Veles' voice roared through the city, his rage resounding through the ears of everyone present. Maybe only Diane was truly unaffected. No one knew how Veles managed to nurture and half-step King reverse scale, but one could imagine that he had fought a lot of bloody battles. A man like that wasn't one to be trifled with. At the same time, how could Diane not tell that this was a partial warning to himself? Who else had the possibility of betraying Veles? Was it not himself? However, Diane had zero intentions of doing so. While Veles might be skeptical, Diane was firmly against the Moon Clan despite what his past might suggest. His only true path to survival was with Veles by his side, and that also required his full trust. Suddenly, as Veles was raging, the awkward, yet quick steps of a lady holding up the hem of her dress could be faintly heard. She was a delicate beauty, and while she wasn't otherworldly, any small city would likely have someone of her stature take the helm as top beauty. However, right now, that delicate beauty had tears streaking down her face as she ran, stumbling with every other step. For a cultivator to be uncoordinated, Diane had never seen it. But that was when he noticed that this poor beauty was at the mere foundation stage. Why was such a fragile beauty here? The question was answered in the next instant. Surprising everyone, the beauty fell to the ground before Veles, resting her fair forehead against the feet of her king without regard for her image as a lady. At that moment, Veles' fiery attitude immediately softened. "Little flower, what are you doing on the ground?" He swooped downward, trying to help this concubine of his up. How could he not know why she was here? But there were some things he couldn't back down on as a king. How could he face his people if he showed favoritism? Among his women, the two he liked the most were his fiery Nina and the soft and docile Mina. He hadn't been with Mina for long, but after getting used to Nina's crass attitude, he truly enjoyed Mina's caring personality. He couldn't even bear to overwork her like he usually did with his concubines. With how fragile Mina's body was, whenever he noticed even a hint of pain of her features, he would immediately stop. He knew that Mina would never complain, so if he didn't, who knew how much damage this little beauty would take? Veles frowned when he noticed how steadfast Mina's kowtowing was. It even took him some effort to pry her from the ground. "Husband!" Mina sobbed. She had never asked Veles for anything before, but she felt sweet in her heart when he saw how much he cared for her. How could she bear watching her husband and her father fight? Veles gulped, holding on to Mina. "All right, I won't kill him. You've never asked for anything before, so how could I, as your husband, not give you a gift in this lifetime of ours?" "But, Mina," Veles lifted up her delicate chin. "There cannot be a next time. As a king, I can only be so magnanimous. Also, your father must face consequences for his actions. Do you understand?" Mina nodded vehemently, unable to stop her tears as she burrowed her little head into Veles' large chest. She, too, didn't understand why her father had done such a thing. She remembered that her father had agreed that as long as she was treated well, their alliance would last forever if Veles so chose. From youth, Mina had been born with a very fragile body. So, despite the fact that she was already nearing her 25th year of life, she was still at the mere foundation stage. Because of this, and the fact her mother had died long ago, her father had always doted on her, protecting her with every fiber of his being. Although Veles did indeed treat Mina well, the truth of the matter was that her father couldn't possibly know that for sure. So, why would he risk attacking and angering Veles? If Veles wasn't the kind man Mina knew him to be, wouldn't her father's actions be putting her in danger? A lesser man would have immediately used Mina as a hostage to tie down her father's actions. Whichever way you looked at it, this was a foolish action. Does my father not care about me anymore? When Mina thought of this, the tears streamed out with even more sadness. It was as though she lost all strength to go on. Veles understood exactly what Mina was thinking, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only hold on to her as he gave out orders. He didn't trust anyone else since he wouldn't hand Mina over to a man, and the competition in the imperial harem was something he was disgusted by. Plus, while Nina would console Mina without jealousy, she would also taint her innocence, so Velis couldn't have that. Bring him back alive. Velis began to speak in much more calm voice. Kill those who resist, and capture those who don't. I want a full understanding of what this is and why it happened. After he calmed down, Velis realized that it might be a good thing that he had. If he just killed the barbarian king, what would he get out of it? He would lose warriors, and those he had left would likely be injured, all while he never found the true culprit. After Velis finished handing out orders, the elders of the clan began to move in an orderly fashion, heading off to war in a flash. Sending saints would just be a waste, so many of them remained here. In the end, the only people who remained in the hall were two of Dian's personal guards, as well as one of the two Dao formation elders Dian brought along. Aside from that, there was Dian, the sobbing Mina, and, of course, Velis. Those who weren't mentioned were just some sainthood guards who patrolled the palace grounds. It seems we won't be able to end this meeting of ours peacefully, Velis said bitterly. Don't worry, the barbarian clan isn't too large. We'll just overwhelm them with numbers and get answers. The matter will be dealt with long before 4 days from now. The Vizirian clan with B at your angel clan within 2 days. Dian nodded. The only thing left was to find wherever Luna had scampered off to before leaving to their next destination. However, before he even got an opportunity to finish the thought, the petite figure of his wife appeared around the hallway, entering the room with her graceful disposition. With a smile, she greeted King Vizirian, who accepted her goodwill. Dian didn't seem to notice that from her entrance, to her taking a position to his right, she hadn't once looked him in the eye. I bid you two farewell. King Vizirian waved his hand, calling for an escort. He would have normally taken them out personally, but he had to tend to Mina right now. That was when the situation changed so drastically that from start to finish, Dian, for the first time in his life, felt as though he was a puppet on the strings of somebody else. He felt a delicate hand slip into his, but when he turned to smile toward Luna, he noticed that although she was trying to hide it, there was a faint puffy redness to the bottoms of her eyes, and tears were threatening to swell again. Her calm disposition had seemingly shattered no matter how she tried to bury it. Luan? Dian didn't get a chance to finish his words when he suddenly felt a ring forced onto his finger. It was much too small for him, seemingly sized for Luna's dainty fingers, so it was pushed onto his pinky. In that instant, loud alarms began to blare as guards rushed from the hallway Luna had just come from. King Vizirian's retreating figure froze. He knew exactly what that alarm was for, and he suddenly knew that it was no coincidence that the sacred treasury guards were rushing in from the same hallway Luna came from. The silver ring Luna had forced onto Dian's hand suddenly began to shine and vibrate along with the blaring noise before it shattered completely, allowing a thick ancient tome to fall into Dian's hands before the eyes of everyone. No one spoke. Even if they tried to, they would be drowned out by the sounds of the alarm that seemed to only get louder. All of Dian's relief disappeared in a flash. An agonizing pain erupted from his chest, threatening to make him faint on the spot. But he wasn't injured. This was truly a wound of the heart. The last thing that happened before Velis roared in anger, pointing toward the Khud as though he had lost his mind, was Dian's cold gaze descending upon Luna. In that final moment before they began running for their lives, Dian stamped out the last bits of affection he had for this woman. Never again would he call her his wife. Never again would he protect her as his. Never again would she get another chance. Luna finally gathered her courage and looked up to face Dian's gaze, only for her to freeze the moment she met it. That was your last chance, Luna Moon. Luna felt like her world was collapsing. Somehow, amidst all the noise, these were the clearest words she had ever heard in her life. Dian callously stripped her of the Sacharo name, making his stance clear. From this moment forward, we are no longer husband and wife. Luna's whole body shook as her vision blackened. She could no longer express how deeply Dian's words hit her, but as she had once said, what's done is done. There was no changing it. Dian had always been a person with a soft heart when it came to women. In fact, in his youth, before he met Madeline, it had come out as an overly flirtatious attitude. In reality, that was just his own immature way of following the words of his mother. In her memory, he had taken her words of always complimenting and protecting women close to you to his heart. They were words ingrained within him even more than the teachings his father beat into him. Maybe it was because of his mother's gentle approach, or maybe because her death came at a time where Diane was far too young. But either way, those words stuck. However, for the first time in his life, Diane completely ignored the words of his mother. He wasn't caring or understanding. He didn't try to comprehend why it was Luna had done something so foolish, nor did he have the faintest curiosity. He was hurt beyond belief, and despite the coldness in his eyes, his heart was bleeding with its own tears. Luna tried to let go of Diane's hand, but Diane gripped onto it tightly. With a swing of his arm, Luna's petite body flew across the room and into the arms of the Angel Clan Dao formation expert. Before anyone had realized what had happened, Luna finally couldn't take it anymore. The rough way Diane handled her, as if he didn't care for her life or death, was the final straw. Her vision completely blackened, causing her to faint. "Keep her alive for now." Diane's voice cut through the loud blaring noises and Velis' enraged roar. It sounded as though he had just raised himself up from the abyss of hell. His voice was deep and grating, filled with an endless rage that made the Saint Guards who were about to surge forward tremble with fear. Diane had never felt so angry in his entire life. "When we get out of this, I'll deal with her personally." "You!" Velis roared in anger. "To think I actually thought of trusting you. Leave here? If you don't die today, my name isn't Velis Vizirian." As soon as he finished, Velis thought of erupting forward with unbridled killing intent. But that was when he remembered the fragile Mina was still in his arm. With all the loud noises and raging killing intent filling the room, Mina was like a delicate feather being tossed around to the whims of a storm. Velis couldn't possibly leave her now. Since Diane and Luna were so despicable to have used his goodwill to steal their clan's most valuable treasure, who's to say that they wouldn't use despicable means to tie him down? Unfortunately, before this, everyone had seen how important Mina was to him. Even worse, there were at most a handful of high-level experts left in the Vizirian kingdom. They had all just left to deal with the barbarians. Such timing was... Velis couldn't help but freeze. He had found the barbarians attacking to be odd. Could it have been planned this way from the beginning? As for Diane's showing of anger toward Luna, Velis didn't put it in his eyes at all. For one, it could just be an act Diane put on to convince them that it was all Luna's doing and not his own. The second possibility was that he was truly mad. After all, hadn't Luna failed? She had disabled two, but not the third mechanism. How could that not piss Diane off? A once foolproof plan had been ruined by her, or so those around them thought. Diane didn't bother explaining anything. With his intelligence, how could he not tell what those around him were thinking? This plan of that former wife of his were truly too devious. He even thought that maybe she planned the barbarian raid as well. However, Diane didn't feel any warmth because of that. After all, wasn't it in Luna's best interest to increase her own chances of escape? It made sense that she would do such a thing. It had nothing to do with Diane. By this point, Diane no longer had any good thoughts of Luna in his heart. The bleeding in his heart was becoming a shriveled mess of blackness that looked more like an overripe fruit than the source of one's vitality. Looking at his personal guards and elder, he shouted without a shred of emotion in his voice that wasn't akin to unending rage. "Go!" With a flash, wings of gold sprung from Diane's back. His feet stomped onto the ground, rocketing him up and out of the hole in the ceiling Velis had made earlier in the day. On his tail were his personal guards and the Dao formation expert. Although the elder could easily overtake Diane, how could he not protect his king's rear? As for his personal guard, they had the same thought. Their destination was, of course, the carriage waiting at the city gates. They had only brought a few of their experts in consideration of Velis and gaining his trust. Unfortunately, that had partially backfired as they had no idea what was happening now. Behind the 5 fleeing men and 1 unconscious female, a raging tempest of celestial energy erupted behind them in plumes of 3. As expected from the Vizirian clan, Despite sending out all of the Tao formation experts and so many celestials, they still had so many left. At the moment, 9 experts rushed out from behind them, quickly following as Velis' voice of rage continued to bellow. Without regard, the closely following elders burst into their battle forms. Although they hadn't reached their king's lofty 8th stage, they had still done well for themselves, managing to reach the 4th and enter their first battle phase. Unfortunately for them, progress in this technique had little to do with cultivation and everything to do with talent and understanding. As such, despite cultivating for thousands of years, they paled in comparison to their king who had only cultivated for a few decades. As for the dragon refining arts, Dian didn't bother leaving it behind, instead choosing to keep it close to him. If he was going to suffer for Luna's actions anyway, why not benefit from it instead? He had long been interested in this technique, but had banished the thought of asking to see it until his and Velis' relationship grew stronger. After all, this was a secret technique of the Vizirian clan. It couldn't be shown to outsiders to wantonly. The blurs in the skies streaked across the city, quickly coming up to the gates where Dian's carriage was still waiting. Luckily, it was pulled by celestial-level horses which would allow them much breathing room since they specialized in speed. However, Dian had other ideas. The anger in his heart was too much to escape like this. If he sat in one place for too long, he felt like he might explode. In fact, he was dangerously close to giving up on this trial entirely. The moment they touched down at the gates, confusion colored the features of the elder and the personal guards that had stayed put. But Dian didn't have time to entertain them, so he spoke quickly, far quicker than someone without cultivation could understand. "We don't have much time. They'll reach us with enough time to obstruct in less than 10 seconds. So, listen carefully and do not forget any of my words under punishment of execution. Firstly, do not follow me. This will not end so easily, and I am the main culprit. They will chase me long before they chase you. The Angel clan is still in a precarious position, and we cannot afford to leave it without protection for long." There was clear dissatisfaction at Dian's first command. But, remembering the punishment that was waving over their heads, they didn't dare to voice it, instead deciding to remain silent. Those who hadn't been part of the situation couldn't help but look to and from Luna's still unconscious figure. It seemed like she could wake up at any time. Even worse, it looked like she was having a terrible nightmare. For an old man to be holding her like he was, there was no doubt that it was more than just a little inappropriate. This was the queen of their kingdom. How could she be touched by another man so easily? However, when they saw that Dian couldn't be bothered with it, and even further that he had no worry on his features for the state of his own wife, they all couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Tears fell from Luna's unconscious figure as her murmurs became louder. Her murmuring was almost intelligible, but from what they could hear, it was a constant stream of "I'm sorry's" and "I had no choice" mixed in with a flurry of Dians and Luna moons. Whatever it is was going on had completely turned Luna's emotions and mind to mush. And yet, there was still no reaction from their king. Secondly, "I've already prepared everything. In my place there stands Queen Amphory. Anyone who dares to disobey her order will face my wrath. Not only is she to set the rules, she is to lead you into battle." Dian's words were like a torrent, never ending and not allowing any rebuttal. But, when they heard the idea of a woman leading them into battle, only of the personal guards couldn't help but interject. "Kin, slap." Dian's fury melted over, nearly caving in the side of the personal guard's face with an unrestrained open palm. The guard fell to the ground, listless, completely unaware of what had just happened. How many years had he followed Dian? Practically from birth. They had all prepared and trained along with Dian for decades. Never once had he ever raised a hand against them. Never once had he ever felt the need to berate them or be angry with them. That even included when Michael tried to steal that love of his life, Amphory. When those around them thought of this, they suddenly realized something else. Did he just call Amphory queen? What the hell happened? When did gain such a title? The mixture of shock and confusion reigned. It was as though they were unable to feel any other emotions. Dian didn't feel any remorse about his actions. Whether or not he was angered beyond belief right now, he would have taken the same course. He was king. His orders were not to be questioned. Without another word, Dian wings flapped and left, not looking behind for an instant. On that day, Queen Amphrey gained power that she had never wielded before. With no choice, the personal guard could only hand his head as he quickly got up. He knew that he was in the wrong. While it was okay to convey your ideas to a king when possible, this was clearly not the situation for it. In a life or death moment, where quick decisions needed to be made, the king's word was the final word. Seeing both the personal guards and Dian's reaction, the two Dao formation elders nodded in approval. Although they disliked their king's command, there was no doubt that this was the way a king should act. Before, many had questions about the character of their king, many calling him too soft and too willing to please. However, in one afternoon he had shattered all of that. Not only was he willing to punish his former love, Luna, for her actions as severely as anyone else, despite it clearly being painful for him, he had been willing to reprimand a childhood friend of his. To be able to steal your heart was a trait any king should have. As for the personal guard, only regret could be read in his eyes. He was clearly a man of high character who had already acknowledged his mistake. There was no need for anyone to say anything else. No one was worried about him holding on to any resentment. Instead, they all quickly entered the carriage, flashing away at top speed. Before this, the speed of the horse had been purposefully slowed. But now there was no time for a leisurely journey. Heading back to the clan was top priority. In all likelihood, they had just gained another strong enemy. The best-case scenario was for their king to live and somehow gain forgiveness of King Vizirian. However, in the worst case, the Vizirians would attack with the Moon Clan, making an already impossible situation even worse. Because of the actions of one foolish woman, the future of the Angel Clan was as precarious as ever. In the Moon Clan palace bath, Luna's elder sister, Laura, was laughing so hard that her sides hurt. Because her and Luna's mirrors were connected, she could check on her sister whenever she pleased, even if the mirror was within a spatial ring. So, she had seen everything that happened from beginning to end. At first, she was shocked beyond belief that her sister had actually given up her virginity to that puppet of a man. She didn't care too much. After all, after almost 30 years of spending every night together and with how handsome he was, even Laura couldn't be sure that she would never be moved. Plus, all that mattered was Luna's primordial Een. In the martial world, as long as a woman's primordial Een was in place, it was just as difficult to tell if she was a virgin as it was in the mortal world. This was because all treasures capable of testing such a thing did so based on whether the primordial Een was present or not. So Laura didn't care. It was only a blip on her radar. This was because she knew how special her little sister's primordial Een was. Among all the women in the world, maybe she was the only one who could safeguard her primordial Een regardless of cultivation. Normally, this would only be possible if the woman had vastly superior cultivation to the man she decided to give herself to. This was normally to protect the man she loved, or else he would either become impotent or, in the worst cases, die. However, you could imagine how rare it was for a weaker man to win the heart of a stronger woman. So, even those cases were incredibly rare. It was no wonder Laura didn't care. Laura's laughter rang through her fog-filled bath, the ripples in her ample chest causing waves to stir in the water even as she watched her younger sister continue to tremble in her sleep. When she finally caught her breath and calmed down, she sneered, putting the mirror away. Since Dian had escaped by separating with them, the show wasn't as interesting anymore since there was obviously a range the mirror was limited to. This action of Dian's only made Laura disdain his existence even more. She couldn't imagine how a man could be so angered, yet still take actions to protect the woman who betrayed him. If that wasn't a simp, then what was? How her sister fell for such a weak man, she would never understand. It was obvious to her that Dian had separated so that Luna would be safe while the Vizirians chased him. Thinking to this point, Laura leisurely reclined in her bath. Her legs squeezed together as she imagined the tears streaking down her little sister's face, deriving some sick pleasure from it. With a wave of her hand, a servant girl rushed forward. "I think I'll taste Casanova today," she said lightly. "He's not the biggest, but he's quite skilled." Quickly. "I'm moist and not in the mood to wait." The servant girl didn't dare be slow as she rushed out of the room to commandeer her mistress Gigolo. In anticipation, Laura couldn't help but think back to the scenes of Diane ravaging Luna. It had left a faint imprint on her heart, the kind where she wanted nothing more than to steal her sister's man and make him hers. "You think I don't know that you caused the death of our father, little sister? Does that buffoon who's in love with you know how truly sinister you are? I think I'll spare his life for now and keep him around as my sex slave. Maybe I'll even let you watch. For all the decades of pain you've caused me, I'll return them 100-fold. Diane shot into the forest, immediately folding his wings and allowing them to disappear. As much as they boosted his speed, they also made him easier to spot. For the first time, he lamented having golden wings. At this point, he could forget about doing stealth missions at his top speed. As expected, the Celestials completely ignored the horse-drawn carriage. Not only were the Angel Clan horses much too fast and had stamina surpassing that of a normal cultivator, they had clearly seen that their target, the dragon refining arts, was still in Diane's hand. The truth was that Laura was wrong. Diane didn't separate from the group to protect Luna, and only a self-centered idiot with shallow thinking would reach such a conclusion. That, or they had some sort of bias against him, which was clearly true. The reason Diane separated from his clan members was because it didn't matter if they could outrun them. Wasn't the location of the Angel Clan known to the Viserians? It wasn't, by any stretch of the imagination, a secret. If he just headed toward the Angel Clan, he'd be bringing calamity down on his people. It would be a move stupid beyond compare. For now, Diane had to buy time until the Angel Clan improved formations were created. The evacuation was also occurring tomorrow. If he delayed those plans, everything would go up in smoke. He had no choice but to draw their attention away. As for Laura's thoughts, Diane wouldn't be bothered to care for the opinions of such a narrow-minded woman, no matter how slighted she felt. Diane's mind was completely blank as he quickly flashed through the forest, hardly stepping on the branches of the thick trees before shooting forward again. His steps were so quick and controlled that he left no footprints. Although Diane didn't have movement techniques, the control he had over his body had skyrocketed the moment he absorbed the male half of the body kernel. Even if Diane wanted to slow or speed up the flow of his very blood, he could do so. This allowed him to use his stamina and strength with a ridiculous amount of efficiency. Diane was like a long-distance runner who had spent half their life learning the perfect running form and pacing for themselves. He truly knew his body inside and out. The secondary added benefit was his talent in regards to martial arts. These were, of course, the branch of techniques followed by body cultivation purists who believed in relying on their own bodies instead of the energies of the universe. This was why Diane's presence and perception increased so quickly, because they both technically fell under the body cultivation umbrella. "You dare steal from the Viserian clan?" One of the elders roared in agitation. They were so angry that none of them thought clearly. What did 9 lower celestials mean in front of 2 Tao formation experts? If Diane wanted them dead, they'd be dead already. However, Diane didn't do such a thing, nor did he try to explain. He was at the point where he was too angry to even open his mouth. Because if he did so, if he allowed his emotions to flow, he really would turn back and kill these elders even if it cost him his life. What kind of self-control did Diane have? Could be said that he was nearly unmatched in the world. For one, he held a burden of being constantly bombarded by his own lust while easily going months without touching the body of a female. However, to Diane, this was one of the easier things he had ever done in his life. Diane was a man that had withstood the humiliation of being beaten down, all for the sake of saving someone he deemed worthy. Diane was a man that didn't bat an eye at the prospect of not seeing his loved ones for decades, all for the sake of becoming stronger to protect them. Diane was a man who had the murderer of his own flesh and blood parents before him, and willed himself not to kill him for the sake of greater good. But now, he was thoroughly enraged. He was one false move, one ill-placed word, One moment of irrationality from completely snapping and being engulfed by the demon within him. This was truly the worst trial he had ever undergone in his life. He didn't care about having to fight bloody battles. He didn't care about the pain or horrors of such a thing. But to be betrayed by someone that was thoroughly ingrained in your heart. It was enough to make a man go mad. It felt the same as though Madeline had done such a thing to him. As though his first love in this life had stabbed him in the back and twisted until there was nothing whole left in his chest. This was a pain that he would never forget. One that he could only hope was erased after he left these trial grounds, because if not, he didn't know how he would handle it. That was the only thing keeping him sane. The idea that this had to all be an illusion, that his grand teacher was just pulling an elaborate ruse that couldn't continue on to the real world, that after he left, Luna would be erased from his heart completely. Unfortunately, he was far too naive. Diane lightly stepped on a branch before taking a sharp right. The Celestials were following so closely behind him that his action almost ended in him being caught by one of them on the flank. However, this left the Celestials stupefied. Did he find out? They all thought at once. There were only 9 of them here, but how could the Vizirian kingdom not have patrols? These elders had long since alerted the posts up ahead that a top priority criminal was on the way. And yet, just as they were about to complete their encirclement, Diane drastically changed his direction? Was this a coincidence? Diane couldn't be bothered with their thoughts. He had been running for about 10 minutes now at a leisurely pace. In fact, it was a pace that the Celestials behind him should have caught up to if they were trying their hardest. The fact they didn't only left one obvious answer. A trap. So, he purposefully went straight ahead before abruptly changing direction when his perception caught a whiff of their anxiousness. He barely needed to think to analyze the situation. The thinking of these people were too shallow. However, Diane knew he needed a feasible plan to escape. Because of his past persona's flaws, the information the Angel clan had on other clans was sorely lacking. As a result, much of the maps they had were dated by decades. With all of the movement in territory and conquering just the Vizirian clan had been up to, how could those maps still be accurate? Therefore, Diane knew that he could only use the maps as a rough estimate. Despite that, he went out of his way to memorize them all. The reason why? The one thing that wouldn't change in a mere few decades was landscape. Intelligently, Diane treated land such as forest just as loosely as cities and tribes. That being because trees could obviously be cut down. Therefore, he allowed his slowly forming plan to be flexible in aspects needing the cover of these dense trees, while solely relying on things that would hardly change at all. These were things like mountain ranges, lakes, rivers, caves, etc. He graded them all on a scale, never allowing a landscape that rated too low to rate too highly in importance. For now, Diane was just buying time. But, as expected, the moment he changed direction, the elders sped up from about 70% of their speed to 95% plus. Since you don't want to make things easy, don't blame us for being ruthless. An elder sneered. Diane remained expressionless. It was as though he didn't notice the distance of a few dozen meters suddenly closing rapidly. However, in the next instant, his foot landed on a particularly thick branch before pressing down with tens of thousands of pounds of force. Before the branch could even snap, Diane's body had already flown forward, seemingly teleporting hundreds of meters ahead. He felt a slight pain in his leg, because he had just used his celestial wind movement technique without the necessary wills to support him, but he seemed to not have noticed as the cracks in his bones began to heal rapidly. There was not the slightest shred of pain on his features, and even though he could hardly use the technique to even 10% of its normal heights, it was more than enough to deal with these so-called elders. Profound movement technique. The elders gasped in awe, a cold sweat permeating their backs. When had they ever seen such an exquisite technique? The reason they were so eager to catch Diane wasn't only that he had left a blemish on their Vizirian name, but it was also to sneak a peek at the dragon refining arts. Because of the sensitivity and importance of the technique, not even they as elders could see the original so freely. Only when they cultivated to the 6th stage would they be allowed such a chance. However, many were dissatisfied with this rule. They thought that there might be secrets in the latter stages that could help them see a more whole picture, and thus cultivate it easier. This was why they were truly eager. After all, the dragon refining arts was estimated to be a heaven-level technique. How could they, who had only ever seen earth techniques sparingly, not drool over the prospect? Oddly, though, Dian didn't use it again, causing them to sneer. How could such a profound technique not come with consequences? So they immediately calmed their agitated states, choosing to follow at a leisurely pace and hope Dian tired out as their band of 9 suddenly became 12. Maybe if they tired him out, he might have some profound techniques in his spatial ring. Thinking to this point, they nearly fainted with excitement. Not only did they have justice on their side, they would benefit greatly from it too. What they didn't know was that they were only partially correct. While it was true that Dian had to pay a price to use the celestial wind movement technique, as long as he restricted the profoundness level, he would heal faster than he would be injured. For someone like him who was used to enduring pain, what did a few fractured bones that immediately healed mean to him? The only reason he didn't push ahead further was so he could vent some anger. If he didn't unleash soon, who knew what would happen to his psyche? Dian continued his steady rhythm, leading the Celestials further and further away from their clan without a single bead of sweat on his face. Every time they would get close, he would flash forward again. He even made a showing of favoring the leg he used so that the Celestials would become more and more cocky. It was to the point where they didn't even send the signals they were supposed to. They were clearly blinded by greed. The celestial movement technique usually required wind, space, and celestial will, and despite its name, it was a great assassin's technique because the celestial will was meant to erase your presence. Unfortunately, Dian had always neglected his movement techniques because he relied so heavily on his calculations in battle. Simply put, he had other things that raised his battle power more efficiently, and because he had spent so little time in the martial world and rarely ever got a true break, he simply didn't have the benefit of splitting his attention. While he thought of using the Florence family technique to learn it, the efficiency of a clone in learning a technique obviously paled in comparison to himself. This was the flaw of the Florence family technique. It was much better used to gain affinity for wills. But, since Dian now had the perfect bodily constitution, the technique had become completely useless to him, and he now regretted using his master's blood essence to power it. However, hindsight was 20/20. The road of cultivation couldn't be tread without mistakes, and Dian learned that the hard way. Because of all of these reasons, Dian had only managed to cultivate the movement technique to the second stage of the first act of 3. So it was nowhere near what it would be at its peak. Not to mention the fact the technique itself wasn't very compatible with Dian. He couldn't be blamed too much though. He hadn't known anything about cultivation when he chose it, and his master had long since sealed herself away, so he just chose the best technique the celestial deer sect had to offer. Who could turn down a low-level divine movement technique? The martial world would salivate over such a thing. Hours passed by, but the Celestials still didn't seem agitated. They knew how powerful Dian was, and it was no big deal for a saint to be capable of keeping up their top speed for about this long. The trouble was that the sun was beginning to set. What they didn't notice was that within the red and purple hues left by the sun, hidden arrays that were slowly being formed beneath Dian's feet. By the time they realized, it would be too late. Dian had waited for the perfect moment to execute this. Normally, any array creation would come with it a flash of light. But, with Dian's abilities, and the clever use of the environment, they couldn't tell the difference between the dying sun rays and the arrays. Suddenly, the Celestials began to grin. From what they could see from Dian's back view, he was drenched in sweat and his skin was paling. Even his once freely flapping linen shirt was clinging to his skin, clearing matted in a clear liquid. It looks like the little thief is finally tiring out. Keep running, little mouse. We'll see how long you can go for. Laughter filled the quickly darkening forest. However, Dian showed no reaction, only continuing along his path as though nothing was said. If those fools paid any real attention, they would have noticed that it had been a long while since Dian had used his movement technique. Yet his speed was steadily getting further and further away from them. If he was tired, then why was he still able to speed up? After another half-hour, one of the Celestials finally realized that something was wrong. But, by now, the forest was filled with an eerie quiet that was only cut through by the soft sound of feet hitting tree branches. As for why they didn't fly, why use more energy when it wasn't necessary? Plus, few had the nimbleness necessary to fly in a dense forest. Although crashing into trees would hardly slow them down as celestial experts, they cared a bit too much about saving face. A circle. The Celestial suddenly felt apprehensive. His mind was a bit clearer than the rest, so he felt like he had been here already. In the dark, they were far more susceptible to this trick, but after years of being a border patrol guard for the Viserians who were constantly in the state of war, he had grown to have a cautious personality after seeing the fates of his fellow guards who slacked in their duty. Fellow clansmen, there's a trick. The moment the Celestial saw Diane burst with an extra bit of speed, he was absolutely certain. Unfortunately, he was too late. The reason why Diane was sweating profusely wasn't because he was tired of running. He was hardly using any of his strength. With his regenerative capabilities, how could he be tired? The truth was that Diane had been steadily planting arrays for the past few hours, leading them around in such a large circle that it wasn't until the end that they noticed that something was wrong. Because of how tyrannical using the Aurora Flamestones were, it was no wonder that a heavy price was being weighed on Diane's body. This was especially so since Diane was no longer using the purple gold stones. No, the stones he used were filled with streaking comets. In the next instant, Diane's body flashed forward once again. However, this time it was different. He no longer bothered to stay in the eye line of his pursuers. He completely melded into the darkness of the forest. The Celestials froze. None of them had thought that after all this time that their easy prey was still hiding his abilities. The scouts were much more surprised because they hadn't witnessed the battle between their king and Diane. However, the other 9 Celestials felt a wave of embarrassment come over them. How had they made such a mistake? It was only now they remembered just how much of a boost in power this little king got once he used his wings. It should have been obvious to them that he was holding back this entire time. The only thing that made them sigh a faint breath of relief was the fact he should be easily spotted. With such bright golden wings that gave off their own light, even his transformation would be blatantly obvious to them. What they didn't know is that Diane had prepared for such a contingency long ago. He had purposefully not used his wings until now, and he purposefully dampened the effectiveness of his movement technique. Even further, if they were intelligent, they would be wondering why Diane hadn't used his movement technique against King Viserion. Since Diane woke up, King Viserion was the first to even remotely push him to his limits. Even then, he was toying with him. Diane knew all he needed to win after King Viserion unlocked his 3rd battle form was more speed. Yet, why had he decided to use his strongest form instead of using his movement technique? Intuitively speaking, wouldn't it have been smarter to use the weaker form and hide the stronger? Anyone who saw this might think Diane was a fool. However, how could Diane not have his own designs? Before he came to the Viserion clan, he had already prepared for the possibility of Luna betraying him. The problem was that his relationship with Velis was much too fragile, and was easily exploitable. As such, the scenario of a chase had always been on Diane's mind. In his original plan, he had prepared to be chased by Tao formation experts. So, how could a mere group of Celestials faze him? That was nothing more than a joke. Diane was aware of the forested landscape of the Viserion clan. He was also aware that his wings had changed their color. And even if they hadn't, before his breakthrough, Diane had had one white wing. That wing was just as bad for stealth as his golden wings. So, Diane long knew that relying on his wings would be a detriment and not a helper in this situation. Knowing that, why not make his potential pursuers think that his wings were his true final trump card? The Celestials had organized themselves, thinking they understood Diane. They remained relatively close to each other after their encirclement plan missed. And while they would have loved to attack, if they alerted any of the more powerful earth or heaven beasts in the area, it would be problem. In the end, they spread themselves out a mere 2 or 3 meters away from each other. Their thinking was simple. Even though Diane was powerful in his winged form, in this dark environment, he would be hard-pressed to sneak up on them. Then, since they were so close, they'd be able to react in a short amount of time, immediately surrounding him. However, what they never expected was the fact that Dian had hid such a profound movement technique. After seeing him use it, and seeing how he became drenched in sweat, they began to relax, thinking that this was his true limit. All the while, they never knew that using the movement technique to such a small extent was never that difficult for him to begin with. While it might cause minor fractures in his legs, those injuries were quickly healed by his overwhelming blood essence in addition to the perfect fusion of him and his humanoid manifestation. All this time, Dian had only used his movement technique to the first stage of the first act, limiting its profoundness and therefore his injuries. But now, he pushed it to his highest level of understanding, climbing to the peak of the second stage of the first act. In an instant, the efficacy of the technique almost tripled, causing Dian to vanish from sight. Just as the elders were feeling vigilant, a flash of blinding gold came from their left flank, immediately followed but a scream of agony. But when the elders followed through with their plan, converging on the blinding light, it suddenly disappeared. However, unlike what they assumed, Dian was already gone, leaving behind an elder with broken ribs and an oddly angled arm from a vain attempt at blocking. The elders sucked in a breath. Was this really a saint? Although this elder hadn't even completely the first cycle of the first celestial stage, only having filled 2 or so meridians with celestial energy, he was still a celestial. It wasn't normal for a saint be able to even fight with him, let alone hurt him so severely so quickly. A cold sweat began to permeate down their backs. They were all of quite lowly status, often attending to small matters. Even the strongest of them, a patrol with second stage celestial cultivation, couldn't claim to be capable of hurting this comrade of his so quickly. What had they gotten themselves into? The elders couldn't help but shiver. Their greed had blinded them, causing them to dive head first into this mission, never once signaling for help. But if they signaled now, even if their Tao formation experts had somehow magically come back from their war with the barbarians so quickly, it would take at least a few minutes for them to reach here. With the battle prowess this young king had displayed, would they last that long? What they didn't know was that this was all a facade Dian had purposefully put up. However, that was how he liked it. He had just spent hours slowly laying down formations. How could he not use them? Right now, he was panting heavily, waiting for his limp and bloodied arm to heal. However, his face was completely expressionless, as though the heavy breathing and broken arm weren't even his own. Dian flashed outwards again, seemingly disappearing in an instant before appearing behind one of the weaker elders that were rushing to the position of the still roaring elder. As a sainthood body cultivator, Dian's vision was already far better than most cultivators even above his station. After all, blood essence cultivation improves all aspects of the body, including the eyes. Because of this, he had sharp and clear sight, even in this dense darkness. Unfortunately, Dian also understood that this wasn't much of an advantage. Although these elders were relatively weak, they still practiced the dragon refining art. Even if they hadn't made it to the 4th stage, they would have still had the first level of dragon eyes at the very least because one only needed to reach the 2nd stage for this ability. Since they dragon body type abilities scaled with cultivation, their vision was tens of times better than a normal lower celestial. As such, Dian still remained cautious, understanding that not only would they likely be able to see him if he was in their line of sight, they could also see his body heat. Another agonizing scream erupted as Dian's fist completely shattered the spine of the elder he aimed for, cutting their numbers from 12 to 10 with a mere 2 attacks. Although he purposefully didn't kill them, he had definitely crippled their abilities to participate further. The elders spun around, hoping to catch sight of Dian. However, he had once again disappeared. They were incredulous. How could it be possible for someone to be so fast? And why couldn't they sense him? At the celestial stage, a soul would gain more properties. As Dian also had explained to him when he nearly died at Zabia's hand, it was only when the soul reached the celestial stage that it would be capable of leaving the body and operating independently. With this came many other abilities, including a sort of divine sense or bird's eye view. However, how could these lower celestials have such an ability? In the cultivation world, finding someone whose soul kept up with their energy cultivation was rare beyond belief. Usually only alchemy or formation experts would invest in such a thing, and even they would usually lag behind substantially. Therefore, these celestials didn't have this divine sense. They could only rely on their instincts and eyesight. Unfortunately, Dian always attacked from their blind spot, and their perceptions were weak. Remarkably, Dian had had a pseudo-divine sense for a long time now. But he couldn't use it now since his soul was locked away. That said, when his soul did finally break away from its current stage, the world would witness the birth of a divine sense the likes of which had never been seen before. With their second elder taken down, the cold sweat on the backs of the elders increased. Back to back. The calm elder that first noticed they had gone in a large circle barked. However, how could Dian allow that? With an expressionless face, 10 motes of light accelerated forward with a blinding speed. They seemingly appeared out of nowhere, rushing toward the elders. These were none other than a portion of the arrays Dian had laid. The reason why even Celestials didn't notice that Dian had led them in a circle previously was because the path he had taken was much too devious. The truth was that the circle he led them in wasn't even all that large. It was at most a few hundred meters in radius. The path Dian took was long and winding, but the only places he set down arrays was within this specific circle he mapped out in his mind. In an instant, the lights were upon the elders. They all simultaneously punched outward. Although they all disdained this weak attack, they didn't dare to underestimate it. After losing 2 of their elders to injury, how could they have the heart to be arrogant anymore? However, that was when something they didn't expect happened. The moment their punches connected, it felt as though they had hit nothing but air, as though they were really trying to punch light. Many of them lost balance, falling headfirst in the mote of light. In an instant, all 10 figures disappeared, unable to resist the pull of teleportation. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for a celestial to resist the pull of an array. Dian had witnessed this firsthand when he tried to teleport away from the Niveus sect matriarch. However, these were no normal arrays, they were comet-level arrays. Maybe if they were a bit more vigilant, they could have at least disrupted the teleportation again. This would have resulted in Dian's destination for them becoming skewed and them ending up far closer than he wanted them. However, when had these ancient times ever seen formations used in such a way? In the Vizirian throne room, Velis sat slouched with a frown on his features. It had been hours since the elders were sent to pursue Dian, yet there had been no results. Even worse, his Dao formation experts had yet to come back from what should have been a simple task. What the hell was going on? Was this truly a plot? As much as he wanted to go out himself, he couldn't act as recklessly as he had in the past. He was a king now. He had no choice but to act as such. Considering there hadn't been any emergency flares sent up, there were only 2 possibilities. 1, the entire Vizirian army had been wiped out. Even if Velis was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe such a thing. His Vizirian clan was filled with fierce warriors. A measly barbarian clan couldn't stand up to them. The second was just that the mission took longer than any of them estimated. His best opportunity to escape the scrutiny of his elders while also participating was to chase Dian down immediately. He was confident that after his breakthrough, his speed would be no less than Dian's. However, he had no choice but to tend to Mina. It had taken hours before he finally coaxed the little beauty to sleep. The truth was that this wasn't like those Chinese light novels with continents that span millions of miles across. Within the martial world, such large expanses of land didn't exist in reality and could only be found in artificially built worlds like the epistemic tower floors or planet Earth after it was forced to expand by millions of times, for example. The universe didn't create such large planets naturally. As a result, it was quite easy for a celestial-level character to fly around the circumference of a planet in less than an hour. As for Dao formation experts, those who specialized in speed might be able to accomplish the feat in minutes, if not seconds should they specialize in the Dao of space. This was all to say that if Velis left now, it wasn't impossible for him to find where a fight was taking place. The problem was that Dian would never remain in the same place because he understood this concept very well. How could Velis know that Dian had used his former friend's high opinion of him to do exactly that? Because Dian had gone around in a large circle, he was technically still within Vizirian territory. If Velis knew this, he might cough up blood in anger. However, there was nothing he could do about this now. At that moment, an old man with a dignified expression walked in. He seemed completely normal, without any fluctuations of energy whatsoever, but Velis showed a rare sign of respect. He only showed this face to 3 people: Dian, Dian's father, and his own father. Father! Velis called out to the man who walked in, doing his part as the dutiful son and standing to greet him. Old man Vizirian waved his hand. He didn't believe he was at the age yet where his son had to help him walk. He was well aware that he could extend his life by thousands of years if need be. It was just a shame that he had only had a worthy son so late in life. But he was gratified that he could watch most of his journey before he passed on. Little Velis, you're king now. What are you tearing up for? This old man still has many years left. Stop treating me as though I have 1 foot in the grave. Velis was actually feeling very guilty at the moment. His father had reached the otherworldly 11th stage of Tao formation. If he broke through, he would gain another 100,000 years of life, and Velis would no longer have to worry about this old man of his anymore. However, old man Vizirian simply didn't have enough vitality left to do so. The reason why only those with overwhelming talent waited until they were 18 to energy cultivate was exactly because of this. If your talent wasn't up to par, and you tried this method, much of your youthful vitality would be gone before you could cultivate more. However, if you tried to cultivate earlier and before your meridians were mature, your future prospects would dim likewise. This was the balance that those without special constitutions had to weather. Unfortunately for Velis old man, he had fought a large battle about 3 decades ago. As such, he was forced to burn his blood essence, which directly affected his vitality. If it wasn't for that fateful fight, Velis' father would have likely broken through to the 12th Tao formation stage by now and could have been working toward the legendary half-step transcendence stage. However, instead, he was the fragile old man before him. Although he still had a few thousand years left of life, that was only if he didn't strain himself. The truth was that a few thousand years to someone who had lived hundreds of thousands was the same as a handful of years to a mortal. This was why Velis had become king so early. Velis found this quite depressing. He wanted to spend more years leading the helm of armies and being a grand general whose name shook the heavens. However, he had a responsibility to uphold, and he couldn't let his father down. It was obvious that with Velis' personality, he had exhausted all methods of trying to repair his old man's vitality. This search led him to excessively studying the dragon refining arts to the point where he had reached the level he had today. There was a simple reason he did so. The vitality of beasts far outweighed that of humans. They usually lived for longer and had a better connection with the universe. So, Velis cleverly thought that if he reached a high enough level of refinement, he would be able to share a small portion of his blood essence with his father. If it was potent enough, maybe he would be able to cure him. In reality, this would harm Velis' talent and impair his ability to conquer the cosmos in the future. However, for your father, what sacrifices wouldn't you make? This was why Velis was so pained by the robbery of their sacred treasure. The only reason their mere branch family had the original copy was because he had had a bet with the Vizirian main branch on the day of the universe tournament. With him being the winner and the affair being so public, they were forced to hand it over, or else they would lose a lot of face. This was actually part of the reason they pressured the Opich family to allow Luna to marry Dian, because they were angered by the fact the Opich had become witnesses to their promise with Velis. Dian stealing the dragon refining arts was almost like sentencing Velis' father to death. How could Velis not be angry beyond belief? He felt like tearing that little vixen who stole it apart. Here, those familiar with an expert's memory might wonder why Velis didn't just memorize the technique. The truth of the matter was he had memorized the parts he could see. The dragon refining arts was a truly fascinating divine technique. According to the Vizirian family, there were 9 stages, each harder to reach than the last. But when Velis received the book, He realized that there were 18 blank pages while only 9 had words on them. Even if you beat Veles to death, he wouldn't believe that such a high-level technique just had random blank pages on it. Normally, he might have ignored this, since the others of the Vizirian long line had never seen what was truly meant to be on those remaining 18 pages. He should just take things one step at a time, no? However, the moment he broke through the major 6th to 7th stage bottleneck, he suddenly felt something special when he looked at the book. As though it wasn't complete. Like there was a mountain beyond the one he was climbing now. When he broke through to the 8th stage, only one away from the supposed peak, the feeling became even stronger. How could he stand the holder of the secret being taken away from him when he was already so close? Not only had Dian stolen his chance to save his father, he might have cut off his former friend's future. This was an irreconcilable event. This grudge wouldn't be settled so easily. Veles calmed himself so that he could respond to his father. I know, father. I am only feeling guilty. I've trusted the wrong people and I've lost something of overwhelming value. Veles grinded his teeth, unable to contain his emotions. Old man Vizirian gave his son a deep look. Despite his age, his eyes were filled with strength and his back was straight as a javelin. It was as though he was peering into Veles' soul. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but he simply shook his head. Don't allow this to cloud your heart. A cultivator's mind state is as important as the techniques they practice. Never forget this. The old man seemed to see through some things but decided to just say this for now. Veles opened his mouth, but then closed it. It was clear what his father was saying. He had seen through what Veles wanted to sacrifice for him. But while he was touched, how could a father allow their child to sacrifice for them? He would never accept such a thing. Before the father and son pair could finish their heart-to-heart, a sudden flash filled the throne room as the sounds of numerous bodies hitting the marble floor filled the room. Who? Veles was already pissed off enough today. Whoever it was that was disturbing his private talk with his father would face the consequence. But when he turned around, he was immediately stunned speechless. Weren't these the Celestials that went off to chase Dian? How did they end up here? And why were they all on their asses? What the hell happened? However, when he looked to question them, he saw that they too were confused about what happened. There was a flash of light, and all of a sudden they were here. What kind of explanation is that? How could Veles accept such a reason? He knew from the beginning that Dian would decide to separate so as not to implicate the Angel clan, so that meant that 10 Celestials were outdone by a saint. What kind of person with even half a brain cell would accept such a thing? The elders shivered on the ground, not even daring to stand up in front of Veles' rage. They still didn't have a single clue of how they ended up here, but now they were facing the anger of their king, so they could only remain silent. In truth, they only had themselves to blame. They were too greedy and not careful enough. They ended up underestimating their opponent, and in the end they suffered for it. But when they tried to relay the story, Veles got even angrier. Fuck! So you're saying there weren't 10 of you? But 12. The more Veles thought about it, the more he raged. In that instant, another blinding light fell and 2 heavily bandaged elders fell to the ground, groaning. When Veles saw this, his face went such a dark shade of red that they were afraid it might explode. Veles was one more push away from fainting in anger. However, he was calmed by his father's wrinkled hand resting on his shoulder. Calm down, Veles. I'm sure you already have a plan to move forward, don't you? He said knowingly. A sinister glow flashed through Veles' features. It's already too late to seal this information completely, but take this list of spies and detain them all. I've already placed them under watch, so they won't have been able to leave. The Celestials were shocked by their king's sudden change in demeanor, but they remained quiet. For some reason, this calm version of their king filled them with endless fear. Tomorrow we will go to Moon Clan and ally with them. The glow in Veles' eyes became more and more savage the more he spoke. He had no doubt that the Moon Clan would accept his alliance because he had information on the Angel Clan no one else had. He knew exactly why the Moon Clan was so wary. It wasn't just the power of Dian's father, but also the fact that their clan was simply filled with too many mysteries. although Velis didn't want the Moon Clan to know that the reason he was warring with the Angel Clan was to retrieve the Vizirian technique, especially since the Moon Clan was allied with the Opich Clan. He knew they wouldn't dare ask why he had had a sudden change of heart, because he could provide something they had been longing for. In the end, the Moon Clan was treat their not asking questions as payment for the information the Vizirian Branch Clan provided. In this way, Velis would be able to show his sincerity by completely selling Diane out and would also be able to keep his intentions secret. The last thing he wanted was for the Opich Clan to gain his Vizirian Clan's dragon refining art. "I will crush the Angel Clan beneath my feet," Velis roared. At this moment, Diane had quickly used his last remaining strength to exit the Vizirian Clan territory. If he was caught there in the morning, it wouldn't be a good look. The moment he did, he fell and stumbled into a river, allowing it to carry him down while he tried to recuperate. Obviously, this was one of the landscapes he had accounted for long ago. After drifting for a moment, Diane flashed out of the water and into a mountain range. Yet another landscape, still not daring to use his wings. Finally, he came to the place he planned on just as the sun was about to peek over the horizon. He had expertly gotten rid of his trail using the river, before disappearing into a winding mountain range. He doubted that even Dao formation experts could track him now. He was too cautious, because anyone intelligent would know that his final destination would be the Angel Clan. Diane had to find a way to approach his clan from a direction completely opposing that of the Vizirian Clan. Diane knew that by this point, Velis would likely have chosen to ally with the Moon Clan. He had touched his bottom line. Wasn't this an obvious result? As for why the Moon Clan would ever trust him, that would easily be resolved considering how much information Velis had on the Angel Clan. Considering Diane had also thoroughly explained his battle strategy to Velis as well, it could be said that only he truly understood everything aside from Diane and Amphrey. However, Diane didn't seem to have any reaction. His face was still cold, and his heart? Even colder. He scaled a mountain all while his body ached, before diving into a valley between the mountain and cutting into its face with a master-grade sword he had taken from the Angel Clan. Then he began to meditate. Quickly, Diane began swallowing pills. A light flashed in his eyes when he felt their impurities, but he immediately used a purple-gold aurora stone to burn them away, leaving behind the pure medicinal effect. In modern times, it was impossible to do this. For one, aurora stones were practically extinct. Without the energy core, it would be impossible to create them. The only quadrants who would have them were the oldest ones within the top 10 of the epistemic tower rankings. The second reason this was impossible was because auroras, like even Diane's innate one, had lost their violent tendencies. This was done deliberately by Diane's grand teacher in order to make it safe to use and pass along. That said, there was a way to remove impurities though, that would just by using the aurora flame to guide them out of one of the body's orifices. It was more time-consuming and took more control, but it was possible. This was how Diane removed the pill that Madeline's former master had forced on her. In that moment, the efficacy of the pill skyrocketed. It was originally a crude Grandmaster-level pill that Diane was sure his grand teacher was disdained to label as such, but with Diane's manipulation, it became a true treasure. A flooding warmth overwhelmed Diane as his wounds began to heal at a visible speed. It was a secret that the efficacy of pills were decided by the percentage purity. However, Diane had never had to harp on such things, so he normally ignored it completely. With his skills and perception, concocting pills with 100% purity was child's play. His sole talent was simply too high. Maybe the only reason Diane hadn't realized just how amazing such a feat was because he had never truly interacted with other alchemists. The first one he could truly name as such was Madeline's mother, Nora. However, even then it was short because he still disdained the fact those two old fogies hadn't told Madeline their identities. With how intelligent Madeline was, Diane was sure she had likely seen through it. With her normally calm and laid-back husband suddenly snapping at two Dao formation experts, with such pointed remarks about parenthood, how could she not tell? But she chose not to say anything. It had already been a long time since Madeline saw Diane as her closest family. Even though her foster parents raised her with love, they made the wrong decisions time and time again. So, while Madeline still loved them, she had slowly drifted apart from them. That aside, when Diane learned that Nora couldn't even concoct a pill his grand teacher labeled as a master level one, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this really a supposed moon-level alchemist? Wasn't that joke too fierce? The truth of the matter was that there were some pills that could only be completed if the alchemist was capable of creating with a certain level of purity. Most of Diane's grand teacher's formulas required at least 90% purity to be completed. Such a thing was incredibly rare in modern times, and the only pills with such requirements were practically holy grails to alchemy guilds. What these alchemists didn't know was that it was only by understanding the universe by studying formations, before combining that knowledge with your alchemy, would you be able to reach such levels of purity. Nora was exceptionally talented in the way of the Aurora. Unfortunately, she was brainwashed into believing that the disciplines should be separate. So, the reality was that it wasn't just Diane's sole talent that allowed him to do the impossible. It was also his luck in finding good teachers. After taking a deep breath, Diane settled himself. Today would be the day of the evacuation, and he couldn't afford to bring trouble to the Angel clan now. Therefore, he had to waste some more time for now and only go back the following day. While he was sure that Veles sent experts to surround the Angel clan to check for when he came back, he knew that with Veles' character, he wouldn't attack innocents. So he wasn't worried about that. Finally, Diane's injuries were dealt with, so he finally took out the dragon refining arts. Since he was being punished for a crime he didn't commit, he might as well take full advantage, no? He had wanted to see what was inside for a long while anyway. It was lucky for him that after leaving a certain range, he was able to put the tome into his spatial ring again without worrying about it bursting out in alarms. However, that experience let him know that there were likely many formations protecting this large book. So he approached cautiously. Since the world was against him, he'd give it a reason to be against him. In the Angel clan, Amphrey had taken full control of the situation. She displayed courage and leadership the old-fashioned Angel clan ministers couldn't help but be in awe of. Even after hearing that her husband was in a precarious situation, Amphrey showed no change in emotions and immediately gripped the reins of the clan even tighter, carrying out actions swiftly and effectively. The evacuation was on schedule and they were already prepared to move out. No one knew the inner turmoil raging through Amphrey's heart or the fierce hatred she now felt for Luna. All this time, not once had Amphrey had a single negative thought toward Luna. Even after her childhood sweetheart was stolen from her, even after she was neglected, even after she rarely saw the face of the woman who ruined her life, Amphrey never hated her. But now, even if Luna was dying a death filled with agony before her, she wouldn't extend a hand to help. However, Amphrey kept all of this bottled up. Her long red-gold hair danced in the wind as she floated above the clan like a goddess monitoring her people, feeling the loneliness of a ruler. Within the cells of the Angel clan dungeon, a petite woman sat in a corner with her knees drawn to her chest. Despite the pungent smell and disgusting floor, she seemed to still be without blemish. It was as though there was a halo of energy around her keeping her without blemish. However, that energy couldn't stop the tears that were still streaming down her delicate cheeks. All she could think about was the cold glance and heartless words her supposed husband had thrown at her before tossing her away like trash. "Am I supposed to pity you?" A cold voice suddenly tore through the quiet atmosphere, causing Luna's trembling shoulder to freeze. But she didn't dare to look up. How could she have the courage to meet the owner of this voice right now? Seeing that she didn't answer, the voice continued. "Since it's been 2 days now, and the evacuation is complete, it's time that I question you." The voice continued indifferently, as though even spending time ridiculing Luna was beneath them. "Answer quickly and honestly. The Angel clan doesn't take kindly to traitors. The only reason you haven't been punished yet is because our king has yet to return. Don't make the punishment worse than it already is." This voice obviously belonged to Amphrey. She hadn't confronted Luna all this time because she not only disdained to, but she though that it would be more appropriate if Diane did so. However, with her husband having still not returned, the information Luna likely knew was much too important to ignore any longer. There were only a little over 2 days left now until the Moon Clan stormed them, so in order to deal with the possibility of Diane not being able to make it back in time, Amphrey had no choice. She furrowed her eyebrows earlier when she walked in after seeing just how many chains were around Luna, but she said nothing. The clan had used their best Dao formation cuffs, but according to the ministers, none of them knew was Luna's cultivation was. Amphrey had never heard of such a thing. Was Luna really so powerful? Powerful to the point of being able to hide her cultivation from such experts. Thinking to this point, Amphrey had no choice but to take a more cautious approach. So, she immediately ordered for them to use their best restricting treasures, not holding anything back. What is the Moon Clan's purpose? Amphrey started with a simple question. If need be, she had already steeled herself to torture Luna. For a woman she hated, it only made it easier. Surprisingly, Luna answered without hesitation. Even with her streaking tears, her voice was incomparably calm, holding a deep loneliness within. To steal the source of your spiritual vein. Amphrey frowned. She was half surprised and half worried. But she suppressed it for now. Why? It's the only energy source capable of extracting my primordial yin safely. Amphrey's frown deepened. How could Luna still have her primordial yin? Hadn't her husband taken it on their wedding night? What Amphrey didn't know was that Diane hadn't touched Luna only just a couple days ago. She also didn't know that despite Luna's words, he had successfully taken it. But, for now, she could only guess that this had some special reason. Likely the same reason even Dao formation experts couldn't see this woman's cultivation. How did they find out about our energy source? The spiritual vein in your clan, although you've isolated it, has grown far too large. It even wraps around the core of Planet Haven. No formation is enough to protect such a gargantuan vein. It was noticed the moment those experts came to this planet 30 years ago. When Amphrey heard this, she frowned. So, it really wasn't Luna who sold them out? For some reason, she didn't believe that anything she was hearing was a lie. What does this have to do with you marrying my husband? Nothing. He won a universe tournament 30 years ago without knowing that the prize was my hand in marriage. He took responsibility for his mistake by taking me as his wife and defying my father. Amphrey was stunned. This was the first time she was hearing this story. In her life, she had never stepped foot outside of the Angel clan, so she had no idea this had transpired. In truth, among those she knew, only Diane and Velis had been there, aside from Luna, of course. But, if they met this way, then... Amphrey couldn't bring herself to finish the question. She had come here for the sake of the clan, yet she was embarrassingly asking a question for the sake of her personal heart demons. Then why did he fall in love with me? That's what you want to ask, isn't it? Luna laughed a self-deprecating laugh. It was filled with so much anger, helplessness, remorsefulness and shame that even Amphrey, who hated this woman to the depths of her soul, couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity. You will always be the woman he loves most in this world, Luna said, her voice croaking for the first time. I only used petty tricks and underhanded means to make him fall for me. His affections are nothing more than a spell he's been under for the last 30 years. Amphrey was stunned. A mixture of anger and resentment flashed through her face. Luna hadn't said much, but how much more did she need to understand? All of these years she had spent thinking she wasn't good enough, that she had no choice but to temper her feelings, that she just didn't have a right to love in this lifetime. It was all because of this woman before her. After moments passed, Amphrey finally managed to suppress her emotions. Now was not the time to vent her frustrations, nor was it the time to set off on a revenge war path. However, what this did do was elevate Diane's position in her heart to a point where no one could contest it. This was especially so after Luna explained further without any prompting. The man she loved had never abandoned her. In fact, he had somehow fought back through all these years, racked with endless guilt before finally making his way back to her. When Amphrey learned that Diane had never even touched Luna until a day or so ago, it was like all of her resentment from the past decades were washed away. The human heart was complex. No matter how much someone loves another, it was oftentimes impossible to remove shadows that weighed on it. Although Diane had gained Amphrey's forgiveness, it was impossible for him to remove the bitterness she felt in her heart in a short time. There was even a strong possibility that she would always feel that inferiority for the rest of her life. Before Amphrey knew all of this, she had felt gratified that Dian had come back to her. But in the back of her mind, she thought that he had only done so for the sake of the clan. After so many years of neglecting the imperial concubines, the inner strife of the Angel clan had reached an unprecedented level. Amphrey couldn't help but feel like a tool for Dian to grasp hold of the clan's morale again. However, now she knew that none of this was ever her husband's choice. His heart was simply too warm and he trusted the wrong people. And yet, he had somehow fought through all of that and grasped a hold of his mind again. As for Dian taking Luna's virginity, she didn't care. In fact, in Amphrey's mind, it was good that this woman before her had suffered a loss of something. Wouldn't it have been too much of a joke if she spent all these years leading her husband by the nose, yet kept her purity? Amphrey even had the mind to throw her to the military brigs and let the army have their way with her. If it wasn't for her former status as Dian's woman, Amphrey wouldn't have hesitated. It wasn't that Amphrey couldn't see that Luna was remorseful, but she couldn't be sure. This woman had managed to trick them all for 30 years and had just now practically sentenced their Angel clan to death. What were they going to do about a joint attack between the Moon and Vizirian clans? The Moon clan was a royal god clan who had 3 other god clans under their rule, and that wasn't even mentioning the backing of the Apach clan. In fact, there was no guarantee that the main Vizirian branch wouldn't get involved considering it was their hallowed technique that was stolen. The only saving grace for the latter matter was that Amphrey was familiar with Velis and knew he was much too prideful to do such a thing, which almost made her wonder why it was he had set that pride down to attack with the Moon clan. Maybe he won't? Amphrey's brow furrowed. She hadn't gotten word that Velis allied with the Moon clan, but the Angel clan information network was far too weak to intercept such important inner workings. So, Amphrey had decided to exaggerate and take into account all worst-case scenarios because it was only like this that she would manage to overcome this shortcoming. But she just now realized that if she accounted for the Moon-Vizirian alliance, she should also account for the possibility of the main Vizirian clan getting involved. However, she immediately dismissed the idea. While the Apach clan was involved, it was only to the extent that their first prince and his guards were here. It was as though the Apach clan had washed their hands of this. Since this was the case, there was a reason, and it was likely that that reason also bound the Vizirians since the 2 emperor god clans were in an alliance. The more Amphrey thought about it, the more her emotions settled. While the Vizirian branch clan attacking was a bit unexpected and worrisome, it had its advantages. The warriors of the Angel clan were quite familiar with the Vizirian warriors. Also, the Vizirian battle form had a major time restriction that could also be taken advantage of. Not all of them were like their king who could practically spend an entire day and night in his second battle form. But even Velis could only use his third battle form for at most half an hour. Amphrey inadvertently began to pace as she melded the new information she was gathering with her husband's laid-out plans. The more she did so, the more in awe of Dian she became. It was as though every question she asked already had its answer. The only problem was that if Dian didn't get back before the battle began, their ultimate trump card would be unusable. After about half an hour, Amphrey had arranged her thoughts and calmed. "Tell me about this method you used on my husband. Is he still under its influence? So how do I remove it? Is his life in danger?" Luna's face was still buried between her knees, but it was clear that she had difficulty explaining. "I have the ability to manipulate energy as I see fit. Normally, cultivators are limited to what energies they can utilize by their cultivation, but I have no such limits. Not only can I manipulate them easily, it also comes with a host of other abilities even I'm not all too familiar with or aware of. One of my abilities allows me to subtly manipulate the emotions of others, and if that person is unconscious, I have no need of using any subtlety at all. The truth is that the energies of the universe aren't limited to essence, saint, celestial, and enigmatic. There are other profound energies most aren't aware of and even less understand. One of these is the life essence of a person. This life essence decides everything from personality and temperament to vitality and lifespan. By now, how could Amphrey not understand? In fact, the mere fact she did horrified her. Was there really such an overpowered ability in this world? Luna saying that she could manipulate all the energies of the world freely meant that life essence was no different. If a person was conscious, she could manipulate it subtly, changing small things. For example, like making Amphory believe every word she had spoken until now. Amphory suddenly realized why she was so trusting and why she felt conflicting emotions about protecting versus harming Luna. Even further, what happened between her and Diane was obvious. Someone had managed to knock her husband out, and while he slept, Luna made him fall madly in love with her. His life isn't in danger, but it's already impossible for me to undo what I've done. If it was so easy to make people fall out of love after it was already deeply seated, I would have likely made him forget you long ago, Luna said softly. What she said wasn't without merit. Her mission would have been far easier if Diane fell out of love with Amphory, and he would have been far easier to manipulate. From then until now, Luna still had no idea how Diane resisted, let alone broken away from her. But her means weren't by any stretch infallible. In real life, just because someone has fallen in love, doesn't mean they couldn't learn to hate that person. Unfortunately for Luna, Amphory had never once did anything to make Diane hate her. Years ago, Luna had tried once, but failed miserably. There was once a personal guard named Michael, who Luna subtly manipulated to make him fall madly in love with Amphory. It took time, but because so many had hidden feelings for this red-headed beauty, it wasn't too difficult either. But even after he asked Amphory to leave with him, Amphory refused. Luna never dared to tell this story. She knew that if Diane knew this, his hatred for her would become so deeply seated that her heart wouldn't be able to take it. Even though she never meant any harm and was only trying to give Amphory the happy ending she had stolen from her, her actions had inadvertently led to Michael's death. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Luna hated herself. She was the cause of all of this, and even when she tried to help, she failed and was only hated more. Her once strong mind seemed to take hit after endless hit. Eventually, Amphory collected herself. The fact Luna dared to tell her this ability of hers likely meant she wasn't lying, but Amphory couldn't help but be even more cautious. His life isn't in danger. In fact, his lifespan should be longer than a normal individual's now. Even if he doesn't achieve much on the path to cultivation, he should be able to live to a few dozen millennia old. That is the only gift I could give him. Amphory was once again stunned. The lifespan of a celestial was only 10,000 years. Yet, Luna had practically just said that Diane could live to almost 40,000 years old or more easily even if he doesn't cultivate any further. Just what kind of abilities did this woman have? Where were her limits? When Amphory thought back to Luna's explanation of life essence energy, she suddenly understood. Since it decided vitality and lifespan, since Luna could manipulate it, she would definitely be able to affect someone's lifespan to a certain extent. However, what Amphory didn't know was that this ability of Luna's could only be used by siphoning away her own life essence to another, although she could also do this by taking the life essence of someone who was unconscious. Luna disdained to do so. How cruel was it to steal the life force of someone else? She couldn't bear to do so. There was only one person she had ever done this to. The only person she had ever hated with her everything, and the only person in the world Luna believed deserved such a thing. The only person she had ever forcibly taken life essence from was her very own father. Over time, Amphory slowly learned of more of Luna's abilities. The more she learned, the more shocked she became. She became certain that if Luna said she wasn't a goddess, no one was worthy of claiming the title. However, in the end, it seemed that Luna's abilities were still too weak. She was still bound by many things and could only fully display her abilities if the target was unconscious. And even then, it had to be a deep sleep, making things even more difficult for her. That said, her abilities were only limited by her ability to control when it came to everything else. Luna could even send a sharp wave of enigmatic energy if she so chose, and the only price she'd pay was a bit of mental fatigue. She was truly heaven-defying. It was no wonder those mysterious clans wanted her primordial Een so badly. If her virgin essence gave even 1% of the abilities she had, Wouldn't it be giving whoever conquered her the wings of a god above heaven? On top of all of that, that was only if that man was completely incompetent. If someone actually managed to properly refine such a primordial Een, gaining about 10% of Luna's abilities wasn't impossible. One could only imagine what someone with a ruthless personality would do with such an ability. Yes, it's essentially impossible for me to be hurt by any energy-based attack if I don't wish them to. The same isn't true of physical ones though. Luna continued to explain. All right, that's enough. Amphrey waved her hand, not inclined to listen anymore. Then, tell me about these mysterious clans. Will they participate? Amphrey already knew the answer to this question, but she had to. Luckily for her, because Luna's spatial ring was taken away, Laura had no idea that this questioning session was taking place. I don't know much about them, Luna said softly. I only know that the Universe Tournament attracted their attention because such large events don't usually happen on our small planet. When they came to check out of curiosity, they not only detected your spiritual vein, they also saw through the uniqueness of my body. Their methods are unfathomable. A solemn expression spread on Amphrey's features. She knew just how right Luna was. Although their planet was small, they didn't lack Tao formation experts despite them being rare. Yet, none of them detected the vein. Even the elders of the Opich and Vizirian main clans who came to the Universe Tournament hadn't. Just what kind of existences could do what those monsters couldn't do in a mere instant? There were only two explanations. One was that their cultivations were much higher, or their Daos and comprehensions far exceeded that of theirs. But there's something I still don't understand. If these experts are so unfathomable, why have they waited so long? Amphrey's eyes narrowed. Because your husband's father is even more unfathomable. When the words "your husband" escaped her lips, Luna trembled imperceptibly, but she steeled herself. Since she had gotten herself into this situation, she would accept her fate. Hearing this, Amphrey was sure if she should believe it or not. After spending her whole life in the clan, she wasn't sure how other experts stacked up to her angel clan. However, was it really possible for a king of such a small clan to be so powerful? And if he was so powerful, what about the other angel clan elders, were they as well? Luna didn't need to look up to understand Amphrey's thoughts. You look down on your angel clan too much. I don't know what happened in your past to cause you to decline to this extent, but there is no doubt that among humans, there is no more domineering bloodline than yours. Whether it's that man or his father, they both have accomplished unfathomable things. What happened? Amphrey finally asked. Luna took a deep breath. After your husband placed first in the Universe Tournament and defeated Jabari, the Opich were obviously unhappy and had thoughts of killing him. However, they were directly suppressed by the Vizirians, who usually take opportunities where they have the moral high ground to dampen the Opich family prestige and power. It's not that they're so good, but rather they're hypocritical bastards. Luna spat. After being surprised and having the situation explained to him, your king took responsibility very publicly, and my father had no choice but to smile and accept. However, in private, he tried to directly suppress him. At the time, my father was already a Tao formation expert and your husband was a mere lower saint. There was obviously no contest. My father proceeded to viciously beat him. The truth was that the simplest thing to do would have been to directly kill him, but my father wanted to humiliate him. With her own anger clouding her judgment, Amphrey almost missed the rage in Luna's voice. She can't really care for my Dian, can she? Luna sneered. But what that father of mine didn't know was who your husband was. If he had known, that spineless coward wouldn't have dared to raise a finger. Unfortunately, your king wasn't willing to divulge the name of your angel clan for fear of implicating them in his problems. So from begin to end, he used a fake name. Tears fell from Luna's eyes. If those men and women from that mysterious clan didn't come, he would have died that day. Thinking back to Dian's courage and conviction, Luna's heart began to swell with a deep disdain for herself. Why didn't she have such heart? The truth of the matter was that Dian didn't know how powerful his father was. He had spent his whole life believing that his angel clan was weak, and it wasn't until he stepped out into the world that he realized his own strength was more than a few notches above those of his age group. The reason he stepped outside of the clan to begin with was to temper himself and grow beyond himself. But it turned out that he already stood at the top of their quadrant's younger generation, placing first despite being almost a great realm lower in cultivation. Despite this, Dian knew that their clan was just too small to weather the storm of the world. So he kept his origins a secret, not knowing that his own father was a well-known monster. If it hadn't been for those of the mysterious clan descending, Dian would have died because if his father hadn't detected such a large fluctuation of high-level energy from those experts, he would have never come and seen his own son being beaten down like a dog. The moment those experts stepped into their universe, Dian's father sensed it and flashed toward his son, expecting to take him back to the clan for refuge before stepping out again. But what he found completely enraged him beyond belief. When Luna's father found out Dian's identity, he stumbled and fell to his knees, begging profusely for forgiveness, even shamelessly using his position as Dian's supposed father-in-law to protect himself. Such a man was truly worse than a dog. However, Dian's father's personality was similar to his son. Although he was strict and disciplined, even willingly following authority when the situation dictated it, he was still arrogant to his bones. Luna still remembered his words to this day. Since she is my daughter-in-law, she has married into the Angel clan. There is no other man beside my son who has the right to have such strong ties to her. Since you dared to beat him down, you've slapped the face of your own daughter. You deserve death. It was only the second time in Luna's life that someone had acted for her own sake, both of which somehow came from the very same family. The first was when Dian threw his own wishes aside to take her as a wife and protect her reputation. And now, her future husband's father was also protecting her dignity. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the ties Luna had to the Angel clan were far stronger than any connection she had ever had to the Moon clan. Despite his anger, since Dian's father didn't know what Luna's wishes were, he only crippled King Moon's cultivation, leaving him slumped on the floor before attempting to take his son and Luna away. But that was when the experts finally arrived. Because Dian's father was delayed, he didn't get the chance to hide them away. A matter of a few seconds was the equivalent of hours to others in the face of these high-level cultivators. When those cultivators saw Dian's father, there was a mix of anger, respect, and fear on their features. It was clear they knew of this man and didn't dare to take him lightly. However, before this, no one had ever known this cultivator to have any connections to the world outside this quadrant. This man was an unfettered cultivator without woman, child, or friend. And yet, they had stumbled onto such an interesting scene. Could it be they had found this mighty cultivator's home base? The truth was that while the Moon, Viserion, and Opich clans were wary of Dian's father, they knew little of what happened outside of their quadrant. So, they had no idea that Dian's father was so famous elsewhere. If they had, how could they haven't taken advantage? Because of how high-level those cultivators were, it was easy to see the connection between the unconscious Dian and this cultivator they had feared for so long. They were obviously father and son. Seeing the beaten Dian and the crippled King Moon, they put two and two together. It seemed they finally had the means of suppressing this man. The most dangerous thing in the world of cultivation was a power expert who had nothing to protect but themselves. The epistemic tower in modern times proved this concept. While it was exceptionally easy to protect one universe, once one expanded, they would have no choice but to sign treaties to allow others to enjoy benefits lest they be attacked from all sides. Now that Dian's father's weakness had been found, he couldn't act so wantonly anymore. However, when their eyes landed on Luna, their greed exceeded previous levels. The issue was that since Dian's father knew he had been approached, he automatically labeled Luna as his daughter-in-law, taking her under his umbrella for protection. Unfortunately, Dian's father's personality was just as inflexible. Despite being in a disadvantageous situation, he was still arrogant and aloof. Even when all 5 experts attacked together, they were the ones at a disadvantage. In the end, Dian's father was able to protect Dian, but failed to protect Luna, causing her to be taken away. With no choice, and Diane's life still hanging on by a string, he took his son back to the Angel clan to be healed before going to save Luna. When Luna got to this part of the story, every word was labored. This story wasn't just another story to her. It was her greatest shame. A father-in-law she hardly knew risked his life to save her, treating her more like a father than her own ever had. And how did she repay him? Diane's father rushed to Luna's aid. Although he didn't know this girl very well, he knew the character of his own son. If he didn't do it, Diane would have. Since he had claimed her as his woman, he would treat her as such until she gave him a reason not to. So, the then Angel Clan King acted, crossing the universe barrier, and then the quadrant barrier, as though he was just taking a leisurely stroll. It was clear that his Tao of space had reached otherworldly levels. However, what he didn't know was that while he made his way to save this woman, she was being convinced to do something she might very well regret for the rest of her life. Although Luna detested her father and her elder sister always bullied her out of jealousy, she had a deep love for her mother. Even further, despite how her elder sister treated her, Luna always forgave her because she thought her father was to blame for the way she acted. Luna's elder sister, Laura, was more than 100 years her elder. While this wasn't much in terms of the martial world, to Luna, that was already almost 2 times her current age. Because of this, Luna had always pitted her sister for spending so long alone under the wing of that monster. And truth be told, she wasn't entirely wrong. Much like Luna, although on a smaller scale, Laura was constantly used as a pawn in their father's schemes. Because their mother was far too kind-hearted and weak, she was completely unable to stop King Moon's actions. Even when she did try to, she was savagely beaten and reminded of her position as a woman. The ironic part was that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Moon Clan's power was built on the back of its women. Luna's father was truly despicable. He had never seen any schemes as beneath his dignity as a king. If it meant becoming more powerful and elevating to a higher position, he would do it. When Luna learned of how her father had been using her sister before her birth, how could Luna ever bring herself to be mad? She understood Laura more than anyone else. The stories were maddening and endless. In her younger years, Laura had fallen in love with the little prince of a god clan, youngest prince of a royal line. At the time, the Moon Clan hadn't ruled Planet Haven yet and was thus also a god clan of equal standing. However, King Moon wasn't satisfied. Even knowing of Laura's love for that god clan's little prince, he married Laura off to that prince's father as a concubine, thinking that the Moon Clan wanted friendly relations. The god clan didn't dare to refuse the marriage. In terms of etiquette, although what King Moon did was disgusting to many, to refuse his proposal would not only destroy Laura's reputation, it would also offend the Moon Clan. Even though it pained him to do so, the little prince of the That God clan begged his father to accept, turning his eye away from his childhood love. Seeing his son plead with him, the king accepted, but had silently made a vow to never touch Laura. Even though her father had ruined her in the public eye, at least in private, he would allow her to be the woman of his son. However, none of them understood just how deep and disgusting King Moon's schemes ran. To keep up appearances, the king and Laura entered their nuptial chamber. Keeping to his vow, the king didn't touch Laura and was actually only planning to peacefully sleep through the night. But that was when Laura released a potent poison capable of killing even Tao formation experts. The Moon Clan immediately attacked. With the strongest of the That God clan now dead, and the fact they had a convenient excuse to be in the clan at the time, to attend the wedding. Of course, a god clan was wiped off the face of the planet in a single night. The truth was that Laura had only done this because her father had told her that during one of the little prince's visits to the Moon Clan, he had added a slow-acting poison to his food. If Laura didn't comply, her first love would die within the year. However, Laura had underestimated just how despicable her father was. Wanting to remove the roots and avoid any possible revenge, he heartlessly killed the little prince even as Laura begged and pleaded. She had no choice but to watch as he bled to death in her arms. This was a story no one dared to talk about. With the Moon Clan absorbing all of the resources of that now wiped-out clan, they were without a doubt the most powerful on Planet Haven. No one had the right to stand up to them, so who would dare to say a word of complaint? Maybe this sounds horrible enough. Maybe one would believe that it couldn't get any worse, but you would have once again underestimated the vile nature of that man who went by King Moon. While others might have a bottom line they would never cross, this King Moon knew of no such thing. Whether it be his daughters, his wife, or his concubines, none were safe from his schemes. After Laura's traumatic experience, she went into seclusion for a long time, completely unwilling to see or talk to anyone. If it wasn't for her father constantly and forcefully infusing her with energy, even as a cultivator, she would have long starved to death. However, King Moon still had more uses for her. Under threat of the death of Queen Moon, her mother, Laura was sent to work at various brothels around Planet Haven and the universe it resided in. With her reputation already ruined as a Black Widow, a woman who caused the death of her husband, King Moon knew that he couldn't use the same scheme to get rid of his competition again. On top of that, he was angry at Laura for not understanding the bigger picture. So, he took drastic measures, not caring for the face or purity of his daughter. Maybe the most sickening part was that Laura didn't lose her virginity to the king she was married off to, nor the prince she was madly in love with, nor was it the brothels she was sent off to. Disdaining the idea of his daughter losing her purity to a stranger, King Moon took it upon himself to take it. Laura was a broken woman by this point. She didn't know what she had done in her past lives to deserve such a father, but her every moment of every day was a living hell. A vicious cycle of self-blame ensued, the likes of which Laura couldn't extricate herself from. All she wanted to do was die, but if she did so, her mother would follow along with her. So Laura began to work in brothels, using the very same slow-acting poison her father fed to her long-lost love to slowly get rid of the competition for the Moon Clan. If things had continued as it did, it wouldn't have been completely impossible for the Moon Clan to graduate to the leagues of a low-tier King God clan by conquering the Planet Haven universe. However, whether it be by luck or circumstance, this was when Luna was born. When Luna's father saw the auspicious signs surrounding Luna's birth, he immediately knew that his petty schemes would be nothing in the face of what this daughter could bring him. He completely stopped giving Laura new missions and allowed her to come home. But it was obvious by that point that Laura would never be the same. Now Laura had to watch the very same father that used her as nothing more than a toy to exercise his lust for power, and even often just plain lust, dote her little sister as though she was some irreplaceable treasure. Why could he have loved her like that? What was so special about this little sister of hers? What did Luna have that she didn't? Laura began to hate everything. She hated the father that used her. She hated the life she lived. She hated this little sister of hers that got everything she ever wanted. She even began to hate her mother, the very woman she had practically given up her life for. All because Queen Moon loved Luna as well. What happened next is exactly the reason Luna would never be able to bring herself to hate or resent Laura. In fact, if Laura wanted Luna to give up her life, her happiness, for an existence of endless pain, Luna would do it without hesitation, all because of this moment. When Luna was still young, no more than 5 years old, she once asked Laura why she hated their father and mother so much. "Daddy is so nice. Why are you so mean to him?" She remembered whining like a little brat. Maybe she had been quite adorable at that time, with large blinking violet eyes and a small round face. But she had no way of knowing that those words were nothing less than stab wound after stab wound into her elder sister's heart. Laura restrained herself from answering. While she hated her little sister, Luna was still her little sister, after all. She couldn't very well reprimand a 5-year-old for not knowing anything, could she? So, she forgot about it, instead going to sleep and ignoring that little sister of hers while the endless decades of pain she had suffered gave her endless nightmares. By this point, many of you might be confused. Since Laura hated her father so much, why would she now hate Luna for supposedly killing him? Didn't Laura say that she would make Luna pay for doing so while she laughed at her tears? The reason for this is simple. Still being young and naive, Luna thought that her elder sister was just being ungrateful. Their father was a great man. How could he deserve to be treated the way elder sister treated him? Having just come into many of her abilities, Luna thought that it would be a simple matter to fix everything. All I have to do is make big sister fall in love with daddy, right? Her thoughts were so innocent and pure that it wasn't until years later, when she understood the horrific man her father was, that she collapsed into tears, manipulating her elder sister's life essence in her sleep. Luna began to subtly change the way Laura felt about their father. Every night for years, she would sneak into her sister's bedroom, making use of energy's love for her to hide her presence, before slowly weeding out the endless hatred in Laura's heart and replacing it with love. By the time Luna was about 8 years old, Laura's attitude had completely changed. Instead of the same scolding remarks and endless fiery hatred in her eyes, she began to look on her father lovingly, as though he was the most important person in her life. The memories of the past that she used to hate, she began to look upon fondly, even to the point that she was glad that the man she loved most in the world was the one to take her virginity. As for her time in the brothels, she dismissed it as necessary for the clan. Everyone had to make sacrifices for their family, right? What was the harm in her doing so a bit? In fact, if her father wanted to send her out again, she would accept happily. The sick and twisted change in Laura's personality wasn't even seen as odd by King Moon. He only thought that his daughter had finally understood his point of view. He even disgustingly allowed her to warm his bed from time to time. By the time Luna was mature enough to realize that her father only viewed them all as pawns, it was too late. As she grew, she came to learn of just how dangerous it was to manipulate the life essence of another. If she actually went back and tried to undo what she had done to her elder sister, there was a large risk of Laura becoming an invalid. So, Laura's fate was sealed, maybe somewhere inside her. Her past memories were screaming, asking her how she could love and lie in bed with the man that had caused her so much pain. But because of her little sister, she was forever doomed to love the man she should have forever hated. This was why Luna would never blame her elder sister. This was why, no matter how much pain it caused her, she would never betray her elder sister again. She made this vow to herself, that no matter what, she would protect the happiness of Laura, even if it meant betraying her own first love, Diane. Guilt was a powerful thing. It was even more powerful when placed in the heart of a good person. So, when those of the mysterious sect threatened the life of her mother and her sister, Luna didn't hesitate to comply, even though the Angel clan had been nothing but good to her. Having gained Luna's acceptance so easily, the elders of those mysterious clans knew that she would be easy to control. However, they also knew that no matter what tricks Luna tried to use, having her help kill Diane's father was nothing more than a dream. That man was too intelligent, too cunning, and far too powerful for Luna to be of any use, even in a surprise attack. In addition, at that point, Luna was still too young and inexperienced, so her abilities were still useless against high-level Celestials and above. So, despite having questioned Luna about her abilities, they knew she wouldn't be of use here. But that didn't mean she was useless. Understanding Luna's abilities and also knowing that Diane was that maniac's son, as they called him, they quickly devised a plan to control him, through his son, and by proxy Luna. As long as they controlled Luna, they would be able to control Diane's father. So, when Diane's father arrived, they made no move to kill him. Instead, they did something they would have never bothered to do before. Seal him. The reason they had never done this before was that they knew that even if they brought out their best treasures, they would only be able to hold this man for a few decades at most. Then, when he broke out, how would they handle his wrath then? They would have wasted millions of enigmatic stones worth of resources, and would have only bought themselves what was worth the blink of an eye to experts of their level. It wasn't worth it. However, this time it was, because with a few decades, Luna would be able to take perfect control of the Angel clan. This said, there were multiple reasons they hadn't attacked until now. For one, in order to maintain the seal, all of those elders must stay put. As a result, they would need to make use of the Moon Clan to retrieve the energy core treasure they sensed. The problem was that the Moon Clan was still too weak at that time to take down the Angel Clan. How could the clan of that maniac be weak? Because of this, they had no choice but to make use of the Apach clan to strengthen the Moon clan to the point of being able to wipe out the Moon clan in one sweep. Unfortunately, this would take time because the Apach needed to avoid detection by the Vizirian clan. The Apach clan was promised an alliance with those mysterious clans, which would obviously be vastly better than their alliance with the Vizirians. However, if the Vizirians found out in advance, would they sit idly by and allow it to happen? The worst-case scenario for the Apach was that the Vizirians would sniff out their purpose. The question then would be, why wouldn't the mysterious clans make an alliance with both the Vizirians and the Apach? Wouldn't that have saved them decades of work? Why would they use such a roundabout method? The reason the mysterious clans wouldn't want to form an alliance with the Vizirians all connected back to their legendary technique, dragon refining arts. Unfortunately for the mysterious clans, despite their power, they too had enemies. And, unfortunately, those enemies happened to be a beast alliance primarily consisting of dragons. Much like the relationship between the Apach and Vizirians, the relationship between the mysterious clans and the beast alliance was also a tentative balance. They were allies, but would constantly look for ways to suppress each other. Now, one might imagine what kind of super clan would be able to force clans that even made Emperor God clans fear them ally together, but that was a discussion for another time. The important point was that if the Beast Alliance ever found fault with the mysterious clans, they would take advantage. What greater fault would there be than to house a clan that was audacious enough to absorb dragon blood? There was no doubt that the best option for the mysterious clans would be to destroy the Vizirians completely. However, with all of their elders occupied sealing Dian's father, such a task wouldn't be by any stretch easy. Even they couldn't completely ignore the strength of an Emperor God clan with their elders otherwise occupied. On top of this, if they threw caution to the wind and teamed up with the Apach to wipe them out before attacking the Angel clan, would the Beast clan sit idly by and allow that mysterious clans to absorb such a bounty? Because of all of these reasons, everything had to be done discreetly. By their estimates, they could seal Dian's father for up to 5 decades. As of now, only 3 had passed. They still had time. As such, the complex political systems of the ancient martial world were set into motion. The mysterious clans hid their actions from the beast clans. The Apach hid their actions from the Vizirians. All to deal with one man and his clan. So, Luna was sent back to the Angel clan, unable to look Dian's father in the eye. With the past king of the Angel clan's intelligence, how could he not see something was very wrong with this situation? He was sealed, yet the girl he came to save was sent back? Only a fool wouldn't see that he had been betrayed. Once Luna returned to Planet Haven, Dian was still unconscious. She proceeded to manipulate his emotions, ensuring that her position in his heart far outweighed everyone else. But, contrary to her expectations, no matter what she did, she couldn't remove Amphrey's shadow on his heart. The best she could do was make him feel endless guilt and thus ignore her out of shame. By the time Dian woke up from his injuries, he wasn't even able to look Amphrey in the eye anymore because he was madly in love with Luna. As for Dian's father, it was Luna who told everyone that he was dead. With her abilities, everyone believed her without question. No one even found it odd. In the end, Luna's role was simply to make sure that Dian's father would always be with a hand tied behind his back. Because Dian loved her so much, he was willing to do anything for her. And that even included going against his own father. What father would willingly harm his own son? It was clear that characters like King Moon were rare even in the martial world. Luna spent many years hurting over this, but her resolve remained the same. On a particular date, even she couldn't be bothered to remember because that gave that terrible father of hers too much face. She stole King Moon's vitality and gave it to her elder sister, indirectly killing him. Because her father was crippled by Dian's father, the task was incredibly easy. However, because King Moon had been steadily recovering, and only died when Luna visited for the first time in months, it was no wonder why Laura knew Luna was responsible. With Dian's father sealed, Luna knew that she had no chance to save her mother and sister unless she complied. Even though the elders were occupied, sending an assassin to kill 2 weak women would be as easy as waving a hand to those mysterious clans. That was not to mention the fact it would be even easier for the Apach clan who in an alliance with them. It could be said that she truly had no choice. After many years of accumulating strength because of the Opich Emperor God clan's contributions, the Moon clan was finally ready to launch an assault. Because of the sensitivity of the mission, even their crown Prince Jabari didn't know the full details. He thought he was going to Planet Haven to snatch back the bride he had lost all those years ago, so he was all too eager. As for his appearance, it was the perfect disguise. While the Viserians stopped the Opich all those years ago, they didn't do so for some higher moral purpose, so why would they care if the Opich crown prince went to steal someone else's wife? In fact, it all made purpose sense. If anything was surprising, it was the fact Jabari had waited so long to do so, because the Viserians were still unaware of who Diane's father was. Such was the 30-year plan, all formulated to deal with one clan of a mere 200,000 people. While the Opich and Viserians didn't understand the history of the Angels, how could their stronger clans not? Such was the prestige of the Angel clan. Amphrey stood still for a long time. By now, it was already the dead of night before Luna finally finished her story. But, by this point, Amphrey couldn't bring herself to hate Luna anymore. There was no doubt that Luna's actions were childish, immature, and short-sighted. But this all stemmed from one guilty moment that weighed on her heart from when she was 5 years old. How could Amphrey have the heart to continue to blame her? Normal 5-year-olds only had to worry about when their next nap time was or what snack they'd have for the day. Yet, Luna could already flip the world with a wave of her hand. It could be said that the universe was lucky that the only person who suffered from Luna's childhood was her own sister. Why? You've never thought of at least trying to undo what you've done? Amphrey asked with her voice being slightly weak. Luna trembled, but in the end, shook her head. Even if the reversal didn't kill Laura like I think it will, how could she react to being back to her normal self? Would she even have the will to continue living? Amphrey was stunned by Luna's words, but suddenly understood. Not only was it exceptionally dangerous to continually manipulate the life essence of someone, namely because it was very tightly linked to one's soul, even if Luna could undo it without consequences, would she dare to? With all the hatred Laura had built up for her dead father in all these years, she would suddenly wake up to realize that she had been madly in love with him for the last 30? How could she live with herself? Who could take such a mental blow and continue on? This was not even mentioning all the things Laura had done in the name of pleasing her father in just the last 3 decades. Even after his death, she banished their mother to live out her days in the Moon Clan dungeons. She lived frivolously and treated human lives like weeds. And even worse, she treated her own little sister like a pawn to be used as she pleased. She had become the very man she hated. Luna couldn't bear to risk her sister dying, because in the end, that guilt would overwhelm her even more so than it already had. Amphrey's mind was jumbled. As a woman who had never stepped foot outside of her clan, she wasn't very well versed in the way of the world. She couldn't imagine that there could be a father as terrible as Luna's. Nor could she understand the backstabbing and subterfuge of the political world. Even worse, she had never been given such a moral dilemma. For much of Amphrey's life, everything seemed black and white. When she was told at a very young age that her marriage had already been arranged, she simply accepted it. She didn't understand what love was since she was a mere toddler at the time. In the end, it didn't end up matching because to her, her arranged husband was the greatest man to ever live. She never struggled with the idea of being sold off for the benefit of her family, because if she had a choice, she would have married Diane anyway. In her own little naive world, there was nothing bad about arranged marriages, right? After all, she met the love of her life through that system. How could the be bad? Then, when Diane broke her heart, she still felt like her decision to make was simple. She thought that she simply wasn't good enough and thus deserved to be abandoned. Since she had already fallen for Diane, how could she ever blame him? To her, a woman who never so much as looked at another man, Diane was perfect. How could he ever make the wrong decision? To say that Amphrey was sheltered would only be a severe understatement. She had thought she had already suffered in her life, only to find out that this supposed sister wife of hers had suffered just as much, if not more. However, she had still not forgiven Luna, despite not blaming her. When one goes to war, Would you blame the soldier of an opposing army for killing soldiers of your own? Of course not. But if that soldier happened to kill one of your closest allies or your father or your dear husband or wife, despite not blaming them, could you forgive them? Maybe the only person to ever live with a magnanimous enough heart to do such a thing was Madeline Sacharo. However, even she had a bottom line. She would never forgive Diane's murderer. It was only now that Amphrey was beginning to learn that the world wasn't so black and white. The grays were so overwhelming that they could turn the clear skies gloomy. While Luna felt that she could only live her life to serve her elder sister out of guilt for what she had done as a child, Amphrey felt that there was no one more worth protecting than her husband. Even further than that, in Diane's eyes, a true wife would have spoken to him. She wouldn't scheme behind his back for the sake of anyone. Instead, they would fact her problems together. Luna had shattered Diane's trust in her. Even worse, she hadn't believed in the ability of her husband to weather all storms. This was without a doubt a slap to Diane's face. The greatest insult imaginable. It won't be easy to get him to forgive you, Amphrey said softly. Although she hadn't forgiven Luna, the hatred in her heart had faded. Luna shook her head bitterly. She didn't tell Amphrey her story to gain forgiveness. She only wanted to let Amphrey know the full scope of the situation so that she could prepare properly. If the Moon Clan was defeated, her sister and mother would be safe, at least in the short term. The movement of the Moon Clan this time would, without a doubt, catch the sights of the Viserians. According to the plan of the mysterious clan, both Luna and the Energy Core had to be brought back to their clan before suspicions rose too high. If the Viserians or the Beast Alliance caught wind beforehand, then it would be much harder to justify keeping both treasures. The Viserians would definitely demand that the Oppets share in the spoils, not knowing that the mysterious clans were behind their actions. And the mysterious clans would have no choice but to react in that case. However, once they did so, the Beast Alliance would act as well. It would become a massive mess that Luna was sure Laura and her mother would be able to escape. The truth was that the only reason the Moon Clan hadn't collapsed after the death of their king was because of the support of the Oppets. If the Oppets were otherwise occupied, there was no doubt in Luna's mind that all of the clans the late King Moon had offended in his rise to power would come for revenge. At that time, the eldest princesses and the queen could fake their deaths and escape to a corner of the universe to live out their lives peacefully. His forgiveness isn't something I deserve in this life. Maybe the next. Amphrey sighed and no longer said anything else. They both knew Diane's personality, and weirdly enough, Luna probably knew it the best. After so long manipulating Diane's life essence, it could be said that other than himself, Luna knew Diane best. Diane was intelligent, resolute, stubborn, and most of all, arrogant. How could he stand the idea of one of his own women betraying him? His pride ran so deep that even Luna couldn't see the end of it. Having a woman you love essentially tell you that you weren't good enough to protect her, wouldn't that enrage you? No matter what reasons or stories Luna had to justify her actions, the fact of the matter was that the trusted in the power of those mysterious clans more than she trusted in the power of her own husband. That was a blow Diane wouldn't easily forget. In fact, he might never forget it at all. Unless something drastic happened, Luna's position in his heart would be forever tainted. You're wrong about one thing, Amphrey spoke, seemingly reading Luna's mind. When I say that our husband is the most intelligent man I've ever met, that might not mean much considering I haven't seen much of the world. But it's enough for me to know that he was aware that you manipulated his emotions long ago. Whether he knew the method you used or not is one thing, but I'm sure he knew. Yet, he didn't act against you until this very moment. You know why, don't you? Tears started falling from Luna's eyes again. When she heard Amphrey say our husband, she couldn't hold in her emotions any longer. She didn't know when, but she must have been seeking approval from this woman that she should have been sisters with. It was because he had already said that you were his woman. Before any of this happened, before you acted against him, before you betrayed him, he had already made that decision in his heart. Despite knowing you willfully acted against him, he wasn't angered, he didn't toss you away, nor did he even ask about it. He was waiting for the day you told him yourself. But Luna choked down her words. She wanted to say that Diane couldn't act against her. He had manipulated his emotions. He would rather die than hurt her, wasn't that right? However, Amphrey shook her head. Is he not still under your spell now? There's nothing here capable of undoing what you've done. Yet he treated you coldly and even had the elders throw you in the cell and chain you to the wall. Luna shuddered, a sudden realization coming over her. Did that mean? Our husband isn't a man who bows to his own desires so easily. He's strong-headed and stubborn. Even if you had the ability to distort his feelings, he would never bow to it. A dignified and holy aura suddenly erupted from Amphrey, sweeping away all of the filth of the dungeon in an instant and replacing the foul smell with a soothing fragrance reminiscent of spring winds. Even if the gods descended from the skies, even if the devil cracked the earth open and tried to pull him in, even if all the clans of the world turned on him, he would not take a single step backward. If you are his friend, he'll upturn the world to make sure you're safe. If you are his enemy, there's no rock, hole, or safe haven in the entire cosmos that can protect you. There is only one Diane Sacharo in this world. To be by his side shouldn't bring you pain. It shouldn't bring you grief, or guilt, or remorse. It should only bring you pride. With that, Amphrey walked away, her red-gold hair blazing as her final words hung in the air. Within a cave in a hidden valley, something odd was happening. Every so often, a loud bang would be heard, followed by the sound of a person coughing up blood, before the cycle continued again and again. It was already the dead of night, and there was a mere day and a half left before the Moon Clan launched their attack on the Angel Clan. Yet Diane was still trying to peer into the secrets of the Dragon Refining Arts Tome. After spending almost 3 days now trying to pry its secrets apart, it seemed like every attempt Diane made ended up with him being sent off unceremoniously. When he tried to use his Aurora Flamestones to probe it, failure. When he tried to rip the page, failure. When he tried to blast the page apart with his fists, failure. After seeing that nothing was working, he began testing a whole bunch of different energy stone types to see if any might have an interesting effect. Because of the existence of the energy core, the Angel Clan had access to a wide variety of energy-filled stones that would be impossible to find anywhere else. These ranged from stones like the Aurora Flamestones, to special wool-carrying stones that acted as mini abyssal cores, to spatial stones lauded for their legendary ability to create the best of spatial weapons and rings. This was, of course, in addition to regular energy stones that ranged from common to enigmatic. That said, the most interesting ones included gamma stones, absorption stones, and purifying stones. There were also a few stones that even the Angel Clan didn't understand the abilities of, so Diane left them alone lest they be dangerous. Gamma stones had an obvious function. They followed grades based on the regular cultivation system and were used to temper meridians. These were practically extinct in modern times, and only clans powerful enough to own spiritual veins had them. Other weaker clans were forced to temper their meridians the normal or by individual will way. Absorption stones were similar to the stones Ebony and Ode used to store Saint energy to attack Ree and Madeline during the World Tournament. However, their abilities, whether it be in terms of storage capacity or energy quality, far outweighed that of those two girls. They were often very useful for defensive-type treasures, but if used cleverly, could increase the energy density of an area more efficiently than would be possible by using mere regular energy stones. As long as the proper array was used, of course. As for purifying stones, they were legendary existences even more so than the previous two. They were said to be born after being baptized by high levels of purity path wills that ranged from holy will to celestial will and even the weaker light will. In addition, they combined with life will as well, creating a stone that was almost a heavenly to use. There were a myriad of applications for this stone, but maybe the most important was the legendary expelling of impurities. Within the martial world, the goal of washing the body over with energy in increasing quality increments is to improve the quality of the body. Unfortunately, just this energy isn't enough to remove impurities. Not only does this slow cultivation speed, it's also a large part of the reason why even the strongest of cultivators have limited lifespans. However, the purifying stones have the ability to expel such bodily toxins. Slowly forcing them out causes the skin to be coated in a disgusting layer of pungent waste. But It increases your strength and talent tremendously, not to mention the fact it also increases one's beauty or handsomeness. Dian hadn't used the stone only because he simply didn't have the time. He had already confirmed that it was possible to cultivate here, but using the purifying stone was something that should be done over a long course of time. Although a few sessions would still make a large difference, Dian believed that the dragon refining arts was more important. After trying all of the energy stones in almost every way he could think of, Dian was stumped. Maybe if he wasn't still brooding over Luna, he might have had some visible signs of frustration on his face. But this was to be expected, no? The Viserians had been in existence for millions of years and hadn't unlocked these 18 pages. How could it be so easy? Of course, Dian thought of the possibility of those pages only becoming accessible once one perfectly cultivated the first 9. But he wasn't willing to accept that. It was impossible to cultivate it in the little time he had, and he had no idea if his grand teacher had access to this tome in his modern time, and it was too important to his future plans to take such a risk. Although he had already grasped the essence behind how this technique was created, even Dian wasn't cocky enough to say he could replicate it without seeing the full extent of it first. Then, Dian thought of something else. He remembered another special tome he had become the master of, the Soul Tome. In fact, the Soul Tome also had a habit of hiding things from him. He had no doubt that the Soul Tome was filled with techniques, but the only one it had ever revealed to him was Inner World, Sanctuary. In fact, if it hadn't been for the fact Dian was being so arrogant to it, it might have never revealed such an amazing technique so early on in their relationship. Thinking back to how he gained ownership of the Soul Tome, wasn't it because it recognized his overwhelming soul talent? On the night it became his, it was also the same night he met Jade and also the same night he manifested his soul for the first time. So, maybe, Dian just needed to prove his body cultivation talent to this dragon refining arts tome? It was likely that the Viserians had displayed enough talent to earn the first third of the tome. So all Dian had to do was display enough talent to earn the rest. No? This was, of course, all just a theory. Dian didn't even know how to go about proving his body cultivation talent. After all, since his blood essence hadn't fused with the demon sages yet, he couldn't display his current talent. He could only display his past talent, which was piss poor. In addition, the dragon refining arts was the key to fusing the two, yet he needed them to be fused to use it. However, what he did know was that his body's talent was in no way inferior to his soul's. So, if the Soul Tome, a treasure of the 33 heavens, bowed down, if Dian could manage to find a way to bypass this, what did a measly peak divine technique count for? Dian sat, meditating with his eyes closed. He was used to quickly figuring out the solution to things, even when they were related to the complexities of the martial world. But this seemed a bit different. The truth was that Dian had a possible solution already, too, even. The problem was that both would cause irreparable harm to himself. It wasn't something to be done lightly. So, he had spent all of this time trying to think of other possible solutions. He needed to get this dragon refining arts tome to acknowledge his existence as being worthy of receiving its final 18 pages, but he was currently paying for the quick benefits he received from the demon sage. The first was to pull blood essence from his new talent base and drip it onto the tome. The best-case scenario in this case was that it only took a single drop. The worst case was that it took even more. The second possibility was less damaging to Dian, but he was still unwilling. That was, of course, taking a drop of the demon sage's blood essence that had yet to be integrated into himself. This might make Dian seem a bit stingy, especially if the tome really did only require a single drop. But he wasn't entirely wrong here. Integrating past even 80% was labor-intensive because every percent beyond that point was practically a heaven-shattering change. If Dian gave up a drop, that would be the equivalent of diving up a step or two towards that end. On top of all of this, Dian wasn't in the business of kneeling down to techniques created by people who had long since left this world. If he wanted benefits, he would take them. Why would he ever give up something of himself to gain them? Suddenly, Dian's eyes flashed open, an intelligent light sparkling throughout them. Yet, they held a cold and unfeeling depth to them that made it clear that although he had buried his anger, it was very much still there. Let's say that the tome really did need its owner to cultivate to the 9th stage first. On the surface, that would make this a helpless situation. However, Diane saw this differently. To someone from a science-intensive world, Diane saw everything as a chain of cause and effect. For the tome to be able to recognize someone only once they reached the 9th level, there had to be a certain trigger. That trigger could be any number of things. One example could be vein surface area. Another could be dragon blood integration. Yet another could be dragon soul strength. The list was endless, and it might even be a combination of things. There had to be something within the book that was capable of checking such things. That meant that Diane's first task before doing anything else was to find what this thing was. The most obvious possibility was an array. Diane didn't think there were many other things capable of fulfilling such a responsibility. Unfortunately, Diane immediately saw two issues with this. Firstly, this was a body cultivation tome, not a soul cultivation tome. The second problem built off of the back of the first. Even if there was a person highly proficient in both body and soul cultivation, enough to create such a technique and build such a complex array, there was still no way that Diane wouldn't have been able to see such an array. So, Diane's next thoughts were quite interesting. Wasn't the process of forging yourself a completely new set of veins from a species that wasn't even your own bending the laws of the universe as well? If that was the case, did he inadvertently stumble upon the body cultivation equivalent of array alchemy and magic? In that case, could it be that this tome relied on a body cultivation equivalent of array alchemy? Diane immediately started rifling through his master's memories. If such a thing existed, there must be something about it. Suddenly, what he was looking for flashed in Diane's mind. Runic veins. The practice was also colloquially known as rune-making, totem forging, and those who practiced it were known as rune masters. Diane was immediately intrigued. This runic vein theory was essentially telling him that if he mastered it well enough, he could change the capabilities of any living thing. What if he applied this theory to his array alchemy? It might even be able to lower to requirements for creating higher-level plants. There were vein patterns capable of increasing speed, strength, and even speed of thought. However, they all came in two major categories. The first category was a limitation category. This was when a runic vein was inscribed on a runic tablet and infused into the skin as a tattoo. The second category was one that made Diane's eyes flash with a sudden realization. Highly skilled runic masters were able to use the human body as their canvas. This method wouldn't have any limits at all and would only be based on the skill level of the rune master. However, it came with an added level of risk and a fatality percentage that did depend on the talent and cultivation of the person. Diane found the second method so interesting because the dragon refining arts was exactly such a method. This wasn't just a peak divine cultivation technique. It was a rune of a level even Diane's master couldn't properly place. Unfortunately, there was another problem. To start the path of runic vein theory was far crueler than array alchemy or magic. It required creating a fire similar to that of the aurora flame, but the way to do so even made Diane cringe. In order to create the runic flame, Diane had to actually burn his blood essence. The good news was that since the flame would become a part of him and be nurtured by his body cultivation exactly like his soul nurtured his aurora flame, this meant that there would, theoretically, be no loss in talent. The bad news was that even the slightest mistake meant that it would become impossible to recover. This was because you were converting your blood essence to a form that made it impossible to reintegrate. Diane had two trump cards, though, that wouldn't allow him to fail. The first was overwhelming body cultivation talent. And the second reason was the reason he was truly confident. He had his master's memories. Diane's inner eye immediately circulated through his body, checking every nook and cranny. It wasn't an actual physical eye, but because of Diane's bodily improvement, if he focused, he could even feel his organs subtly vibrating with vitality. The more he focused, the stronger the picture became. He could suddenly feel the contraction of his lungs and heart. He could feel the blood flowing through his veins. He could almost feel the subtle movement of each individual cell. When Diane reached this state, he knew he was ready. He immediately focused his attention of the strongest presence of vitality in his body. His heart. Without a shred of hesitation, he grasped onto the golden blood that rested within his and forcefully increased his heart's pumping rate. The heat in his chest skyrocketed to levels the human body shouldn't be able to withstand, agitating the blood and causing it to grow closer and closer to its gaseous form. Dian kept the rate of acceleration of his heartbeat steady. This was because he knew that an erratic beat would cause him to miss the proper window. If he burned too little, he wouldn't be able to form the flame because it wouldn't be potent enough. If he burned too much, it would be too much to handle. The key to surpassing this issue was to steadily increase the speed to the boiling point of the blood essence. That way, it would be possible to slowly siphon the gas that floated up. The moment it was enough, the flame would form, and you could then slow your heartbeat. Not long after, Dian could finally see signs of faint wisps of golden fumes wafting off of his blood essence. His muscles tensed as the most difficult part came into play. He needed to contract his heart, bringing the fumes into a separate and cooler chamber where the heat could die down and allow a flame to condense. Dian's heart began to beat at an odd, but steady beat. It was as though he had two, not one heart. The chamber housing his blood essence pumped at a far faster rate than the chamber the fumes were floating up to. The wisps of golden fumes reached their own chamber. Dian could sense faint sparks flying between them, causing him to know that he was close to succeeding. Moments later, a bright golden flame flashed into existence, causing Dian to immediately slow the beating of his heart before collapsing to the ground. Within his heart, a flame danced about rampantly before dashing out and coursing through his veins. The flame grew, stretching along and being nurtured by Dian's body cultivation. Hours passed as it slowly grew from a common level flame to a peak Grandmaster runic flame, corresponding with Dian's peak saint body cultivation. When the flame finished exploring Dian's body, it suddenly became happy beyond belief when it noticed the collection of the demon sage's blood essence. However, it seemed to notice that it couldn't reach it like it wanted to. If the flame could frown, it likely would have done so. But it suddenly lit up with an idea. Suddenly, the flame began to work on something Dian had gone through all this trouble to do. It bore into Dian's body, forcefully creating new veins. Inch by inch, it made its way to the demon sage blood essence before fusing the veins Dian had been slowly creating with it to his new body cultivation talent. Dian's unconscious body convulsed, jumping 2 feet into the air before dropping down. The demon sage's blood essence finally found its bridge to truly become a part of Dian's body. It tore its way through Dian's veins, shooting straight toward his heart to be stored along with his true blood essence. In that instant, Dian's bodily cultivation pushed past 28%, tearing through the 29% bottleneck before punching through the 30% barrier. Celestial energy raged through the skies. Earthquakes seemed to erupt, all centering around a single incognito cave. Dian's flame danced around happily, stealing wisps of the demon sage's potential to strengthen itself. It tore through its own bottleneck, becoming a comet-level flame in a single leap. In the instant the demon sage's blood essence revolved around Dian's true blood essence, the thunder in the sky clapped so profoundly that a crack gashed through the accumulating gray clouds. A single ray of sunshine beamed through it, resting at the cave entrance as though to bow down in respect to the birth of a true talent. In that instant, it was no less than the auspicious signs seen during the birth date of a world-shaking talent. Without exception, every elder capable of understanding such signs looked into the skies and sighed, lamenting the fact this talent wasn't being born into their own clans. There was a simple explanation for all of this. When Dian's body absorbed the body kernel, his body had been rebirthed along with Clara's. This was why he technically took Clara's virginity twice, once before the kernel and the other after. However, his and Clara's talents were hidden away from the universe because they increased through unnatural means. It was only by perfectly fusing his olden talent with his new that the universe could no longer ignore Dian's presence and was forced to create a sign as though he was a newborn. However, this baptism increased Dian's heaven's blessing once again. In the end, Dian's blood essence integration finally stopped at 32%, resting at the lower celestial level. It wouldn't be until he reached 55% that he would break through again. At this point, the tome was clearly agitated. It could now sense Dian's body cultivation talent, but what enticed it even more was the potential of his runic flame. It could tell that although Dian's runic flame was at the comet level, it would be a stretch to say that his knowledge was at the common level. However, the tome didn't care about current strength, it cared about potential, and it had never seen anyone with as much potential as Dian, even its own master. However, the tome also had a very clear set of rules to follow. If Dian couldn't understand how to make it submit, it wasn't allowed to arbitrarily choose him. Within the Moon Clan borders, the Moon Clan and its subordinate clans were preparing to move. With their size, it would take a bit more than a day to reach the Angel Clan, despite their cultivation, so they were moving and organizing themselves now. However, in typical martial world fashion, there didn't seem to be much organization. If anything, they simply placed the cannon fodder clans at the front. To them, if everything went well, there would be no need for their more important elites to risk their lives at all. King Vizirian, Laura greeted politely. She didn't think they needed this man here to win, but having him on their side was better than having to lose more of their comrades against him. In fact, she planned on using the Vizirians as cannon fodder. She snickered to herself, thinking herself very clever. "May I ask where you armies are?" King Vizirian's vision snapped toward Laura, his eyes snapping into a yellow and slitted form as though he wanted to use his dragon eyes to bore into her soul. "You think that I joined your side to be used as cannon fodder? My armies are here, however you'd better stick to using your little pretentious schemes on the enemy." With those final words, Velis walked away, not bothering to look back toward Laura, whose eyes were currently flashing with murderous intent. "I'll let you keep up your attitude for now. However, war is quite a chaotic time. It would be a shame if a talented individual like yourself were to die. Such a shame indeed." At dawn of the 7th day of the second trial, the sun was just barely peeking over the endless mountain ranges that surrounded the Angel Clan. Amphrey stood in the air, wearing battle armor that dazzled the purple and golden hues of the sun. Her red-gold hair danced in the morning air while her piercing blue eyes seemed to freeze everything in its path. She was truly a goddess of nearly unmatched beauty. If Luna didn't exist, she would likely be the undisputed most beautiful woman of this quadrant. However, anyone would be hard-pressed to decide which was the better of the two. That said, there was something truly mesmerizing about Amphrey. Her demeanor was so refined and pure, elegant without question, that despite her outrageously perfect proportions, no one dared to land their eyes on her figure for too long. At this moment, the Angel Clan armies were arranged perfectly. However, one large change had occurred under Amphrey's leadership. The army of 50,000 had suddenly expanded to just over 100,000. Before Dian left, he had made it clear to Amphrey that he was unsatisfied with the way the hierarchy of the village worked. However, he was also aware that fundamentally changing the culture in which a society was built on wasn't possible to do in a mere few days. Even a few decades might not be enough. Unfortunately, Dian had no choice but to microwave the process as best he could. He only had a limited time in this trial world, and if he didn't increase his manpower, especially with so many odds stacked against him, he was asking for a swift loss. Most might think it irresponsible of Dian to leave his kingdom unattended for such a long period of time, but he did it on purpose. This was because before Dian left, he told Amphrey that should she find an opportunity, she should force the issue in allowing women to join the Angel Clan armies. From youth, the women of the clan had no less training than the men. In fact, they were also no less talented. This was the reason everyone was aware of Amphrey combat prowess and why no other main clan family dared to be impudent when Amphrey was decided upon as Dian's fiancée to be. She was simply leagues ahead of all of the other candidates. Plus, any dissatisfaction from that decision was completely wiped away once Amphrey instead became a concubine. Seeing her take her duty as seriously as she did, Amphrey had long gained the respect of not only all of the women in the tribe, but then men as well. Because of all of these factors, Dian had long comprehended that gaining Amphrey's favor was a pivotal piece to conquering this trial. It was no wonder why females who took the god trials were forced to play Amphrey's role. By leaving Amphrey in charge of the Angel Clan alone for so long, Dian allowed the Angel Clan citizens to remember the prestige of the woman who should have been their queen. In addition, Everyone felt a certain familial love for this young woman who had been wronged in her life. Because of that, it made it many times easier to pass laws that stopped the forceful restriction of women. Diane essentially made use of Amphrey's past to serve as a live case study for why the women of the Angel clan deserved more power. Knowing what Amphrey had been forced to go through all her life, and also knowing the crisis the Angel clan was facing, who would dare refuse the help of women in such a situation? As a result of all of this, those prideful men had the perfect excuse to put down their overblown egos because Diane and Amphrey provided them with an out. In the end, the army of the Angel clan had expanded by twice its original size, each of them in their prime, and each of them elites of elites. With all of the elderly and young long since evacuated, even if their clan was razed to the ground, they would have no qualms about it. They could truly fight to their heart's content, and if it came to it, die alongside their husbands knowing that their children would still have a chance in the future. 100,000 angels stood with their backs as straight as javelins, looking off into the distance with their eyes emanating endless battle intent. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since their clan hand left their stamp on the world, but it seemed that their prowess had been forgotten. They once stood at the top of the cosmos. Ever since they were young, they had been told endless stories about the prestige their clan once held. And yet, they now stood in danger of being annihilated by a mere royal god clan. Unwillingness wasn't a strong enough emotion for what they were feeling now. Their hearts were raging, the blood was pumping, their killing intent rising to the high heavens and piercing its almighty veil. They wanted nothing more than to shred their enemies to pieces, to remind them of just what the Angel clan represented. In the mortal world, angels were often fabled and spoken about as benevolent entities. However, what people often overlooked was the fact they were also the warriors of God. It was time the world felt their wrath once again. Within the cells of the Angel clan, Luna remained in a daze. For the past 2 days, she constantly thought of Amphrey's words. Being by Diane's side shouldn't be something to feel guilty about. She should feel honor. No one truly knew Luna's thoughts but herself. But she hadn't lied to Amphrey that day. She had said everything without reserve. Maybe it was because she felt like she owed this girl who should have been her sister wife too much, or maybe she wanted someone to finally sympathize with her. Whatever the case was, she had blurted out way too many truths without hesitation. If she didn't know better, she would have thought that Amphrey had the same abilities as herself. The truth of the matter was that Luna had been trying to find a way to help Diane without betraying her sister. She felt like she owed her life to Laura and wouldn't hesitate to jump off a bridge if her elder sister asked her to. However, she didn't know when, but she had fallen so deeply in love with Diane that it was affecting those very vows she had taken so long ago. From the moment she met Diane, he had placed an irrefutable stamp on her heart. She still remembered that arrogant and unrestrained smile that hid a deep rage toward those who underestimated him. She still remembered his shattering doubt after doubt as he soared higher and higher on the universe tournament rankings, seemingly defying all logic by his own will. She still remembered him boldly proclaiming that she was his woman, even in the face 2 emperor god clans and her egomaniac of a father. In the beginning, Luna was quite indifferent. She had seen too many people who thought so much of themselves, and this was especially so after her father paraded her around to practically every influential clan in the quadrant, hoping to pawn her off for more power. The problem with all of those people was that they always folded the moment things truly became difficult. Only then would they become as feeble as kittens, only capable of relying on whatever background they had. Luna couldn't lie to herself. She assumed that Diane was some sort of hidden young master of some prestigious clan she couldn't bother to remember the name of. After all, how could someone as talented as him come from such a small clan? But time and time again, he completely shattered her expectations, even reforming the way she thought about the world. And better yet, when he faced adversity, he didn't shrink, he only pushed forward, growing further. During the tournament, Diane always said that Velis only ranked 5th place because he was at the peak essence gathering stage, while he placed 1st because he had broken through to sainthood. The truth he didn't always tell was that Velis and Diane had entered into the tournament at the very same cultivation level. They were both headstrong, both more willing to die than willingly give up. However, Diane had a special attribute about him. while Velis could picture his defeat and would just refuse to break down mentally in the face of it. Diane refused to acknowledge defeat at all. No matter what the situation, no matter how dire, no matter how hopeless, Diane only saw the path to victory. There was never a single sliver of doubt in his mind that he would succeed. So, when Diane fought Velis for the right to enter the Final Four, he broke through while Velis could only accept his defeat. When Luna thought back to these events, she inadvertently smiled, forgetting the inner turmoil in her heart for a small moment before she came back to reality. Her mind wandered back to Amphrey's words again. Was she wrong? Did her love matter at all if she didn't believe in her husband? Would he even take her as a wife anymore? However, Luna found herself hoping that her plan would work anyway. When Laura told Luna that she wanted her to ruin the alliance between the Viserians and the Angel clan, Luna hadn't known what to do. But, in that moment, she also realized that her primordial Een was gone. So suddenly, a very hard choice became very easy. By ruining the Viserian alliance with the Angel clan, he knew that Velis would be angry beyond belief. With Diane's personality, he would definitely choose to split from them and run away on his own. However, because Luna didn't want Diane to be captured, she orchestrated the rebellion by the barbarians by telling their leader that his daughter, Mina, was being mistreated. This was incredibly easy to pull off considering her abilities to make others believe her words. Luna's hope was that the remaining elders would be too weak to catch and kill Diane, but also strong enough to occupy him long enough for this battle to end. By the time Diane shook off those elders, the Angel clan would be completely wiped out and Luna would have long since killed herself with her Moon clan and the Opich, thus putting an end to this whole mess. With her death and the annihilation of the Angel clan, even if the mysterious clans wanted to vent their frustrations, they would have nothing to do so on. In 10 years, Diane's father would be released and exact revenge alongside Diane, who would have been smart enough to hide since he only had his own life to protect now. Luna had been so sure in herself before, but was she wrong? Luna could only continuously stare at the now clean dungeon ground as she squeezed her delicate head between her knees. Suddenly, her head snapped up, looking in a particular direction with unquestioned complexity written on her features. In that instant, her plan went up in smoke. It seemed she had underestimated this husband of hers again. Not only was he back, he was more powerful than ever. Luna's doubt strengthened manifold in that moment. Was she wrong in not believing in him? Diane soared through the skies, cutting through the air like a hot knife through butter. His bright golden wings outshone the slowly rising sun, basking the desolate Angel clan with a blinding light. In that moment, every Angel clan warriors looked up into the sky to see their king approaching with the dawn's sun as his backdrop. He looked like nothing short of a god descending from the skies. The Angel clan warriors were in shock. They had never seen anyone with golden wings. In fact, they had never seen anyone with more than a single pair of wings. But suddenly, their king had 4. A gentle wind swept through the prepared battleground as Diane lightly slowed to hover before Amphrey. The anger in his eyes was gone, replaced by a gentle and loving look that even his a bit of remorsefulness. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to pay Amphrey back. He didn't know if he would ever get to pay her back at all. But Amphrey only lightly smiled, seemingly content and understanding. Diane shifted to Amphrey's side. The sky brightened, erupting in a blessing that forced the illusions of both Diane's and Amphrey's manifestations into existence. They weren't real, nor did they give them any boost in power, but it was as though Diane's presence along with his queen's forced them to show themselves, as if they would be remiss had they not. The Angel clan looked up in awe as a goddess bathed in pure white light stood beside a domineering man bathed in gold. Their wings spread outward, gently caressing every angel present, instilling their hearts with even more resolve. At this point, Diane knew he didn't need to say anything. There was no longer a need. Everyone already understood. Today they would fight together. Their hearts would be as one and their goals would be in sync. With their king and queen behind them, what did they have to fear? They all faced ahead, standing outside the tall walls of the Angel clan just as the rumbling of an approaching filled their sharp senses. Dian felt Amphrey slip a spatial ring onto his finger, causing him to nod in acknowledgement. He had these spatial rings formulated for the strongest 5 members of their clans, all of which were peak Dao formation experts and happened to include Amphrey's father. He set these members aside, purposefully not placing them into the squads that formed his radius formation strategy. As for their function, that was a secret that would soon drive the opposing army quite insane. This strategy would have been impossible had Dian not incorporated ancient world formation theory, so he had to thank the Angel clan ancestors for the benefits he gained. In a mere few moments, an army tallying nearly 3 million appeared in the skies, led by Laura Moon, Jabari Opich, and Velis Vizirian, along with their Dao formation protectors. Seeing Velis, Dian didn't have a single change in his facial expression. It was as though he had never seen this man before in his life. If it wasn't for the fact Velis' expression was twisting and grinding as though he might explode at any moment, one would never know that there was a relationship between the two. Jabari, however, had been completely nonchalant until his eyes suddenly landed on Amphrey. After all, unlike the unorganized attacking army, only Dian and Amphrey stood in the air on the defending side. Their presence was extremely eye-catching. Dian's perception spread out, seemingly piercing through everything as the irises of his eye moved so rapidly that it almost seemed as though his cool hazel-green eyes had become completely white. Unfortunately, unlike when he used his soul, Dian's perception required him to purposefully land his eye on what he was observing. Even more unfortunately, personally scanning 3 million people was quite the burden. That said, it took Dian less than 10 seconds to finish. What a woman! Jabari's large frame suddenly emanated a deep demonic aura as he slightly enlarged. For you, beautiful. As long as you all surrender your spiritual vein and swear allegiance to the Opich Emperor God clan, I won't touch a single hair on that pretty little head of yours. Amphrey didn't answer, nor did she seem to have any reaction. It was as though Jabari was a fly she couldn't be bothered to deal with. Jabari raised an eyebrow before suddenly noticing that there was someone standing beside this beauty he had been so focused on. Ah, I understand. This must be the pitiful man you were promised to? Don't worry, I don't particularly care whether you're a virgin or not. I'm only interested in making you mine. Who cares if I own your purity if I don't have the power to make you stay by my side? Jabari fiercely grinned, his eyes reddening visibly. He hadn't been this agitated by a woman since he saw Luna. Amphrey finally looked up and met Jabari's demonic eyes, completely unperturbed. She knew that Dian had no intention of standing up for her now, and she also knew the exact reason why not. If it wasn't for a purpose, with Dian's personality, wouldn't he have had Jabari's head on a platter by now? After all of the effort Amphrey had put into turning the clan's image of women around, if she showed apprehension in dealing with a little harassment, wouldn't all that work fly up in smoke? Jabari Opich, Crown Prince of the Opich Emperor God clan, is it? Amphrey spoke lightly and gently, yet her voice seemed to travel to everyone's ears easily. Ha ha! Jabari's chest puffed out in pride. So, you have heard of me? Of course. Amphrey nodded, still completely indifferent. I've long since heard how you came in second to my husband despite being almost an entire realm higher in cultivation and more than a few decades older. Truly impressive. If my chosen man is pitiful, then how exactly do you label yourself? When Amphrey's words reached Jabari's ears, he suddenly froze. Maybe it was because he lived too frivolous of a lifestyle, or maybe he had forcefully forgotten the traumatic experience of losing his prestige and his to-be fiancée all in the same day. But it wasn't until this moment that he melded together the image of the young man he lost to all those years ago along with the one before him right now. The truth of the matter was closer to the latter. Or else, why would Jabari not connect the fact Luna was married off to someone with the man he lost to? After all, the prize for beating him was her. Thinking back on it, it was actually quite stupid of him. All these years, he had consoled himself, thinking that his future would be far brighter than the country bumpkin he lost to. Since he came from an Emperor God clan, how could his resources match up to that of a crown prince? As the years passed, the gap between them should only increase. However, no matter how much the top Opich brass wanted to hide things from him, He realized how much work they had put into ensuring the takeover of this seemingly small and insignificant clan, to the point where they didn't hesitate to send him, their crown prince, to see to the deed personally. On top of all of this, Jabari had long since heard that the former king of this angel clan was the reason even his own clan didn't dare to lay a hand on them. Didn't that mean that this bumpkin's father was far stronger than his own? The more Jabari thought about it, the angrier he got. His skin reddened and a dense killing intent permeated the air. Good, good, good. His voice dropped 3 octaves along with the thickening of his bulging neck as his muscles began to squirm and grow. Before, I was far too bored to be bothered with the battle. But, since the woman I want has spoken, I can only oblige. You! Jabari's piercing red eyes landed on Diane's calm ones. Come here. Jabari flashed from his position, immediately appearing in the no man's land between the 2 armies. Diane looked at Jabari's angered expression, feeling nothing but endless disgust in his heart. This fool stood before him trying to steal his wife as though she was some sort of poachable client, then had the audacity to be the one angered. However, Diane didn't act rashly. In the last 30 or so years, Jabari had broken through the peak saint stage, and although he wasn't a first-grade warrior, he was at the mid-peak of the second grade, which put him above many geniuses. That said, this wasn't what made Diane apprehensive. It was well known that the threshold for normal geniuses began at the 3rd grade. Usually those capable of this feat at the essence level were guaranteed to become celestials, while those who did it at the saint level were guaranteed to become at least low-level Tao formation experts. But a 2nd grade warrior was far from enough to impress Diane. The problem lied in the fact Jabari was the crown prince of an emperor god clan. Diane had no doubt that he was a legatee as a result of that fact. If Diane had his energy and soul cultivation at his fingertips, there would be nothing to worry about. But, currently, Diane didn't even have any wills he could use. On top of that, although his body had broken into the lower celestial level and was about the equivalent of a 2nd-stage celestial who had broken through the celestial stage as a 1st-grade saint, that was if and only if that warrior didn't use anything but their energy cultivation. To explain things simple, because of Diane's body cultivation talent and the potency of the demon sage blood essence, his body cultivation would always be the equivalent of a person who had broken through their previous stage at the peak of the 1st grade. And as a side note, this was also the same for his soul. The problem was that only remained true as far as the raw power given by the cultivation level itself, and not other supplementary sources of power. If Diane fought a 1st-grade 2nd-stage celestial right now who didn't use any wills, soul power, and somehow sealed away the prowess of their body or made it negligible, he would win without a doubt. However, the moment that opponent began using wills or other power supplements, Diane would be placed on his back foot immediately. The reason Diane was able to defeat the saints he had since he awoke from his coma was because none of those warriors matched up to him in talent even remotely. They were at most 5th or 4th grade experts with the occasional 3rd grade. They stood no chance and were completely unable to. However, Jabari was different. Even though he was a mid-peak 2nd grade celestial warrior, which corresponded to about 95 of 108 filled meridians at the saint level. Although he was only currently at the 1st stage of the celestial level, he was without a doubt capable of closing the gap between both his grade and stage with the use of his body cultivation and wills. Even worse, none of this accounted for the faith he could wield as the crown prince of the Opich clan. Simply put, if Diane were to fight Jabari now as he was, victory was completely uncertain. All of this aside, even if Diane's soul and energy cultivation were unsealed, he wouldn't want to fight Jabari in such a situation. All Jabari cared about was his own pride. However, Diane had an entire clan to worry about. His formation worked most effectively while he was heading it, for one. Secondly, the Tao formation experts sent to protect Jabari would never let him die, so what was the point? Although Diane had methods to make sure Jabari died, he didn't want to reveal them just yet. However, there were some things that even someone as rational and intelligent as Diane would ignore. To challenge him for his own woman wasn't something he would take lying down. Since Jabari wanted to embarrass himself, Diane would happily oblige. Diane slowly descended from the skies, landing beside an unassuming teenage boy with fiery eyes. His battle intent was clearly flickering, but Dian could see a tinge of nervousness in his eyes when he looked over to his left to a girl that was about his age. Although Dian refused to add essence gatherers to his army because of their youth, he unfortunately couldn't afford to give up saints. Because of the talent of the Angel clan, essence gatherers were aplenty even in children as young as 10 years old. Unfortunately, that meant that some saints were barely 16 or 17 years old. Here, that was both a gift and a curse. The boy here was clearly not afraid to fight for his clan, but with the addition of who Dian assumed was his crush into the mix, he couldn't seem to focus. Dian knew that this was likely a problem many were facing, however. The benefits of adding 50,000 warriors outweighed the drop in battle prowess the original army would suffer while worrying about their significant others, daughters and mothers. Dian understood this more than almost anyone. There was a point in his life where he felt the need to be beside his wives every step of the way, making sure not even the tiniest mosquitoes bothered them. However, he too needed to learn how to let go. Women were delicate flowers every man wanted to protect with their lives. But oftentimes that blinded these very men from understanding that each of those women who had a place in their hearts had prowess of their own, and they wanted to give their life for you just as much as you wanted to for them. Dian lightly smiled, ignoring the fuming Jabari in the air. "Do you love her?" The boy was startled. He was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he hadn't even noticed his king approach him. By the time he processed the words Dian said, his ears immediately went red as he inadvertently glanced at the delicate beauty who was a few rows from him. Because of their arrangements, Dian had purposefully given those with strong relationships battle radii near each other. When Dian's words spread across the battlefield, the girl suddenly noticed the boy's gaze and she too immediately went red. The innocent moment lightened up the tense atmosphere that permeated the Angel clan army, even causing some more of the shameless older men to laugh and jeer. Dian ruffled the boy's hair. "There's no greater sign of love than to fight beside one other. Always remember, she wants to protect you as much as you want to protect her. Only when you're side by side can you both be worry-free." Dian's words stunned the army of warriors. The women felt their grievances had finally been laid to bear, while the men suddenly realized that maybe they had been too hypocritical in their steadfast biases. Although that didn't shift the culture of the Angel clan, it was definitely a step in the right direction. In fact, it worked twofold in allowing the tense nerves to relax. Amphrey, who still stood in the air, smiled. She hadn't seen this charismatic side of her husband in a long time, and no one was happier with its reappearance than her. Dian's presence seemed to make everyone cling to his every word. This was what a king should be. "I understand." The boy lowered his head, half ashamed, but also half determined. Smiling, Dian said no more on the topic. Acting as though he suddenly remembered something, he looked up into the sky at the Jabari fool whose head was seemingly about to explode. "Actually, I came here for another reason," Dian said with a devious glint in his eye. "What weapon do you use, Maliki?" The boy was stunned. He had never expected that their king knew his name, but the moment he heard it, a deep warmth spread through his chest. He suddenly felt as though he would jump through fire for the man standing beside him. "Responding to my liege, I use chakrams." The boy proudly held up two completely round blades. They were sharp all around, with their only dull parts being within the inner circle meant to act as handholds. They had a finished sheen to them that made it clear that this boy took care of them diligently. "You take care of your weapons well," Dian praised without reserve. The boy blushed, avoiding Dian's shining eyes to hide his happiness. "Did sire need them?" Dian smiled, accepting the two round blades from Maliki. "I've never used these before, so while they may be deadly in your hands, it's akin to giving a child a weapon in mine." The boy was about to refute, but Dian continued before he could get a chance to. "Since that's the case, I thought it would be the perfect handicap to give the fool in the sky." Maliki stifled a laugh, suddenly understanding the purpose of his king. But, looking at Dian's hold on the chakrams, he also understood that this king of his had truly never used these weapons before. They were quite dangerous if used incorrectly, so he was also slightly nervous. What Maliki didn't know was that the moment Dian's hands touched the blades, he felt an unmatched closeness with it. It was the same closeness he felt no matter what weapon his touched. The problem was that the feeling was much weaker than it was usually. Without his weapon's master will, and considering his weapon's pagoda was sealed away along with his soul, his closeness with weapons wasn't so exaggerated as it had been before. "I'll bring these back to you in a few moments," Dian said lightly before soaring in the skies. The boy watched with admiration in his eyes as his king stood before a man an entire half-meter taller than him without an ounce of fear in his eyes. Dian nonchalantly spun both blades on a single finger. They were so sharp that he could feel the wind groan at their movement. At this point, Jabari was about to lose it. "To humiliate your enemy. Is this the way of the Angel clan? How appropriate for you to be brought to heel." A Dao formation expert of the Apach clan spoke out in disdain. Dian didn't bother to look at him as he spoke. 2,364,822 essence gathering experts. 1,682,455 of the 5th grade. 592,524 of the 4th grade. 89,799 of the lower 3rd grade. 44 of the peak lower 3rd grade. 573,534 sainthood experts. 102,456 of the 5th grade. 365,782 of the 4th grade. 105,296 of the peak lower 3rd grade. 154,693 celestials, all at the peak lower 3rd grade. 125,803 of the lower celestial stage. 21,343 of the mid-celestial stage. 7,543 of the high celestial stage. For at their peak celestial stage on the verge of a breakthrough, but will merely become 3rd grade Dao formation experts in the future. Maybe it wasn't until Dian's last sentence that the opposing army realized what Dian was doing. And it wasn't until then that they realized they shouldn't feel any pride in the words they were hearing. "Ah yes. You also have 9 present Dao formation experts protecting 3 fools I didn't bother to include." When the Dao formation expert heard Dian emphasize the word present, he suddenly understood that this young king had already seen through their ploy. "As for you 3, all of whom are mere 3rd grade Dao formation experts at the mid-high level, don't you think it's more humiliating for you to attack our clan with such a poor showing?" Dian looked up, his eyes piercing through to the Dao formation expert who spoke, allowing his peak king presence to weigh down on the battlefield until his enemies could hardly breathe. 103,349 warriors. 81,593 sainthood experts. All of the peak 1st grade. 21,739 celestial experts. All of the 1st grade. 17 Dao formation experts. 12 of the 2nd grade. 5 of the 1st grade. You do not deserve to stand on the same battlefield as us. Dian shifted his gaze back to Jabari. And you do not deserve to stand on the same battlefield as me. The blood of the Angel clan boiled. How could they not understand the reason their king had said these words? They were too short-sighted in only seeing numbers. Maybe if they were still only 50,000 strong, the number difference would still be insurmountable. However, with their numbers doubled, their strength was unparalleled. "I will kill you." Jabari finally lost his last shred of patience. He turned into a blur, charging toward Dian like a raging bull. Dian shook his head as though he was lamenting being peerless in the world. However, all of his analysis of Jabari stood true even until now. Raging or not, this was not an easy opponent. Unfortunately for Jabari, Dian had no intention of fighting him head-on. The best way to deal with such an idiot was to use your head. A stone with flashing comets shone as it hung loosely from Dian's neck. Tossing the chakrams into the air, they suddenly disappeared from sight completely. Maliki, who was still standing on the ground, was stunned by this. Could his weapons be used this way? Did his king lie? Did he actually know some sort of secret technique? However, his thoughts were stalled as Dian took a step forward toward Jabari's raging figure before disappearing from sight as well. Jabari froze in complete confusion. How could a person just disappear? He was sure that Dian hadn't used a movement technique. He had just vanished? What was going on? In his rage, Jabari hadn't even taken out his glaive, wanting to tear Dayan apart with his bare hands. But now he was apprehensive. He suddenly regretted never spending time honing his senses. His soul was still far from the celestial stage despite his energy and body cultivation having long since reached that stage, so he had no divine sense. He had no idea where Dayan was. Young prince. The Tao formation experts sworn to protect this Opich crown prince suddenly shouted out in horror. As Tao formation experts, no matter how poor their soul cultivation talent was, how could they not have at least managed to reach the lower 9th stage? Therefore, although they were baffled by Dayan's disappearance too, they knew he was still in the area. However, it was too late. Dayan nonchalantly waved his hand, slicing a gash into Jabari's back. Jabari spun around violently, lunging forward with newfound ferocity. Unfortunately for him, Dayan had expected this. The biggest problem when dealing with those stronger than you was that even if you immobilized them or caught them off guard, dealing serious damage was difficult. This was a major problem Dayan had when he fought Loki and Elder Dayu, which was why the battle didn't simply end after he pressured their souls with the Aurora steps. Dayan knew that if he wanted to injure Jabari badly, it would take time. And that time would give this crown prince of the Opich clan too much time to become acclimated to his concealment array, not to mention give the Tao formation enemies time to step in. A dragged-out fight would have the opposite effect of the morale boost Dayan was going for. So he needed a way to end things quickly. That was when Dayan suddenly thought of an idea. Instead of using his own power to harm Jabari, why not let the overgrown gorilla harm himself? Jabari charged forward, spreading out his arms in hopes of catching even the faintest sign of Dayan. His speed burst forward as his devilish aura was pushed to its max, stimulating his god-level bloodline to the best of his abilities and spurring his speed on. However, the moment he was looking for never came. He reached his top speed in less than a meter, before abruptly coming to a stop just as fast. Jabari froze, unable to move even an inch further as a stunned look in his eyes washed over his features. Dayan slowly appeared as blood trickled down Jabari's forehead and his hand. There, Dayan stood holding a chakram high. On one end was his strong and large hand. On the other, Jabari's sliced skull. The light in Jabari's eyes seemed to dim significantly. However, Dayan didn't let him fall from the skies. Instead, he grabbed a hold of his thick wrist, letting him dangle from the skies. He didn't really care to kill Jabari now or not. In fact, he was likely more useful alive. One might wonder how a man with a blade in his head could be alive, but the truth of the matter is that even a wound like this is possible to be recovered from if you're a high-level body cultivator. It's just that Jabari won't have any strength to do anything else for a good long while, which cut the enemies of the Angel clan down by one second-grade warrior, which was a decent return in Dayan's opinion. That said, where Dayan truly benefited was the morale boost he just gave the Angel clan and the shadow he placed over the hearts of the opposing army. His message was clear. If the crown prince of an Emperor God clan can't match up to someone decades younger than him, what chance do you all have? Dayan took the spatial ring off of Jabari's finger, using the flames of the Aurora stone to wipe away the soul mark left on it, causing Jabari to cough up blood weakly again. In the moment, the Tao formation experts of the Opich clan roared in anger, seeking to immediately come out for revenge. Unfortunately for them, the Angel clan minister had long since locked their auras onto them. If they moved even an inch, this bloody battle would start with them in the middle of it all. This was, obviously, the last thing those Opich clan elders wanted. After all, they knew very well that they were no match for the Angel clan ministers. They wanted to wait until the cannon fodder of the Moon clan tired them all out before they swooped in themselves to deal some damage from time to time. Then, the hidden experts of the mysterious clan would come to clean up the final lingering issues and it would all be over. But now, the life and death of their crown prince was unknown. The morale of their cannon fodder was down the drain, and it was looking more and more like they would have to step in personally. Dayan let go of Jabari's wrist before kneeing him in the face. In a smooth parabolic arc, the hulk of a man flew through the air and landed just behind the back line of the Angel clan army before a mystical formation seemed to appear from thin air to seal him. The Opich elders grit their teeth. This was war, Could they really bargain for their prince's life? Even if they could, the only viable gift they could give was the withdrawal of their armies. If it was just the Opich clan's plan, that would be no issue. But, with the mysterious clans lurking around, it was impossible for them to take a step back. Even worse, they knew that they had severe punishments waiting for them when they returned. Every Emperor God clan treated their legatees like treasures because they were limited in number per generation. If they lost Jabari, that would be a permanent missing legatee in their ranks for at least the next few tens of thousand years. Dian had his back turned to the opposing army as though they weren't there at all, casually checking the spoils of his battle as the youth of the Angel clan looked up at him in reverie. With a smile, he flicked Maliki's chakrams. The blade was so glistening and sharp that the coating of blood immediately fell to the ground, leaving the weapons as pristine as when Dian burrowed them. Tossing them upwards, Dian caught them on the tips of his finger, balancing them both on one. Maliki couldn't help being shocked. He knew personally how sharp those weapons were. When he saw how his king intended to catch them, he almost called out to warn him. Who had known that his king had reached such a realm of weapon mastery, to be able to decide what his blade cut and what it didn't. After showing off a bit, Dian threw both chakrams toward Maliki like frisbees, causing the young boy to freak out because the speed was too fast. He closed his eyes, waiting for death. He didn't even blame Dian. He could only think that if he had reached the same realm of his king, he wouldn't be so scared right now. It was just his king thought too highly of him. However, the death he was waiting for never came. Instead, he felt his chakrams silently slip into their rounded holders like they had been there all along. "Thanks for the help, Maliki," Dian said with a smile before he pulled out a massive 10-foot-long glaive from Jabari's spatial ring. The pole was a deep and reverberating black, etched with endless tattoos that radiated a devilish intent. Just the blade itself made up almost 2.5 feet of the length, curved menacingly with a blinding silver metal. The two had etched, but they instead jetted out, patterned with what looked like crystals. Even with Dian's large hands, he could only just barely touch the tips of his fingers while wrapping around it. He felt a deep resonance with weapon, and it seemed to cheer the moment he laid hands on it. If he was going to lose himself in murder today, this was the weapon he wanted to do it with. With Dian's expertise, he could immediately see through this weapon. Normal weapons contained veins similar to meridians, which allowed one to flow their energy in and use it to a higher level. Unfortunately, Dian never dared to do this because the weapons he used were much too high level. If he tried pouring his energy into the Dragon King, for example, he would be sapped of all of his strength immediately. The reason why he never switched to a lower-ranked weapon because of that was because the effectiveness of a transcendent weapon, even without energy supplementation, was far beyond those weapons below it. When Dian did switch to a common-level weapon, it was only to hone his sword will, not because it was the better choice for survival. However, the truth of the matter was that this form of weapon was only one aspect. For example, Dian's Aurora Steps could accept his soul pressure, and this glaive used his body cultivation. The veins that made it up were quite similar to runic veins, which wasn't all that surprising considering the Opich placed heavy emphasis on body cultivation. Come to think of it, so did the Viserians and Angel clan. Even the Moon clan had special bodies, with the exception of Luna was something much more special. If Dian had to make a guess, this was definitely a quadrant that followed the body path. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the entire Opich Emperor God clan? It seemed the Opich elders finally couldn't hold their tongues any longer. Seeing their clan treasure being held by an outsider crossed their bottom line. If one were to put this weapon on a scale similar to that of energy path weapons, it would definitely be of the transcendent level, most suitable to be used by Celestials. Considering how rare supreme-level treasures were, even when one broke into the Tao formation level, you would be lucky enough if you have one transcendent-level weapon. The Opich clan simply couldn't afford such a loss. Even worse, this was no normal transcendent weapon. It was a weapon reserved for the crown prince and future emperor of their clan. It would only be passed down from the current emperor once their chosen successor broke into the celestial level. Its importance was unprecedented. To the Opich clan, this glaive was just as important as the Viserian's dragon refining arts because they were both found in the same place. It was on that very day that the Viserians and Opich made their first pact as unwilling allies. "Oh? Is this weapon important to you?" Dian said lightly. He didn't even bother to answer their ridiculous question. They should be worried about making enemies of him. What did he care for a bullshit Opich clan? The elder grit his teeth. "That is our clan treasure. Return it immediately, or else you'll gain the wrath of the Opich clan in full." "Your clan treasure? Then why is there no owner of it?" Dian suddenly chuckled. "Your supposed clan treasure doesn't seem to care about your clan all that much." The elder's domineering spirit was immediately washed out by an embarrassed light before his rage built again. It was true that no one of his clan had ever gained acknowledgement of the weapon. But, luckily for them, its spirit seemed to be dormant, so it didn't lash out when used by an ordinary wielder. Much like the Angel clan, the rest of this quadrant also had fairly low-level weapons. Well, more accurately, they were low-level in Dian's eyes because he had a whole room filled with transcendent-level weapons and even had a supreme-level ring and tower. But, in this era and especially this quadrant, transcendent weapons were rare as phoenix feathers. Even though they couldn't control the glaive, they still took great pride in owning it. "I'll say it again," the elder said through gritted teeth, ignoring Dian jabs. "Return the glaive. Return our prince. Lest you make an enemy of our entire clan. Are you a fool?" Dian finally turned around, swinging the glaive out from himself casually. The glaive seemed to sing, vibrating in agitation as though it was waiting for Dian to do something it had waited for ages. The surrounding armies were startled, not by Dian's response but rather the reaction of the glaive. Although they weren't holding it, they could clearly feel its changes. Didn't this weapon not acknowledge anyone? What was going on? "What did you say?" The elder was so angry he didn't even notice what everyone else did. He was more shocked that a junior dared to speak to him like this. "You're seeking to wipe out my Angel clan with this pitiful display of yours, and you're warning us to not provoke you?" Dian's eyes sharpened as his presence added another layer of overwhelming pressure. "Let me make something clear to you. Even if your Opich clan never stepped foot on Planet Haven after this day, we would come seek out your heads." The Angel clan warriors roared in unison, spurred by their king's dominance and feeling their blood boil. The heavens seemed to quake with their rising mood, causing clouds to roll through the once clear morning air. What they didn't know was that their king was about to do something to raise their morale even higher. The Opich elders were taken back by Dian's words. In any other situation, they would have felt endless disgust and disdain for such a statement. But, while others might not know it, they knew exactly who the father of this child was. If they lost here today, it would be their final chance to keep these proceedings quiet. Before they could manage to regroup and attack again, that monster would have broken free of his bindings. And it seemed like his son was growing into a monster even fiercer than him. Dian's heart began to thump madly as the golden flame that resided within it was lit ablaze, shooting out of the chamber it was within and racing through his veins toward the glaive. The golden flame erupted from Dian's hand, coursing through the etchings of the glaive and lighting them all up, one by one. The glaive unleashed a roar of delight, erupting in a black gold light that seemed only more domineering when compared to Dian's bright golden wings. The body of the glaive began to flake off its outer layer, shedding the skin that had hidden it for so many centuries. Dian had seen a weapon manifest a dragon before. He still remembered the day the Dragon King took a nap in the skies of the World Tournament. But, when a golden dragon appeared in the skies of Planet Haven, he had to admit that he was still very much surprised. When the Dragon King appeared, he didn't truly understand the significance of it. But now, how could he not? For this weapon to contain a dragon soul, was it truly a mere transcendent-level weapon? He had always wondered where the Dragon King received the technique he used to become a weapon. Did it originate from here? However, it turned out that Dian was thinking too much about it. After his soul connected with this weapon, he understood its origins, and it wasn't as lofty that the Dragon King. It wasn't that it was a bad weapon, it was just that it was almost impossible to match up to a weapon forged with a faith seed as its core. That said, saying that this glaive's origins weren't as lofty as the Dragon King might be slightly misleading. because if what Diane was seeing was correct, this was one of the many weapons forged by the Dragon Sovereign. The current sovereign race, or ruling race, of the Dragochilan Quadrants is a clan of golden dragons that was founded by the second strongest dragon in their history, the Dragon Sovereign. One can see just how powerful this man was, considering the Dragon King was only known as being in the top 10, while he was indisputably number 2. What shocked Diane even more about this information, though, was the fact that a beast could be a weaponsmith. However, when he thought about his newly gained knowledge of runic vein theory, he understood. Although Beast's soul talent was too poor to be great array alchemists, other than exceptions like the celestial deer, of course, their body cultivation talent was unmatched. Of course, there would be amazing runic masters in their ranks. It seemed that this glaive was stolen from the Dragon Sovereign along with the information about dragon anatomy that was used to create the dragon refining arts. It also made sense that dragons would have the most information about their own veins. After all, runic vein theory relied on you first understanding your own body before you gained the ability to improve it. Knowing this, Diane's respect for the creator of the dragon refining arts was increased to another level. To have the audacity to steal from such an entity, and then create a technique that would make every dragon in existence want to kill you, that took some guts. The black flakes of the glaive burst into nothingness, revealing veins of gold coursing with blazing golden flames. The blade of the glaive erupted with sounds of metal sharpening as its edges became thinner and its body extended by another foot, pushing past 3 feet. Ha! Diane's voice cut through awed silence. Seems like it's not so difficult to gain acknowledgement of this weapon after all. Seems your Apach clan is simply incompetent. The Dao formation expert didn't know how to respond. Even an idiot could see that the weapon that had never once responded to their long line of emperors was being wielded by a mere child right now with absolute ease. It seems you're quite good at stealing things that aren't yours. It seems like your father truly raised you right. Velis' voice was seething. He had to tact in his words and emphasize the word father, knowing well that it was Diane's weak point. Diane had no idea his father was still alive, so one can imagine how deep those words cut. Diane swung the glaive casually, causing a mountain range in the distance to be split in two. I almost forgot about the other Emperor Clown clan of our lovely quadrant. Do you want to be shown how poorly you used your treasures as well? Velis' brow furrowed, but his eyes seethed as he witnessed Diane pull out a large tome. I heard that you only had 9 levels. Diane let go of the glaive, allowing it to float beside him. So, how come I see 9 acts of 3 levels each? Diane made a big show of licking his thumb and flicking through the pages before reaching the 10th and flipping it around. Here's the start of the 4th act. Diane flipped some more. Here's the 5th. Here's the 7th. By this point, Velis was ready to implode. By the time Diane got to the last page, he was completely fed up while the Angel clan was dying of laughter. In that moment, Laura, who had been watching this entire scene unfold, finally set aside her apprehension about Velis. This anger couldn't be faked. Velis truly hated Diane's guts. Since we're allies, Laura said to Velis in a whisper, I can't exactly leave you out to dry like this, now can I? Members of the Moon clan. Laura's sweet voice rang out. Attack! Diane shook his head as he watched the ridiculous amount of essence gatherers charge over. They were practically falling over each in nervousness. For the first time, Diane questioned whether making detailed military plans was really worth his time. He could clearly see the Saints, Celestials, and Dao formation experts remaining unmoving. The most ridiculous part of it all was that because of what he assumed were their big egos, the essence gatherers had actually been in the back while they were at the front. That meant the essence gatherers had to quite literally fly over and under the group of more powerful cultivators that was trying their hardest to look as intimidating as they could. Diane leisurely looked from side to side before he glided backwards about 3 meters. Then he simply stopped, standing completely still. He had long since retracted his wings. In fact, he didn't even use them to fight Jabari. He knew there was a long battle ahead and couldn't afford to waste stamina on trivial things. However, he shockingly didn't retreat to the center of the Angel clan army. Even more oddly, none of the angels had moved a single centimeter. By now, Laura and the Apich elders believed they had seen through Diane by now. He had just spent so long putting on a show, making it seem as though they were nothing but ants, but they believed themselves to be smarter than him. They believed that Diane only did this to raise the morale of the Angel clan. In their minds, the truth was Diane was simply trying to squeeze all of the hope he could in a clearly desperate situation. Laura chuckled lightly to herself as she watched Diane stand in the middle of the two armies, still trying to act tough. "We'll see how long you can keep this facade up for." Diane looked up to see Laura giggling. Despite the noise of the roaring essence gatherers charging toward him, his hearing was able to tune in whatever sounds he wanted to focus on. When his eyes fell on the silver-haired, green-eyed beauty, his eyebrows raised. "There's something wrong with her mental state." Diane made a mental note of it. For a leader of such a mission to be compromised in such a way, wasn't that just gifting him more cards to use in the future? Velis, however, was reacting very differently. For the nearly 60 years of his life, the only one of his peers he had ever lost to consistently was Diane. Unlike most people who would feel disheartened by such a thing, Velis only saw it as motivation. Despite Diane's two-time betrayal of his trust, Velis still believed he knew him better than most people. And everything he knew was telling him one thing: Diane doesn't take losses, and he sure as hell wouldn't be stupid enough to spearhead an attack against cannon fodder so early on. So, the question was, what was about to happen? With his brows furrowed, Velis turned to Laura. "I don't think this attack is smart. He definitely has something up his sleeve." Laura turned to Velis, smiling a smile that didn't truly seem like one. "I ignored your comments earlier, and now I'm using my own people as cannon fodder. But not only have you still not brought out your army, you insist on speaking on how I command mine? Don't you find this a bit off, King Vizirian?" Velis shook his head, not bothering to argue with this woman. He did his job as an ally by informing Laura. His reasons for not allowing the Vizirian army to advance was obvious. He didn't want the lives of his brothers to be used to pave the way for the whims of the Moon Clan. "What are you so worried about?" Laura said teasingly. "You said yourself that this Angel Clan king came clean to you about all of plans, no?" Velis' brows furrowed even further. Was this woman thinking straight? If Diane was as smart as he knew him to be, since he planned on stealing the dragon refining arts, he would have planned for the possibility of being caught. Knowing this, why would he ever tell Velis the whole truth? He likely hid the most important parts, understanding that Velis' reaction would be to join the opposing army. Since that was the case, how could Velis possibly know everything? What Velis didn't know, that Laura did, was that Diane never planned on betraying him. So, while Velis didn't believe everything he told Laura, who knew Luna was the reason behind their falling out, took every word Velis told her as gospel. "Don't worry so much," Laura said, still giggling. "By the end of the day, I might even give you the opportunity to warm my bed." A weird expression spread on Velis' face. "I prefer my women to be solely my women, thanks." Laura pouted. "How sexist of you. You can have multiple women, but I can't try many men? Even that Jabari prince is more open-minded than you are. At least he sees me as a challenge to conquer." Velis didn't know what to say, so he just didn't respond. He was more content with letting Laura think he didn't feel confident enough to be compared to other men than climb into bed with such a vixen. Suddenly, Diane swept out his glaive, drawing a single line across the dirt that spanned tens of kilometers in either direction. "I warn you all now, crossing this line means death. Do with that information what you will." The essence gatherers froze, stumbling over each other as they pushed to stop themselves. The scene was almost funnier that when they had to squeeze around their superiors earlier. When Laura saw this, she frowned, but changed her tune to a light laughter soon afterward. In that instant, everyone's attention was on the silver-haired beauty in the sky. "You're putting on a good show." She clapped her small hands together in delight. "First, you use petty tricks to force the Apich Crown Prince to injure himself with his own power since you didn't have the strength to do so yourself. Then you made a big show of conquering the Apich glaive, when in reality, it's only because you happened to be the first person to hold the glaive and dragon refining arts tome at the same time. Something, mind you only accomplished by betraying your longtime friend for the second time." When Laura sound this, Flashes of realization suddenly appeared in the eyes of the stalled army and murmurs began to spread through them. That was right. The two treasures were separated for a long time now. He's not special, it's just that he backstabbed King Vizirian while asking for an alliance. He's nothing but a cheap bastard who uses petty tricks. The more those cannon fodder spoke, the angrier the Angel Clan army became. This was their king. How could they stand here and do nothing? However, they remember the words of their king well. Anyone who acted out of line and not within his commands would be killed without question. This was revolutionary in ancient times, but in reality, this was standard for mortal world military affairs. And now what? Laura snickered, continuing her dismantling of Diane's facade. You want to cripple the morale of my Moon Clan? I'm sorry, but we're not so weak-willed nor weak-minded. Today is the day the Angel Clan will be wiped from existence. The Moon Clan army roared, their morale skyrocketing. What did they have to fear this dancing monkey for? They sprinted forward with renewed vigor. As essence gatherers, although they could fly, their stamina while doing so depleted much faster than saints and above experts. So, if they had to fight for an extended period of time, it was best for them to do so on the ground. Only second and first grade experts who reached the essence gathering stage could reasonably sustain flight since they had filled many more meridians with the necessary energy. Unfortunately for them, they weren't warriors of such caliber. Laura watched this scene with a bright smile on her face. However, she never saw the look of despair on Diane's face that she had expected. In fact, Diane hardly reacted to her pointed words at all. Instead, he simply lifted his dark gold glaive, letting it rest on his shoulder before he turned and leisurely walked away. Mother-in-law, Diane called out to a beautiful middle-aged woman who hardly looked 30 or 40 years old. I'll have to trouble you. Amphrey's mother smiled and nodded lightly. Raging soul power erupted from her, far exceeding Diane's capacity and climbing to the peak of the Tao stage. In her hands, a large round crystal filled with comets burst with power, causing streams of pure white energy to flow from it and directly into a pit in the ground. The bones in Diane's feet cracked as he revolved the celestial wind technique, flashing away in an instant and appearing in the very center of the Angel Clan army before reclining on a throne. Seeing Diane run away, the doubt in her heart disappeared and her laughter grew louder. Even Velis thought that maybe he had thought much too highly of Diane. Maybe he was so conceited that he never expected to get caught by him anyway. See him run, my fellow clan members? Charge forward freely. Laura's melodious voice rang outward. Unfortunately for her, when Diane called out to Amphrey's mother, he had used the communication arrays he had given everyone. The opposing army didn't hear him, or else the Tao formation experts would have sprung into action. The truth was that it wasn't proper etiquette for Tao formation experts to jump into the fight so early, so if they saw his mother-in-law taking action, they would have tried their best to stop her before they lost too many essence gatherers. However, Diane had long thought through all of this. He purposefully provoked his enemies, strutting around in an exaggerated fashion. He knew well that Laura would believe Velis' words while Velis would doubt his own. That's why he didn't bother making new plans. The sowed discord by this action of his would be enough to throw their armies into chaos. Why? Because he hadn't told Velis about this plan because it was the trump card he didn't have to end up using. As for why they couldn't see or sense his mother-in-law, because she was nowhere near the battlefield. She was within the clan's depths, standing above their spiritual vein, putting the finishing touches on a formation that used it as its power base. The essence gatherers continued charging forward, completely oblivious. By this point, they were a mere 500 meters from the front line of the Angel Clan warriors. However, more than half of them had long since crossed the line Diane drew. In a mere moment they had all passed it. That was when a beam of energy more than 100 meters in radius erupted from the center of the Angel Clan. As soon as it reached its apex, it split at the top, spreading out directly toward the line Diane had drawn. Before anyone could react, a dome of transparent light covered the battlefield, split into two semispheres. The first perfectly aligned with the line Diane drew, the second was perfectly situated before the front line of the Angel Clan warriors, effectively trapping more than 2 million Moon Clan warriors between the two domes. They were unable to attack and unable to retreat. Would you like me to attack them? A sweet voice resounded in Dian's ears. But he shook his head. No need to waste power on these cannon fodder types. We'll just slowly kill them all, it's no problem. Time is on our side, not theirs. The moment the Viserians catch wind that something is going on, the Opich will suffer. Although Dian couldn't see it, Amphrey's mother nodded and appeared on the battlefield, discreetly handing Dian yet another ring before retreating to her husband's side. By now, Amphrey was seated on a throne beside Dian. Yet the Angel clan still hadn't made a move. It's a shame that none of you took my warning seriously, Dian said lightly to the clearly panicking essence gatherers. They tried attacking the screen before them to retreat, but they found that their attacks, even with millions of them, couldn't even leave a dent. How could it? They were essence gatherers, and this was a comet-level formation Dian pulled directly from his master's memories before making modification to it. Not to mention, it was fitted with the near-infinite source of energy that was the spiritual vein. Dian would have used a star-level formation since his master knew many of those as well, but he didn't have the ability. His soul was still too weak to study such a high-level formation, let alone make modifications to it. It also looks like your leader is even more incompetent than you are stupid. Dian continued, paying Laura back in full for her ridicule. Anyone could see that Laura had been outsmarted. Archers. Dian raised his hand. The opposing army's scare turned into confusion. Barrier worked from both sides. If he attacked, wasn't he only helping them to destroy the barrier he put up? The Angel Clan King couldn't be so stupid, could he? However, in the next moment, their confusion and slight disdain turned into cries of anguish. The Angel Clan only had about 10,000 qualified archers in their ranks, those that studied the Tao of archery, that is. That said, with their speed, even killing 10 in a second was possible. Laura couldn't only watch as her essence gatherers were mowed down one by one without an opportunity to retreat. Even when they tried to escape from the sides, they found that there were barriers there as well. They couldn't understand what was happening. How could a barrier only work from one side? What kind of magical formation was this? And why couldn't they even shake it in the least? By now, the outside army charged forward, launching their strongest attacks to try and shatter the barrier. But the scene of them charging their attacks made Dian laugh so hard that his sides hurt. Even Amphrey couldn't help but giggle. By the time the Celestials and Tao formation experts realized why Dian was laughing, it was already too late. Their attacks slipped right through, annihilating hundreds of thousands, speeding up the process of their own army's annihilation. Soon, silence reigned on the battlefield. More than 2 million dead bodies lay in a pit created by the opposing Celestials. Before they had even fought a single angel, they all died. Even the 10,000 archers who had been fighting recovered in an instant because they were within range of the Angel Clan's spiritual vein. The density of energy they had access to far outdid all other places in this entire quadrant. Even Dian's grand teacher, who had watched everything from beginning to end, could only shake his head and sigh. One was supposed to take their trials before they became a celestial, but oftentimes, many would take it as soon as they stepped into sainthood. This was because it was the breakthrough that provided the best power boost in exchange for time and age. Meaning, it was usually easy to reach sainthood for high-tier quadrants, and it was a good power boost. This was the best choice for many because the difficulty of the trials was not only decided by which of the 7 doors you chose, but also your age. Dian entered at 21 and was now about 22 to 23 years old, which was actually quite late compared to most, so his trials were slightly harder than most, although not by much. However, because of the age, very few knew much of anything about array alchemy, let alone enough to trap more than 2 million warriors. The level of comet-level array alchemist shouldn't have been possible unless you were at least a few hundred years old. Because of Dian's advantage, he had basically turned one of the toughest trials of the 5. A trial many only took to be a survival trial ranked by time you managed to stay alive, into nothing more than a joke. Feel free to come, Dian said with a teasing light in his eyes. I'm not an animal. I'll allow you to take your fallen comrades back for a proper burial. They deserve at least that much for being sent to their death by their princess, don't you think? The Celestials and Saints who had attacked were clearly apprehensive. If they went it according to what they'd seen, it would be easy. But would they be able to come out afterwards? What would they do if they couldn't get down? Would they be mowed down as well? Laura's delicate features twisted. She didn't care about the deaths because of the individuals. What she cared about was her face and the fact that losing 2 million plus warriors wasn't something any kingdom could sustain easily, even if they were just essence gatherers. Many of those were 3rd and 4th grade warriors that had a lot of potential for the future. They would definitely become saints, and if they were lucky, celestials in the future. Some might even find their own luck and become Tao formation experts. To say that the entire foundation of the Moon Clan was crippled would almost be an understatement. Laura was agitated for another reason as well. The only reason she didn't make a fuss about Veles not bringing his army to the front line was because she wanted to take advantage of it. She knew exactly what Veles lost, obviously, because she was watching from start to end. Although she didn't specify how she wanted Luna to ruin their alliance, she was pleasantly surprised with the method used. After she saw Diane escape with it, she began to concoct a plan. In fact, she originally wanted to send experts after Diane. However, the Vizirian elders were too incompetent and allowed him to escape too early. And because Diane cleverly remained inside of Vizirian territory throughout the time they were chasing him, Laura couldn't risk sending experts lest he lose Veles' favor. The truth was that she didn't think she needed Veles to win this war. So, after her first attempt failed, she wanted to quickly defeat the Angel clan before Veles could find a chance to intervene. Then take the tome from Diane's corpse before Veles could breathe a word of discontent. With that method, the moral high ground would have been hers. After all, why would Veles deserve spoils of war when he didn't contribute? According to Laura's calculations, even if Veles was as wild as she thought and decided to fight it out with her, his army was only about 1 million warriors deep, while hers was over 3 million. She thought that even after fighting the Angels, she would have plenty of strength left to wipe the Vizirians off the map, and she would have good reason to as well. Veles would thus lose the protection of the main Vizirian branch since he stepped out of line first. The plan should have been perfect. She would even manage to fulfill the wish of her late father by raising the Moon Clan to new heights. If she gave the Opich the tome, which she had righteously won away from the Angel clan, the Vizirians wouldn't be able to raise a word of discontent. And, even more poignant, it would be the perfect dowry for her to become Jabari's main wife and future empress of the Opich Emperor God clan. But now, everything was crumbling before her. Her supposed future husband was nearly dead and might even be crippled. She had lost the foundation of the Moon Clan her father had so painstakingly built. And now her chances of having the moral high ground with Veles had vanished into the wind. Laura grit her teeth. King Vizirian, you aren't going to continue not to act, are you? I've now lost over 2 million warriors. Is that not enough of a bit of sincerity? By the end of her words, Laura's voice had turned shrill. Veles nodded. He held back because he was worried that the Moon Clan would only want to use him, but now it hardly mattered. If he continued to hold back, he would be suspected. Elder. Veles spoke respectfully to the Tao formation expert flanking his left. Laura apparently found this weird, judging by the look in her eye. It was as though she wasn't used to kings treating their subordinates well. In that moment, inner turmoil ravaged her thoughts before it disappeared, replaced by complacency. I'll have to ask you to test the power of the barrier. The elder nodded, flashing forward until he was just outside the range of the outermost dome. Before he could act, numerous shadows appeared in the distance, carrying with them a bloodthirsty and savage aura that could only be matched with the Vizirian army. Soon, an army of nearly 1 million appeared over the mountain, marching in sync. Diane chuckled when he saw this. Clearly, Veles took inspiration from their talk, learning how to organize his own armies. However, Diane didn't mind. Copying him was one thing, whether he could deploy his strategy appropriately was an entirely different matter. The Vizirian elder erupted into his second battle form, corresponding with the 6th stage of the dragon refining arts, or more accurately, the peak of the second act. But before he could attack, Diane suddenly spoke. The Vizirian clan is truly an odd one, he said lightly. Veles furrowed his eyebrows. Even the elder stopped midway. They had just suffered a major loss because they fell for Diane's goading. If they didn't listen to him when he spoke this time, wouldn't they just suffer more losses? There are only a few options for how your current actions could end. You could all die the same way those cannon fodder did, or you could by dumb stroke of luck manage to breach the barrier and then you can die. Diane continued. Velis' lip twitched. You think that just because your barrier can trap those pitiful essence gatherers that it can trap us as well? Diane shrugged. I don't really care what you believe or not. I'd just rather not annihilate your branch clan in light of the relationship between your father and mine. But sure, let's give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say you breach the barrier and somehow manage to kill us all. Then what? Diane waited patiently like they weren't currently in the middle of a battle. Then we would have wiped away the humiliation you've levied against us. What else is there? Velis said in rage. Oh? So you don't care about the remaining 18 pages then? Considering the tome has acknowledged me and only me, the moment I die, those pages go with me. I wonder how the Vizirian clan feels about that. Diane said pointedly. Velis froze. He didn't doubt for a moment that Diane was telling the truth. He also knew that it was impossible for Diane to have used a fake tome when he showed him those pages. The aura of a divine-level technique could only be possible faked with the use of another divine-level technique. But even then, each had its own unique aura. Velis had spent too much time with the tome to mistake its presence. I would unlock them myself, Velis said stubbornly. Oh please, Diane said, waving him off. The only thing you would have felt when you cultivated to the 9th stage was that the technique wasn't complete. You wouldn't have unlocked a thing. If that was the method, how would I already have access to the final 18 pages? Velis gritted his teeth. He was an intelligent person. How could he not have understood this already? He was simply being stubborn. It was already clear to him that Diane had once again one-upped him. You should know, Diane said, chuckling. If they fail today, they fail, period. Do you think that the main Vizirian branch would allow the Opich to run around so rampantly? Do you think that the Little Moon clan dares to encroach on my Angel clan on a whim? The clans backing the Opich don't even dare to send too many of their own here because they have their own problems to deal with. In fact, I just learned a few moments ago that my father is still alive and will be released within 10 years, with 2 decades being the upper limit at that time. What chance do the Opich have to withstand his wrath? Every one of Diane's words were like hammers slamming against the hearts of everyone present. This was especially true for the Angel clan members who had just heard of this news. However, those elders of the Opich clan were the truly shocked ones. Unlike their crown prince, they were privy to the full scope of this operation. This was a given, considering they were Dao formation experts. They were near the top of their clan in terms of prestige. So, they knew the sensitivity of this mission and how many schemes it had taken to prepare the Moon clan with the capability to attack this clan. If the Opich failed, they would be without allies. The mysterious clans would abandon them in order to save face with their Beast Alliance allies, while the Vizirians would likely have one of two fates. They would either be annihilated by the Beast Alliance, or they would be pulled in. Either way, there would be no place for the Opich left in this quadrant or cosmos. Even if the surrounding Emperor God clan alliances didn't swallow up their territory, when Diane's father broke free without the support of the Vizirians, he would have no issues running rampant. They would no longer have the slightest chance of suppressing him. The more the elders thought about it, the more grim their expressions became. They couldn't let this day end like this. Only by fulfilling the mysterious clan's requirements could they secure their protection. If they failed, what purpose would those clans have in keeping them around? They'd be thrown out. What are you trying to say? Spit it out, Velis said, clearly agitated. Nothing much, Diane said nonchalantly. Just that it makes more sense for you to come back to my side. If you do, you can not only receive your dragon refining arts, you can also receive the 18 pages that have been unlocked as well. Velis was stunned that Diane would be so bold, but the Opich and Laura were troubled by this, clearly. If Velis suddenly turned on them now, their chances of winning would suddenly be close to 0. Unlike the Angel clan, the Vizirians had a sizable army. Although they still had less saint and celestial warriors compared to the Moon clan, who still had over 500,000 saints and over 100,000 celestials still alive, if the Vizirian numbers were added to the Angel clan, their defeat was basically sealed. Suddenly, what should have been a simple annihilation of a small clan had actually become the doomsday of the Moon and Opich clans. Laura knew she had to do something. If she didn't, everything her father had worked for would go up in smoke. She knew that if the mysterious clans saw this situation going south for them, they would simply disappear and not bother to get involved at all. "Don't be fooled by him, King Vizirian," Laura spoke out. "If he was so confident in victory, why would he ask you to join him? You know him better than anyone, you understand how arrogant he is. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, would he ever ask for your help? When he came to your clan for an alliance, he never planned on asking for an alliance. He only wanted to distract you, so that he could steal your Vizirian clan's prized possession. I fear that if you believe in him and step into the dome, your fate will be the same as those experts of my Moon clan. If he truly cared for the relationship between your fathers, why would he ever steal from you to begin with? On top of that, why would he only propose this after your Tao formation expert was about to attack? Obviously, this barrier of his can't withstand such power, or else he wouldn't have resorted to this. Everything Laura said was reasonable, in fact, the logic was flawless. On the surface, that is. Only Diane and Laura knew that her words were nothing but bullshit. Diane never had the intention of betraying Velis, and Laura knew that. In addition, the only reason Diane was so blatantly disrespectful when this battle started was to ensure that the maximum amount of Moon Clan warriors were cut down. Velis' face darkened, clearly having not needed Laura to explain these things to him. With his personality, would he ever bow down to benefits? Since he lost his tome, he would earn it back himself. Since the final 18 pages could be unlocked, he'd do it too. That was who he was. The things this Vizirian has will be earned by his own hand. I am not a man who will abandon his allies in the face of benefits. Elder. Without hesitation, the Vizirian elder raised his hand, causing a ball of blazing fire to condense in his palm. In that moment, what looked like a sparkling array of red rubies appeared behind him, intricately laid out, being about a few meters across. It was without a doubt a first-level Tao. That was the first time Diane had witnessed a Tao formation expert fight. Although Elder Dayu was technically of that level, as was the Dayu ancestor afterward, the former was injured and couldn't use his Daos, while the latter hadn't had the opportunity to attack at all. Instead of showing fear, he was instead very intrigued. The power of a Tao was decided by the size of its representation along with what the martial world called its layers. The in-depth explanation is best left to another time, but in layman's terms, the larger and more intricate your Tao was, the more powerful it was. As for the Tao stage it reached, that was actually only determined by the richness of its color. Meaning the brighter a Tao was, the higher stage of the 9 stages it had reached. Considering the brightness of the Tao of this elder, he had reached the first stage of Fire Tao. It was technically also possible to tell what path and how many paths an expert followed by studying the patterns of their Tao, but Diane didn't know or understand enough to do that. The ball of flames began to pulse rapidly, expanding tens of meters in an instant before condensing and repeating. In less than a second, it was more than 100 meters across, completely blocking the Angel Clan army from view of their enemies and vice versa. "Break for me!" the elder roared, releasing his attack toward the boundary. Not a single angel moved. It was as though this had nothing to do with them. They had the ultimate confidence in their king. Since he didn't tell them anything, they wouldn't do anything. The massive ball of fire passed through the first barrier easily without a single ounce of resistance, but this was already expected. All anyone could anticipate was what would happen once the flames slammed against the second. Rings of displaced air fired from the back of the flame, causing it to gain speed. Diane could tell that if this attack was aimed at him, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of dodging it without some extenuating means. However, what he found interesting was that despite the power of the attack, it didn't break through space. In modern times, even mere saints could break through space when their attacks were powerful enough. However, what Diane didn't know was that that was only because of how fragile his home universe was. In more robust ancient universes, only the best of best spatial masters could do such a thing. In fact, if Diane paid a bit more attention, he would have also noticed that the energy, land, and even gravity of ancient times were tens of times higher in quality than the era he came from. As Dian was immersed in his thoughts, a cacophonic blast emanating a hellish heat slammed into the inner shield, causing it to quake and ripple. And then, a massive crack began to spread. The crack accelerated, causing a blistering heat to waft through the Angel clan. But they remained unmoved, in complete sync. Boom! The dome violently quaked, sending force winds and overbearing earthquakes through the battlefield. Velis and Laura looked very pleased with themselves. They knew that this attack wouldn't wipe out the Angel clan army, considering they had plenty of Dao formation experts on their side as well. However, their only goal was the destruction of the barrier. As long as that happened, there wouldn't be any issues. Minutes passed by before the explosions finally settled and the smoke slowly cleared. As expected, the Angel clan warriors were completely unscathed. Not a single one of them was injured, and they all looked as though nothing had happened. However, the dome that was supposedly about to collapse, the very same one that had cracks running through it just moments ago, stood tall. Tisk! Dian shook his head as he saw the ashen expression on the elder's face. He had been so confident that it almost reached the point of complacency. Where had this small planet haven ever seen a formation capable of blocking an attack from a Dao formation expert? I offered you a chance, but it seems you didn't want it. Dian twirled the ring his mother-in-law gave him before his eyes flashed with a deadly light. All this time, Dian had been struggling. Although he knew array alchemy up to the comet level like the back of his hand, he was heavily restricted. In his normal state, with his soul unsealed, he could form thousands of weapons hell arrays without even batting an eye. It didn't even drain on his stamina. But now, even if he had a lower Blossom Stage Aurora Stone and used the most basic weapons hell array, he would be lucky to withstand creating 10 or so. This was because the toll on his body was far too much. He simply couldn't withstand the violent nature of ancient Aurora flames. He had racked his brain to come up with a solution, but that was when he was hit with inspiration that actually came from one of his older ideas, no less. During his very first campaign, he wanted his entire army to have communication arrays. Unfortunately, even with his sole talent, supporting so many arrays at once would be a huge drain on him. This was because he not only had to sustain conversations between him and others, he also had to sustain inter-squad conversations as well. While weapons hell arrays were a one-time cost, communication arrays were a constant drain. In order to circumvent this, Dian implemented what he coined a parallel circuit method as opposed to the regular serial method. This allowed him to spread out the burden over multiple souls instead of just his own, thus making his plan feasible. In fact, he used that very same concept here, although he used Amphrey's soul as the center instead of his own, for obvious reasons. So Dian thought, why not use something else to withstand the burden my body would have to? Although the idea was good, he still didn't know what he could use. What would be able to give him enough mental control over the flames, while also taking the burden off of his body? And that was when it hit him. Crystal will. Dian had long since known that celestial deer were lauded for their crystal will, and that very crystal will was an amazing medium for array alchemy in the very same way special kinds of wood were for magic and high-level beast skins were for runic vein theory. Usually, this idea would be a problem. After all, Dian's wills were locked away along with his soul. However, that was where the spiritual vein and the abilities of the energy core began to play their role. With the help of high-level absorption stones, not only could Dian construct arrays with no burden to his body, he hardly had to use his own stamina either because he had comet-level Aurora stones powering it. The only true requirement of Dian was on his focus, which could be a mental drain after some time. After all, the secondary name of the Aurora was the Mind's Eye. This was because Aurora flames were manipulated by mental energy. However, with Dian's speed of thought, he didn't even bother to worry about such a thing. However, this wasn't the truly devastating result of Dian's intelligence. When Ree and Madeline almost died in a blast of Saint energy during the World Tournament arc, it was a crude form of absorption stones that their opponents had used. But Dian not only had the peak achievement of absorption stones, he also had an unmatched power source, the Angel Clan's spiritual vein. In that instant, A staff standing at just above Dian's height appeared in his hand. It was marked with a raise Dian had personally drawn to allow better communication from himself to the staff, and the very top was fitted with a sphere that looked like none other than a comet aurora stone. Seeing Dian suddenly stand with a pristine crystalline staff, the expression of the elder suddenly flickered. Dian silently chuckled to himself. He felt slightly ridiculous holding the staff, almost like he was some sort of medieval wizard. If he used it in the future, he'd definitely have to think of a more modern form for it. But it seemed it was having quite the intimidation factor currently. To the surprise of the opposing army, the moment Dian raised the staff, the barrier disappeared. "Don't say I didn't warn you." The expression of the elder froze. Should he charge? Should he run? Why did facing a child put such pressure on him? However, Laura wouldn't give up this opportunity. No matter what Dian had planned, even if there was a massive loss of life, as long as they got inside the range of the domes, it would be worth it. If they never even touched the Angel clan, wouldn't that be too much of a joke? Charge! Velis and Laura suddenly roared at the same time. Without hesitation, the 1.5 million remaining warriors surged forward, aiming to enter the range of the dome as quickly as possible. Considering their cultivation levels, they were much faster than those essence gatherers had been before. There was a simple reason the barrier disappeared. Dian wanted it to. While the barrier allowed him to attack those within its limits, if he tried to attack those outside of it, he would end up damaging his own barrier since it only allowed things in through one side. In addition, if Dian wanted to conjure a raise to attack outside of the barrier, the mental strain would be far greater if he had to do so through the barrier. Lastly, the barrier itself was being powered by the spiritual vein, while Dian's attack was also being powered by it. There was a limit to the output of energy in order to keep their arrays under Dian's ability to control, therefore dealing with two outputs would be too much. In the back of Dian's mind, he also knew that his barrier could at most withstand 3 to 5 attacks from a Tao formation expert of the lower level, and likely not even one from one at the middle levels. Therefore, since his enemies had decided to use their experts so soon, he might as well save the barrier for a desperate situation. Formation! Dian roared. He only taught the angels a single formation, so they all immediately knew what he meant. In an instant, over 100,000 angels leapt into the air, forming up into perfectly formed squads of 5. 2 thrones hovered in the middle with 17 red-clad elders standing silently in the air behind them. Seeing the impeccable formation, Velis' face couldn't help but contort. Dian had already told him about his plans, but those were things he thought just sounded nice on paper. However, seeing it deployed before him now, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just how did he manage to keep them all organized? Dian had actually told Velis about the communication arrays, but it was difficult to comprehend a concept you had never seen or witnessed personally. Imagine you were a person who came from ancient times, and someone from Dian's human world tried to describe cell phones to you and how they worked with the help of towers and satellites. Wouldn't you be confused beyond belief? However, Velis and Laura both knew that it was too late to withdraw. If they slowed and Dian deployed the barrier again, a large portion of their numbers would be completely trapped. They could only speed forward. That said, Dian had no intention of using the barrier again. It had served his purpose. Instead, his mind was completely focused on the staff in his hand and his mental fortitude was continuously drained. Less than a mere moment later, a brilliant array appeared in the air, more dazzling than even the Vizirian elders' fire Tao. When those who were charging saw this, fear permeated their eyes. They had never seen an array used in such a way, so their first thoughts were that a Tao formation expert was attacking. But when they looked at the 17 Angel Clan ministers, not a single one of them was moving. Instead, their aged eyes all sparkled as they stared at the back of their young king with unconcealed admiration. Unfortunately for those frozen in fear, the worst was still to come. The single brilliant array swimming with blinding streaks of comets suddenly became 2, then 4. In a flash there were hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. The opposing armies trembled in fear. Could it be that the Angel Clan had more than 10,000 Tao formation experts? That was impossible. However, when their eyes trained on the center of the Angel Clan army and saw a young man of otherworldly handsomeness, standing tall with his eyes blazing with a blinding white light even as his white robes fluttered in the wind. They understood that all of this was actually caused by one man. The skies were blocked by hundreds of thousands of arrays, each spinning viciously and emanating an earth-shaking aura. In the celestial sect, there was a well-known array known as the Weapons Hell Array. Over the years, it had become Dian's favorite to use, even to the point where he refined it from a lower practitioner-level array to a lower master-level one. But what Dian didn't know until he began to study the Tao of Array Alchemy that was currently within his soul tome was that this Weapons Hell Array was the simplest form of a domineering attack formation capable of destroying the heavens themselves. Before Dian stepped into the celestial ranks of soul strength, he didn't dare to use its true form. This was because to use even the first portion of the attack formation, it required one to be a comet-level array alchemist. And that wasn't even to mention the 8 other forms. However, although Dian's soul was sealed, he finally had to capital to do so with his crystal staff. It was time for the world to learn of the most fear attack formation in existence. Judgment. A roar that shattered the heavens erupted from Dian's lips, immediately causing the hundreds of thousands of arrays to triple, nearing almost 1,000,000. The speed of rotation reached blinding torque, to the point where even the once clear symbols that constructed them disappeared into a blur of pure white light. In that moment, more than 70% of the currently charging army felt an unholy aura lock onto them. It was as though their souls had been plunged to the depths of hell, as though their very existence was about to be expunged. With almost painstakingly slow speed, each blinding disk of light in them began to produce an eerie red light at their very center, each of which was completely unaffected by the seemingly overwhelming purity that surrounded them. Instead, they emitted a murderous aura, as though devil incarnates were being drudged up from the nether realm. The blood-red light became more and more fierce, suddenly overtaking the pure white and bathing the morning air in the rich smell of murder. The once charging army seemed locked in place. Only those at the mid-level of the celestial stage and higher had the ability to move freely. But even then, their nerves were fried with fear. Although they could move, their mental states weren't powerful enough to overcome obstacles they placed on themselves. When it came to intimidation, there was no small number of techniques that made use of it. However, what was even rarer was for a cultivator to have the ability to amplify it to an even greater extent. This was because it relied on presence. Dian's presence had shattered through to the peak of the king level. The moment he cast this attack formation, it was as though his body responded to his will to cover the skies with the palm of his hand. In one step, everyone felt as though they were looking at the will of a supreme ruler. Even if they had the will to live, they didn't dare to. The stronger-willed Viserians roared with unwillingness, erupting into their various battle forms, covering their skin with all sorts of different colored scales. However, their rage hardly put a dent into the aura of carnage that filled the skies. Dragons were arrogant by nature. To have their lives played with like this, without hope for retaliation, it was no wonder they were angry. The problem was that even Velis half-step King Dragon Soul couldn't hope to match up against Dian's peak king presence. The gap between them was too large to fill. Blood-red discs continued to spin viciously in the skies, each protruding with a deadly aura at their very centers. Inch by inch, weapons that seemed carved by the devil himself came into view, each a spear of domineering presence. Their red shafts were all etched with eerie black arrays, but no one could take their eyes off of their blades. Each dripped with blood so dense that they never actually fell from the blade. By this point, Dian's face was pale as the clouds that once hung in the sky. Not only did he need to lock everyone in place, he had to personally add each of those black arrays onto the shaft of each spear. This was why their appearance was so slow. But he knew exactly how important this part of his plan was. If he didn't do this perfectly, he would fail. These people weren't his true opponents. Those mysterious clan bastards who had the audacity to turn their greedy eyes on his kingdom were. They dared to trap his father. They dared to play with his heart. They dared to toy with the lives of his people. Dian had long since forgotten that this was only a trial. The feelings were too real. The pain he felt was real. The love he felt was real. And most importantly, the hatred he felt couldn't be any more real. When Amphrey told him the truth behind Luna's story, He had been so angry that his rage could have shattered the earth they stood above now. However, he held it in. He smiled. He laughed. He toyed with this so-called army before him to his heart's content, acting extremely carefree, as though his and lives of those around him weren't weighing on his mind. But the truth of the matter was that his heart was as dark as coal, but as fiery as the core of the stars in the sky. He willed for this all to be real. He willed that his trial would leave a last mark on the annals of history. They would remember that Dian Sicharo had placed his mark on this world. They would remember to feel regret, fear, apprehension when they heard his name. They would remember in their next lives to never cross him or his family again. Dian's blazing white eyes seemed to pierce through space, turning into such a bloody red that his face seemed dripping with his own blood. Judgment. Act 1. Carnage. In that moment, there was nothing else in the world besides endless murderous intent. There was no noise, no cries of fear, no shocked gasps. It was only in the moment before their lives were reaped that those who were targeted felt an endless pain erupt from their chests. Slowly looking down, it was only then they realized that a blood-red spear has obliterated their hearts. Each and every one of them fell from the skies without even a shred of unwillingness in their eyes. In the face of such carnage, they never stood a chance. Bodies of saints fell without question, Viserians and moons alike. Not a single stood for even a moment. Weaker lower celestials suffered the same fate, unable to resist for. As for those above them in battle power, whether they died or not hardly mattered because not a single one of them was fit to battle even a regular saint right now, let alone the monsters of the Angel Clan army. Laura and Velis could only watch as their warriors fell. Almost the entire Viserian army was wiped out. As for the Moon Clan, they had lagged behind because it was their essence gatherers that died earlier, so it was only fair. However, even still, they lost more than half of their numbers. There were about 1.3 million enemies when Dian first attacked, but now there were less than 300,000. The angels suddenly roared, even further intimidating the remaining enemies. However, they didn't do so on purpose. It was just that they couldn't control their emotions after seeing their king display such power. Even the Tao formation experts who stood behind Dian and Amphrey were no different, and this was especially so for Amphrey's mother. Dian's mother-in-law had been one of the first to learn of Dian's plans, and one had to say that she was completely shocked by his methods. But even then, she was skeptical. After all, with her tens of thousands of years of experience, she had never seen such a thing. But, seeing it play out exactly the way Dian described, she couldn't help but see her son-in-law as completely unfathomable. While others might not understand the sheer difficulty of what Dian had just done, how could she not? Drawing even a single one of those arrays on the weapons Dian attacked with would have taken her at least a couple minutes, let alone drawing almost 1 million of them. That wasn't even to mention the fact she didn't have the ability to concentrate those arrays on such a small scale. If she had to estimate, she would need at least a couple dozen meters of space for each, yet Dian fit them on the relatively small circumference of the spear shafts. However, what shocked Dian's mother-in-law even more was the fact the spears hadn't disappeared. Each and every one remained in the chest of their target and was still completely corporeal. The level of difficulty of doing such a thing was unimaginable because from what she could tell, each was a pseudo-transcendent weapon. When Amphrey's father looked at the back of his pale young king, the complicated feelings in his heart disappeared. He had always approved of Dian after watching him grow up and actually used to have quite a good relationship with this son-in-law of his. It was only after he dared to disrespect his daughter in such a way that his rage reached the high heavens. But now, he could see his daughter sitting in the position of queen, and it seemed like the young man he had put so much hope in all those years ago was finally back. It was only at this moment that he finally put down his hatred, fully willing to risk his own life for the happiness of daughter and her husband. Of all the shocked expressions on the battlefield, Dian was the only one who knew why he was capable of such a feat. All of the credit should, deservedly, be taken by the spiritual vein. Even it was drained after such a feat, however, drained was relative. It still had well over 85% of its power. It was just that 10% of such a large store of energy was an astronomical amount. Dian knew that if he had to support such a consumption with his own soul, it would have been impossible. He knew that his currently self could only make a few dozen of the Judgment Carnage arrays at most. After all, they were capable of injuring peak celestials while his soul was at the mere lower celestial level. It was just lucky for him that his soul talent bridged ridiculous gaps. That was the only reason he even dared to say he could produce such an amount. However, whether it be the drain on his focus or his presence, it was an amount Dian couldn't ignore. If it wasn't for the fact Amphory was secretly supporting him with her holy will, he would have already collapsed. He knew he had no choice but to stay upright, or it would affect the morale of his warriors. Now wasn't the time to fall. In the distance, a group of Tao formation elders numbering a couple dozen paled. Never in their lives had they seen such a thing. Dian's murderous intent affected even them. A tiger father really wouldn't produce anything but a tiger son, one of them said absent-mindedly. They had spent so many years fearing Dian's father, who knew that his son was already so terrifying. It looks like we have no choice but to intervene. Another said bitterly. Look at you all wanting to run with your tails between your legs. My heaven-shattering sect doesn't need any cowards here. If you want to run, run. A bulky man roared. Since they had used a special treasure to conceal themselves, he didn't worry about being overheard. After all, the Angel Clan elders were otherworldly existences. If it wasn't for a special treasure, how would they have not sensed their presence already? The surrounding elders looked at this man but didn't bother to refute. The heaven-shattering sect of their alliance had always been the most unfettered. Maybe the only thing in this corner of the universe they feared was Dian's father. But even then, they didn't hesitate to provoke him again and again, causing no shortage of headaches for their mysterious clan alliance. If you want to charge in and get yourself killed, feel free, you brute, the elder who spoke first muttered. He found this boastfulness ridiculous. The only reason they were able to come here was because their presence wouldn't be missed back in their clans. Basically, only they could leave without the Beast Alliance finding out. In other words, they were near the bottom rung of seniors in their respective sects. How could they be a match for the Angel Clan Tao formation experts? Even if all 24 of them attacks along with the 6 elders of the Moon and Viserion clans, their chances of winning against the 17 Angel Clan ministers was 0%. At most, they could stall them for an hour or so. If they used all of their life-saving measures and treasures, they could increase that to a quarter to half a day. But that was the utmost limit. They were inevitably destined to lose. To put things into perspective, according to the laws of the universe, the bare minimum number of meridians you had to open during your meridian formation days was 81 if you wanted even the slightest sliver of a chance to become a Tao formation expert. This 81 meridian mark was known as the lowest level of the 3rd grade. However, even if one became a 3rd grade essence gatherer, their futures were severely limited. This was because the difficulty of scaling grades in subsequent cultivation stages increased as well. In reality, even if one became a 1st grade essence gatherer like Dian, the chances of also becoming a 1st grade saint were slim. It was much more likely to become a 2nd or 3rd grade when moving forward. Essentially, grades usually fell as cultivation progressed. Even those who managed to become peak 1st grade experts in lower cultivation stages would likely fall to high and middle 1st grade levels later on. The rarity of a peak 1st grade Tao formation expert was at such a level that maybe only the top 3 quadrants of Dian's time had 1 or 2 of them. This was why, although the Angel Clan Saints and Celestials were all of the 1st grade, 12 of their Tao formation experts were only at the 2nd grade, because your grade was based on the number of meridians you opened in your previous cultivation stage. A 1st grade Celestials opened 99 or more meridians at the Saint level before progressing, while a 2nd grade Tao formation expert opened between 90 and 98 meridians at the Celestial level before progressing. So, why did this make the Tao formation experts of the mysterious clans so apprehensive? It was because even the best of them that came this time were only of the lower 2nd grade, while the vast majority of them only barely made the cut to become Tao formation experts and were at the 3rd grade. Even worse, because their grades were so poor, they were limited to the upper heights of the lower Tao formation stage and wouldn't advance to the middle stages in their entire lives because that was reserved for 2nd grade experts. As for the peak of Tao formation, that was reserved for 1st grade experts. In the cultivation world, not only did cultivation stage matter a great deal, your foundation was even more important. And the most accurate measure of your foundation was your grade. A third-grade expert of the celestial level had almost no chance of beating a second-grade expert and would be annihilated in the face of a first-grade expert. Not only did the Angel clan have many high-level second-grade experts, they even have 5 of the first grade. In fact, Amphrey's mother was a peak first-grade expert who had the chance of stepping into the legendary half-step transcendent stage in the future. If she wasn't still so relatively young, they would have never dared to even have designs on the Angel clan. The Alliance should have seen all of this already. Maybe they have a countermeasure prepared, someone said carefully. They knew that their purpose here was just as a contingency plan. After all, no matter how powerful a clan was, anyone could be overrun by numbers. The reason they were so scared of Dian's attack was because even they as Dao formation experts couldn't annihilate so many Celestials and Saints so easily. Even they would have to pay a price. That was mostly because they were at the bottom rung of experts of their level, but it was the truth nonetheless. However, clearly, Dian didn't have the same worries as them. The truth was that the mysterious clans had sent them here to record the destruction of the Angel clan, so they could agitate Dian's father into using some sacrificial techniques. Maybe that way they would be able to irreparably harm him and get the things they desired. It would be like dealing with 2 birds with a single stone. Unfortunately, Dian's father, a usually stoic man, was laughing like a maniac as he watched these things unfold. Far away, past the universal barrier and into a completely separate quadrant, 12 elders sat in a formation created to hold a single man. The reason the universes were split into groups of 100 called quadrants, and why the trillions of galaxies were split into groups called universes, was all because of these barriers. Universal barrier were already difficult to cross and relied on expert spatial Dao manipulation, but quadrants were even more difficult to cross. While someone with an intent could theoretically cross universes, the bare minimum to cross quadrants was a supreme level treasure, or a Dao of space. Other than this, no one was sure why these barriers were so diligent in separating groups of 100 universes like it did, but it had long become an ignored anomaly. Understanding this, one can see just what kind of magnificent treasures the epistemic towers were to be capable of linking 100 quadrants together. It was even possible to enter from one quadrant and leave from another if you so chose. That aside, considering the current faces of those 12 elders, they weren't thinking of trivial things at all. They had wanted to show Dian's father the destruction of his clan, but in the end, all they ended up witnessing was the glory of his son. Everything from Dian speaking and raising morale with Maliki, to taunting the enemy army, to single-handedly in that moment, a man with otherworldly handsomeness sat with his back as straight as a javelin, laughing uproariously as he looked at his son with an expression of pride on his features. His dark skin was smooth and without flaw, but he had lines of worry by his eyes. This was unavoidable, considering the situation surrounding his wife, how he hadn't seen her in more than half a century, and the decline of the Angel clan. He had a lot to worry about recently. However, at the moment, all of those concerns seemed like fleeting wind before him now. That's how my son should be. Dian's father had a big grin on his face. Had Dian seen him, he would have been shocked. In his lifetime, he hardly ever saw his father smile. Although his father had always been loving and caring, he seemed to have lost his ability to laugh long ago. But seeing his son grow up before his eyes had awakened something within him. There was no need to speak about the ugly expressions on the faces of the 12 elders. They had been taunting this man for almost 30 years, thinking that there would be nothing he could do to stop this day and the annihilation of his Angel clan. Come to find out that this man they feared never needed to take action to begin with. His son alone was more than enough. However, they understood the stakes that were at hand. There was no way they could allow this to continue in this way. If they gave up, they would not only have to face the suppression of the Beast Alliance for violating the terms of their alliance, they would also be forced to share the treasures they had been hoarding all of this time. When they thought about how beneficial Luna could be for their cultivation and the leaps their mysterious clan alliance would take with the help of the energy core, it was enough to make their insides green with regret. "Where is that damned whore?" A particularly uproarious and unfettered elder roared out. He didn't bother with his image as an elder, and in fact he was dressed the part as well. He was missing hair in many places, and even his long beard was scorched. Who knew what kind of experiments this old man was up to? Diane's father frowned. He immediately knew that this man was talking about Luna. In reality, he had mixed feelings about this daughter-in-law of his, but that didn't mean it was this elder's place to scold her in front of her father-in-law. Did he take him for a joke? Humph! With a simply snort, a twelfth of the formation was suddenly under immense pressure, the portion that happened to perfectly align with the man who called Luna a whore. The old man immediately paled, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood in an instant. Diane's father's meaning was simple. Watch your mouth. Although the old man was angered beyond compare, he didn't dare to say any more. That simple attack just then had put immense pressure on his soul, even injuring it slightly. With his old age and the fact life essence was tied to the soul, he didn't dare to take such an attack again. Even though the other 11 would support him and stop such a thing from happening twice in a row, he wasn't willing to take the risk. So he could only swallow his words, with the hatred in his heart brewing all the more. The world seemed to disdain soul cultivation, but it wasn't until one reached the lauded half-step transcendent realm like he had that they realized they were foolish to believe such a thing in their youth. This was because it was impossible to transcend unless your soul was a peak existence. Those who reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this plane would only be able to lament and regret if they had ignored this in their younger days. Of course, the question was then, why was Diane's father so powerful even though all 13 of them were of the same cultivation? This was especially odd because everyone who became a transcendent was a peak first-grade expert. Well, the answer lied in the secrets underlying the mysterious transition realm of cultivation. It was a mystery Diane would uncover in the future. Although Elder Conley was crass with his words, "This is truly peculiar," a female elder spoke out. None of this made any sense to them. They knew that Luna hadn't betrayed them because they had their own means of monitoring her. So, how did this young king escape her influence? Luna's special constitution was much too domineering to be so easily dismissed. Even they would have to be triply careful in dealing with her, so how to a boy less than a century-old shed 3 decades of her influence? None of that matters, spoke a serious elder. We need a solution to handle the situation. We can figure out what actually caused this another time. The elders nodded. I'm sure you know what our only option is. Another elder spoke out. Serious expressions covered the faces of them all. They knew what they would have to do to solve this. But there's no time to continue this. The Vizirian clan has their own spies on each planet. If they interfere, it will be troublesome. The serious elder spoke. I'll go. Elder Conley spoke, clearly very eager. He could almost taste Diane's anguish already. Don't fool around, Conley. This isn't a place for revenge. Remember the consequences of taking this action, and also remember you still want to live a life after he's free. The elders looked knowingly at Diane's father. They knew very well after they did this, there would be hell to pay. Their original plan included using the energy core to build a formation capable of holding him forever, or at least until they had the means to kill him. However, clearly that plan was derailed. Now, even if they succeeded, they wouldn't have the time to set up such a formation because with only 11 of them, they would only be able to hold Diane's father in place for a few hours, a day at the most. No matter how much they wanted to back out now and say their apologies. How could they? They were already riding a wave they couldn't hop off of. The moment they threatened this man's family, they knew there was no going back. When their gazes landed on Diane's father, they couldn't help but shiver. I've only stayed in this world for the sake of raising my son and protecting my clan. He spoke slowly. His words sounded simple, but it sent shivers down the spines of the elders. He was saying he could have transcended already. As much as they wanted to believe that he was lying, their hearts told him that this man wasn't a liar. In fact, the moment he said those words, they suddenly thought about another rumor they had heard around the time they first started their dealings with this man. On the day Diane was born, the surroundings of this very quadrant were thrown into an upheaval. From those close to situation, not only was Diane's birth met with an unprecedented heavenly display, it was also coupled with signs of a mortal transcending, This was information that they were much too low to have full preview of. However, since the event occurred in their quadrant, they were lucky enough to snatch away snippets. Only those monster clans near the center of the cosmos would have the rights to such information usually, especially considering it was about a family as strong as Diane's. According to the rumors, the momentum of Diane's birth was so fierce that Diane's mother could no longer suppress her transcendence. The rumor had been so ridiculous that they hadn't even dared to believe it. What kind of child's birth could be so overwhelming to cause such a thing? And, even further, who had ever heard of a half-step transcendent giving birth? Let alone one so close to transcending. However, although they ignored the rumor, it was nothing but the truth. Diane's mother and father had spent their whole lives trying to have a child and were resigned to not doing so until one day they were gifted a miracle. The problem was that they were both already exceptionally close to transcending. In fact, this was the very same problem Amethyst had faced when she was trying to get revenge for her parents against the ice, fire, and dark phoenixes. In the end, Amethyst managed to fulfill her wish before transcending, but Diane's pitiful mother barely got a chance to hold Diane in her arms before she was sent to another plane, never again to return. The more the elders thought about it, the more they shivered in fear. As half-transcendents, most of their days were spent studying how to transcend. They knew that while it was impossible to suppress transcending forever, the actual process of transcending could be extended. If Diane's father used the force of his transcending for revenge, what chance would they stand? However, Diane's father's voice continued to drop, as though it was trying to dunk all those who heard it into an endless cold. It seems I've been much too lenient with your clans. I've never killed any of you. I've never harmed your foundations. In fact, I even let you trap me in here to allow my son a chance to temper him. It seems that you instead like to repay kindness with enmity. Diane's father's voice slowed, making sure they understood and heard his every word. Conley, go! One of the elders roared. It was too late for them to regret. They could only press forward as best they could. If they hurried and got the energy core to their clan protection spell, they would be able to defend against Diane's father's rage until he could no longer keep his body on this plane. But they had to be fast. Take a few thousand Celestials with you of the first grade. This isn't a time to worry about the beast clans. Another elder added quickly as Conley's figure flashed away. Diane's father began emitting an aura that's suffocating them all. It was only now that they understood that he had truly been holding back. If he had used this power back then, they would all be dead. Diane's father hadn't used his full power in centuries because doing so would speed up the transcending process. However, these ants had truly raised his ire. If a single hair on my son's head is harmed, a deathly chaos Dao appeared around him, causing a dense black Dao to appear behind him, shaking the very cosmos. Not a single one of your clans would remain after I'm done. Diane breathed heavily, looking down on the battlefield around him as Amphrey's hand slipped into his. He could hardly stand, but if everything worked out how he planned it, it would be perfect. Little King, a soft voice rang out from behind the couple. Diane could immediately tell that it was his mother-in-law, so he chuckled to himself. It seemed even she couldn't hold in her curiosity anymore. It's actually simple, Diane said with a bit of struggle in his voice. I call it the split minds technique. It's the reason I can draw arrays so quickly. The split minds technique was actually the one and only technique that Diane had forged entirely on his own. In fact, he had done so long ago during his Focus Academy days. By now, it had become automatic for him almost to the point he forgot that that wasn't how people usually drew arrays. The concept itself was simple. By splitting for your focus, you could draw multiple portions of an array at the same time, thus accelerating the speed to ridiculous levels. When Diane's soul was at the mere foundation stage, he was already capable of splitting his mind into 32 focus points, thus accelerating the speed of his array creation by exactly that amount as well. But, by now, with his soul having reached the saint stage, and his speed of thought having followed right along with it, Diane could split his mind into tens of thousands of fragments, something that was unprecedented into the martial world. When Diane's mother-in-law heard this explanation, it was like she had been opened up to an entirely new world. But in the end, she still smiled bitterly. Diane's explanation was simple enough, But who could really do such a thing? The level of fatigue one would place on their mental energy doing such a thing was astronomical. It was no wonder Diane looked like he had one foot in the grave right now. The truth of the matter was that if Diane's only had to draw a few thousand, maybe up to 10,000 arrays, there would have hardly been any change to his mental state. However, drawing almost 1,000,000 truly wore him out, leaving him feeling empty and used. Even so, Diane's mother-in-law knew her limits. Using Diane's methods, she would be able to split her mind a few hundred times. After some practice, she'd likely reach into the thousands. However, keeping up with Diane was a pipe dream. That said, it didn't diminish her excitement. She felt that using this method, her speed in drawing arrays would reach unprecedented levels. In fact, she was confident that she'd only be slower than Diane. With a flash of his ring, Diane immediately took out a pure white pill. The two toughest things to recover in the martial world were soul power and mental energy. Although soul power used energy cultivation energies, it required a certain refinement to be able to be absorbed by the soul. This was why soul cultivation was so difficult and also why Diane rarely used energy stones to soul cultivate. Energy stones contained their own impurities already, so it was better to rely on natural energy in the air and spiritual fruits. This made the processing the energy easier, allowing it to integrate with your life essence. As for mental energy, there were no shortcuts. The only things that could recover it were exceptionally old and rare plants, or the most valuable pieces of exceptionally powerful beasts. For example, a calming grass had to reach 9 cycles of 100,000 years before it had the capability of replenishing mental energy. In addition, only the legendary peak true deity-class crystal dragons had dragon souls capable of doing such a thing, and even then, they had to be of at least the celestial level before they gained such an ability. Even further, not all crystal dragons awakened this portion of their ancient bloodline. Only legatee-level characters of their clan stood a decent chance. Ice phoenixes also used to have this ability hidden within their life flames. Unfortunately, they were now extinct. Aside from a few other rare and ancient plants, there was a treasure of the 33 heavens with the passive ability to do so. It was actually one eye of a pair. It was called Heaven's Left Eye. The pill in Diane's hand, however, although far less efficient than the above-mentioned treasures, contained the essence of purifying stones. These were the stones usually used to stimulate the legendary toxin release the many cultivators sought after, but right now, Diane was trying to use the traces of life will within them to hopefully push his life essence into helping his mental energy recover at a slightly faster rate. Diane had actually seen this concept in the Tao of Array Alchemy, but that was all it was, a concept. It was usually extremely difficult to infuse a will into a pill. This wasn't because it was impossible to do so, but rather because it was inadvisable. Imagine if you were an alchemist and you infused your will into a pill and gave it to another person. If your will surpassed theirs, you would definitely corrupt that person, if not outright kill them. In addition, people usually take those sorts of pills when they were injured. How could they resist someone who could make a pill powerful enough to help them in such a situation? The only reason people like Amphory could use their wills to directly heal others was because they were there to personally control it. If they weren't, the risk was hundreds of times higher. Luckily for Diane, this pill would theoretically change all of that. The white pill in Diane's hand used purifying stone essence. This, in itself, isn't what made using the life will within safe. This was because if Diane tried to add the essence of an Aurora Flamestone, its meridians would likely burst from the inside out. The reason why this method was safe was because of the nature of the purifying stone itself. It was very gentle and docile as long as it didn't run into any impurities. This last caveat was why this was only a concept. Under normal circumstances, the purifying stone would react very violently within a cultivator's body, making the detoxifying process very, very painful. Unfortunately, this would be the result if the pill it was forged into had impurities as well. No one dared to use these stones in this way because no one could guarantee the creation of a pill without impurities. Well, no one except for Diane. Without hesitation, Diane swallowed the pill, not allowing it even a moment to diffuse into his body. If it entered his meridians, Diane would instantly be racked with pain, and although it would benefit him by repelling impurities, this wasn't the time. So, Dian directly engulfed the pill with comet-laden lights, rushing it to his mind's eye. That was the only place Dian was certain there weren't impurities because his life essence was too pure. You bastard! Just as Dian was closing his eyes and sitting on his throne in meditation, a roar finally erupted over the bloody battlefield that had seemingly been frozen for hours. However, Dian ignored it. He had to replenish his mind's strength as soon as possible. This wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. Velis' face was marked with rage as he looked down at his dead and dying brothers. It seemed that no one pierced with one of Dian's spears was capable of moving. It wasn't that they weren't alive, it was just that they were currently in a dreamland, replaying the pain of being stabbed over and over. The lucky ones had already died, while those who were strong enough to live were being tormented in an illusion. This was truly a case where it was better to be weak. Laura, however, was trembling. She still had a good portion of her army left, but that was only because Velis went forward first to show his sincerity for their alliance. Even worse, the Angel clan army had still not fought a single battle. Their only even remotely tired member was their king, but he was currently recovering safely under their protection. Was this really hopeless? Seeing Dian ignore him and continue to recuperate, Velis felt like he had punched into a cloud of cotton. It was the most uncomfortable feeling he had ever had the pleasure of feeling. It was truly enough to make a man go mad. The Dao formation elders of the Vizirian clan had their eyes red with rage. But they were worried that if they charged forward now, they would be leaving their king without protection. A holy aura erupted from Amphory. Slaughter. Her voice was simple and elegant without compare. However, it still resounded with a dense killing intent that made her red-gold hair seem reefed in blood. Without waiting for the remaining Moon Clan warriors to attack, the angels surged forward. However, unlike the barbaric tactics of the Moon and Vizirian clans, they were so orderly that it was almost scary. Whether it be Saint, Celestial, or Dao expert, every one of them ran uniformly, keeping their perfectly constructed squads intact and keeping the ring around their king and queen sealed. In an instant, the angels closed the once few hundred-meter gap to nothing, attacking with an unmatched vigor. The crazed screams of already horrified Moon Clan warriors rang outward, filling the morning air the sound of murder. Even while all of this happened around him, Dian was focused on recuperating. He had entered a state of meditation, clearing his mind of everything. This was even more efficient than sleeping and was a method Dian had found in his master's memories. Although sleep could be beneficial even for cultivators, brain activity was only slowed during sleep, not stopped. However, in a meditative state, brain activity reached such a slow crawl that it was possible to even fake death if this state was coupled with another technique. As for its benefits, the first was obvious: an increase in mental energy recovery. But it also had other benefits. For example, it allowed those who were exceptionally talented, capable of cultivating on instinct, a vastly increased cultivation speed. It also eliminated the pain felt during body and soul cultivation, allowing you to completely focus on the task at hand, and thus increasing your efficiency. One might wonder, then, how come Dian had never used this state before? Well, everything comes with its benefits and downfalls. Reaching a meditative state was impossible for most, and often only the most talented individuals could reach that state, and even then, it took hours to reach and could still be easily interrupted. Oftentimes, the more talented you were, the quicker you reached the meditative state. Some legendary talents could enter it instantly, making their cultivation speed groundbreaking. Madeline actually fell into this category. Unfortunately, Dian was cursed with his speed of thought. His brain was constantly moving and was almost like an untamable beast. He simply found it impossible to empty his mind. In fact, the only reason he could do so now was because his mental energy was completely drained, almost forcing his body into a dormant state. Maybe the scariest part was that if Dian ever found a way to jump this hurdle, his soul and body cultivation talent was be multiplied once again. Suddenly, 24 blazing auras appeared in the horizon, causing the 17 ministers who sat behind Dian to unfurl serious expressions. The battle had truly been going too well. The Moon Clan had already lost 20% of their remaining warriors, and the rate of loss was actually accelerating instead of declining. But, just as they were about to become complacent, 24 Dao formation experts appeared out of nowhere. What the ministers of the Angel clan didn't know was that those elders had been there the entire time. It was just that they had been using a unique treasure to hide. Now that they had gotten word that their clans and sects were coming to support them, they had no choice but to enter the fray. Although they feared the Angel clan Dao experts, they had no choice. If the Moon clan lost their entire army now, this fight would still be troublesome even if support did come, because they knew their alliance couldn't send many. Seeing Dian in a meditative state, the ministers knew that command fell onto Amphrey's shoulders, so they didn't dare to step outside their bounds. At first they had been apprehensive about Dian's command structure. After all, they were elders of hundreds of thousands of years old, aside from Amphrey's mother, of course, who was only a few 10,000 years old. So, taking commands from a child not even a century old was something they felt was beneath them. However, after seeing the effectiveness of Dian's laid-out plans, and how easily their army sliced through their enemies, they had all silently assented. Amphrey nodded, clearly pleased with the demeanor of the elders. Those who received the formation ring stay here, the 12 that didn't, I'm sure you are more than enough to handle them. Although Amphrey didn't have the ability to see through the cultivation of Dao experts, she was exceptionally astute. If those elders had the ability to take on their Angel clan ministers, they would have long since attacked, because they knew that time was of the essence. The fact they didn't meant that they were a contingency plan. Amphrey didn't believe that they had the ability to match up. Amphrey's father and mother both had a look of clear pride on their faces. They understood Amphrey's analysis and felt that it was impeccable. How could they not see that this was inferior competition sent by their enemies? The 12 second-grade ministers on their side could easily fight 2 or 3 of them alone. The elders of the mysterious clans could only laugh bitterly to themselves when they noticed a group half their number approaching them with blinding speed. They didn't even have the time to feel indignant or embarrassed. They simply accepted that they were inferior, and thanks their lucky stars the Angel clan didn't have more Dao formation experts. Well, most of them did. The elder from the heaven-shattering sect roared in agitation almost immediately. "You dare look down on me?" He rushed forward like a headless maniac, looking to take down one of their numbers with a single swing. Unfortunately for him, things didn't exactly go as planned. The elder to the far right that the gorilla-like man attacked simply nonchalantly sidestepped the blow of his axe, punching out and shattering the heaven-shattering sect elder's ribcage with a single stroke, quite ironically. The other mysterious clan's elders could only swallow their anger for their foolish comrade. They had lost one of their number just like that. If he had waited and allowed them to form teams, this would never have happened. In the next moment, an earth-shattering group battle ensued, but anyone with a mind could see which side was being suppressed. Maybe if Dian was awake, he would have been quite shocked. The reason wasn't for the power being used, but rather the fact Dao formation experts battled freely near the surface of the planet without any repercussions. In his modern times, even Celestials had to go off into space in order to avoid destroying the planet they battled above. Yet, in ancient times, the land could withstand the battle of almost 40 Dao experts. In fact, hadn't Dian just unleashed an attack capable of annihilating thousands of Celestials? It was truly baffling. Soon, Dian would come to understand just how beneficial it was for his inner world that it was reformed here. Elder Conley rushed through the expanse of space. He, along with about 10,000 first-grade Celestial along with 10 Dao formation experts, stood in a silver supreme treasure, rocketing across the universe at blinding speeds that couldn't even be described in terms of the speed of light. In the next moment, they appeared above Planet Haven. It was only at that moment that anyone observing would make the shocking discovery that the silver vessel was actually half the size of an entire planet. Elder Conley's face was a mixture of fear with a contradictory, unconcealed excitement and killing intent. As an expert and an undisputed genius of his generation, he had never been suppressed by anyone. He had spent his entire life humiliating anyone who even looked at him the wrong way. But that day, almost 60 years ago, when that man came to the quadrant he once ruled with impunity, everything had changed. He had learned what it truly meant to be at someone's mercy. Dian's father hadn't been lying. All this time, he had only toyed with mysterious clans, barely using even 20% of his power for fear, he would accelerate his transcendence and be forced to leave his son prematurely. However, this truth only served to fuel Elder Conley's hatred all the more. There was no going back anymore. Whether he and his allies survived this all depended on the energy core, and if he just so happened to get revenge along the way, even if he failed and died, wouldn't it be worth it? After all, he had his own pride no matter how disgusting and twisted it was. Kill! The 5 ministers froze, each and every one sending a sharp gaze toward the skies. With their years of honing their perception, they could feel a terrifying aura was descending. One they didn't have the slightest chance of winning against. A blazing flame that seemed to cover half the planet erupted from the skies, burning away the atmosphere at an astonishing rate. However, it only took a moment for those experts among them to realize that this wasn't an attack, but a ship descending. What kind of terrifying vessel could make such a large commotion? Amphrey's delicate brow furrowed. She had no sure idea what her next step could be, and with Dian in meditation, it wasn't appropriate to rouse him. If she did so, it wouldn't be worth it. Since Dian's mental energy was recovering, if he was roused now, it would be hundreds of times harder for him to re-enter the meditative state. In that case, his healing would be stalled. Amphrey immediately calmed herself. Scanning the battlefield, a few hundred miles away the Tao Formation Group battle was still raging, and she communicated with them that they shouldn't leave or be hurried with their battle, no matter what happened. The last thing she wanted was for an unnecessary injury to occur during what should have been an easy fight. However, what she did do was immediately call back 4 of them. This would force the remaining ministers to fight 1-on-3, but it was still within the realms of possibility. What Amphrey didn't know was that one of the 24 Tao formation experts had already been cut down. So one of their ministers would only have to fight 2. If they were lucky, this would tip the balance sooner rather than later. The instant Amphrey called them back, 4 auras appeared unimpeded within the middle of the Angel Clan formation. Seeing that their breathing was still steady, Amphrey nodded to herself. This was good, that meant that the fight had been going well. The next thing Amphrey did was to urge the Angel Clan army to kill as many as they could within the next half-minute. Although the vessel seemed close, that was only because of its ridiculous size. In addition, they were only using a fraction of its top speed because if they dared to not, they would obliterate the entire planet. In that situation, what they sought would be destroyed and their whole mission would be for naught. Amphrey understood this and thus calculated they had about a minute more, but she also wanted to give the army time to circulate their recovery pills. One had to say that Amphrey's approach to the problem was meticulous and well thought out. Dian would have no complaints at all. Knowing the potency of the pills refined by the formula left by their king, the Angel Clan army no longer held anything back. It seemed like with each second that passed, another 1,000 Moon Clan warriors would die miserably. This wasn't just because the Angel Clan warriors were on a complete other level. It was also because Dian's formation allowed them to work together seamlessly. The more powerful members of the Moon Clan would often have their eyes light up when they saw a weak saint. But before those Celestials could act, the supposedly weak saint would rotate, leaving their backs seemingly unprotected. In the end, those Moon Clan warriors would die a pitiful death, only realizing at the last moment that those saints were actually protected by the Celestial within their group. This wasn't hard for the opposing army to figure out. It was clear that Dian's formation allowed saints to focus on saints, while Celestials wouldn't have the opportunity to bully them. The problem was that all those who figured it out died. The Moon Clan army didn't have communication devices, so even those who managed to survive for a bit longer than others weren't able to spread the news. They could only lament at their misfortune and be cut down moments later. The worst part was that they felt as though they were attacking an unstoppable fortress. The angels never seemed to tire, and they could even break through the first line. At first, Laura was fine with this. That was because they would eventually tire and slip up considering the number difference. However, she could only watch in horror as Dian's formulated squads seamlessly swapped positions, as though they were performing a coordinated dance. No matter how intelligent she was, she couldn't even fathom how it was possible for an army to be so organized. None of them were even speaking. Laura thought that maybe their Tao formation experts were using their enigmatic energy to send messages to each individual person, but she had to throw that idea out as well. Such a thing required high levels of control and focus, but those Angel Clan ministers were lightly chatting with each other. In addition, the energy waves caused by battle could easily disrupt such forms of communication. While an expert might not find it troubling to communicate with 1, 2, or even 10 other people during the chaos of war, they absolutely would not be able to guarantee doing so with more than 100,000 people. It was impossible. Laura felt herself swooning. She could only look at the approaching heat in the sky and pray they could turn this around. She was so focused on her own inner turmoil that she didn't even notice that Velis had long stopped raging. The Angel Clan army burst backward in unison, retreating without flaw. Seeing this, the opposing army wanted to attack, but Amphrey's timing and micromanagement was just too perfect. In an instant, the Angel Clan army appeared far behind the line Diane had drawn before the battle began. Diane had done this very deliberately, accounting for the possibility of him becoming incapacitated during battle. Although Amphrey was very intelligent, she didn't have the same knowledge of formations that he did. It was impossible for her to understand things in a glance like he could. So he left her a marker. Obviously, Amphrey's mother also had this ability since she was the one who set up the formation with Diane's instructions. However, Diane's mother-in-law wasn't the one commanding the army. Adding an extra step of communication could make or break a strategy. This was why Diane didn't only communicate with his leaders so that they could then communicate with their squads. Instead, he directly communicated with everyone. The Moon Clan warriors surged forward after the Angel Clan army. It wasn't that they were so brave, it was just that they were frustrated. They spent over 10 minutes fighting with no results at all, and in the end, they were left with a measly few tens of thousands of their original near 300,000 number. It was completely humiliating. However, those that remained were obviously among the most powerful of them, and with that came added wisdom and intelligence. They could tell that the angels were retreating in order to prepare for what was clearly their reinforcements. Unfortunately, they were too eager and much too proud of their own analysis. In all of this, they forgot one important thing. The barrier. Amphrey hardly had to try. Using the barrier was made easy by the mechanisms Diane put in place, allowing array plates to work like an off and on switch. Before they could even react, the Moon Clan army was once again trapped within the barrier with no way out. Their faces burned with rage and embarrassment. How could they possibly fall for the same trick twice? If Diane was aware of the situation right now, he'd likely be dying of laughter at their stupidity. In truth, it wasn't entirely their fault. They had simply fallen for Diane's schemes once again. When the Vizirian clan elder attacked, it had looked like the barrier was going to collapse. In fact, large cracks appeared in it very clearly. And after the attack, Diane retracted the barrier. With their knowledge of ancient clan formation, barriers couldn't be so simply pulled up and down like Diane's could. They should require meticulous preparation. And that was even if the barrier wasn't as damaged as Diane's was after that Dao formation attack. However, not only was the barrier still clearly fine, it was summoned in an instant. They didn't even have the chance to retaliate. "Ministers, I'll have to trouble you," Amphrey said in a soft voice. It was actually quite looked down upon for Dao formation experts to attack Celestials in such a way, especially when they were trapped like this. However, Diane drilled in again and again that one shouldn't be worried about being shameless in the face of shameless individuals. These people had plotted and schemed against their lovers, their mothers, their fathers, their sons and daughters. These people, for the sake of benefits, felt no qualms about annihilating an entire clan, including its old and its young. Why should they care about giving them any face at all? Truth be told, Diane was even quite tempted to use poison with these individuals. If he wasn't taking the culture of the Angel Clan into account, he would have. In fact, it would have been exceptionally easy considering that along with the wind, fire and earth abyssal cores that surrounded the village, there was a corrupt abyssal core as well that was a hotbed for poisons and darkness-type wills. Unfortunately, Diane had to take into account the feelings of his people, which was also why it took him so long to find a way to add women to his army. The ministers wore solemn expressions, but they knew that this was for the greater good. If they wanted to survive, they needed to do this. 9 powerful hands raised, causing the Tao formation experts protecting Laura to cry out in shock. But unfortunately, it was too late. Although it would have been possible for the Angel Clan army to use its archers once again, it would have taken too long. In addition, that would have ruined Amphrey's plan to allow them time to rest. So, Amphrey didn't hesitate to use this method. There was no suspense at all. In the next moment, 9 powerful attacks descended upon the remaining Moon Clan warriors. Powerful as they might be, how could they withstand the attack of 5 first-grade and 4 second-grade Tao experts? They didn't stand a single chance. Laura could only watch as the last of her army was completely annihilated. Both her and Velis' army were gone. Without hesitation, the Angel Clan army popped a recovery pill, relishing in the rush of energy that filled their meridians. Using the dense energy of the Angel Clan and its spiritual vein, they recovered to over 90% in 10 seconds. By the 20th second, they were in peak condition. Such was the power of a true moon-level pill forged by their most talented minister. Despite the purity only being about 60%, the pill formula was too perfect for it to matter. It was wasteful, especially to use such pills on saints and celestials, but it was effective. They had no choice, because they were about to face the strongest enemy they ever had. The flames in the sky dispersed, signifying the piercing to the atmosphere as a massive silver vessel appeared in the skies. In the next moment, over 10,000 figures appeared with an arrogant and disdainful expression on their features. However, when the eyes of the Angel Clan minister trained on the eccentric old man that led them all, they felt their hearts tremble. Half-step transcendent, they cried out in their hearts. Were the heavens really ordaining the destruction of their Angel Clan? Elder Conley stood at the forefront with 10 Tao formation experts exuding powerful auras behind him. At the same time, all 11 of them stood before 10,000 celestials of the first grade. Although Elder Conley knew he didn't have much time, he couldn't help but scan over the battlefield. When he saw that there was only a single army instead of 2, he could help but be astonished. It had taken him less than an hour to get here, and yet an army of 100,000 annihilated one of 300,000? What kind of nonsense was this? Despite having personally seen Diane's methods, Elder Conley also saw that he was very tired after completing them. After Diane pulled out 2 domineering tricks, Elder Conley really didn't think he had any more. In fact, he assumed that Diane only went so far because the angels weren't as powerful as they once assumed. But clearly he was wrong. Even worse, it seemed like they were in the same peak state before they battled. This was ridiculous. A dense killing intent permeated Elder Conley's eyes. Even with all his years of experience, he had never once seen such a talent. Their heaven-shattering sex legatee couldn't hold a candle to that devil man's son. The moment Elder Conley's eyes trained on Diane, his rage erupted to new heights. He dared to meditate in his presence. Before Elder Conley could step out, an arrogant young man with long jet-black hair and dark eyes appeared beside him. Surprisingly, despite the fact he stepped in front of the 10 Tao formation experts, none of them showed any dissatisfaction despite being tens of thousands of years older and much stronger than him. "Master, is that him?" The young man respectfully stood a half-step behind Elder Conley. Even though he was arrogant, he knew well that his master was hundreds of times more arrogant than he was. So he had no choice but to show respect. "Yes," Elder Conley replied plainly. As much as Elder Conley wanted to personally kill Diane, he still had his image to worry about. Truth be told, he would rather capture and torture the little brat. However, his disciple insisted on coming. So, he decided that he might as well allow it. After all, his disciple was a first-grade celestial as well. "I'll be sure to kill him slowly." The young man spoke with clear rage in his eyes. From beginning to end, Diane hadn't even acknowledged their existence. How could he not be angry? "Don't kill the woman by his side. I prefer to humiliate him even in death." The heaven-shattering sect legatee, Mazzino, wasn't a genius swayed by beauty. In fact, there were quite a few rumors circulating behind his back about what team he truly played for. Because of that, he often went out of his way to ravage women to cover for it. Unfortunately, that only made people suspect him even more. Of course, the long flowing hair, delicate features, and flowery robes didn't help much. If that wasn't enough, his attack weapon of choice were two metal fans. If he wasn't gay, he was doing a very good job fooling everyone. These rumors, of course, infuriated Mizuno, and he had killed no small amount of disciples because of them. He just enjoyed beautiful things, and milk baths were his guilt pleasure. Was there something wrong with that? Why did a man need to be rugged and dirty? He preferred cleanliness. The truth was, he was angry because Diane was ignoring them. Unlike his blinded with rage master, he could tell that Diane simply hadn't noticed them arrive. What truly angered him was that Diane was more handsome than he was, despite clearly not putting in as much effort as he had. It was enough to make him go mad. Within the Angel Clan dungeons, the face of what looked like a celestial fairy contorted the moment she sensed the auras of those who appeared. Luna immediately recognized the presence of Elder Conley. After all, he had been among the elders that threatened her sister and mother. One could see a clear inner turmoil within Luna right now. This was what she wanted, wasn't it? For the Angel Clan to lose? For her mother and sister to be saved? For her to sacrifice herself for their sake? No. She had spent decades waiting for this day. The day the illusory guillotine that hung above her family's head would disappear, and yet, everything she had done seemed wrong. The army she thought would annihilate the angels was wiped out so easily that it sent a shiver down her spine. The craziest part was that they had hardly needed to lift a finger the whole time. Even worse, she hadn't even assumed that the Viserians would be involved. And yet Diane decimated a challenge that was many times harder than the version she thought he'd lose to. Should I have trusted in him? Luna could only tremble. She had barely known Diane when she made the decision to betray him. How could she know that he was worth her trust? Even her own father treated her like nothing more than an object. Although Diane and his father showed her kindness she had never seen before, how could years of pain be washed away with trust so easily? Suddenly, the shackles the angels thought had secured Luna fell away, almost like that was their one desire in life. Luna stood and walked toward the supposedly locked prison doors as they swung open to welcome her out. Then she disappeared. Elder Conley looked down on the angels with a clear disdain and hatred in his eyes. Give me the energy core, kowtow, and I'll give you all quick and easy deaths. His domineering voice spread around the battlefield, making it seem as though his voice came from the vibrations and wild beatings of their hearts. This intimidation technique was far too profound. Even his voice could instill such fear. Normally, Diane could do this along with his demon generals that followed the sovereign path of music will. However, if you were astute, you would realize that Elder Conley had never practiced music will or anything of the like at all. It was as though his every movement, his every word, his every action, all of them were filled with unfathomable doubts. He didn't need to try to use music will. His voice simply embodied it. This was what it meant to be half-step transcendent. However, contrary to Conley's expectations, not a single angel wavered. If anything, the determination in their eyes grew fiercer. Truth be told, Elder Conley was a fool. Diane's presence wasn't something even a half-step transcendent could slice through with mere words. Although a peak king presence was still 2 levels from the very top, falling short to emperor presence and god presence, it was still a near unfathomable existence. Diane was already at the point where no one of this plane of existence could intimidate him, unless he ran into someone who refined their presence to a higher degree. Unfortunately for Elder Conley, he was at the bottom rung of what could be considered a half-step transcendent. If you were to compare Diane's father to him, it would be like comparing a 7th grade expert to a peak 1st grade one. To put that into perspective, the absolute bare minimum needed to enter the essence gathering level is 54 open meridians, because this would allow you to breach the 55th and thus become a 6th grade expert. Meaning, a 7th grade expert isn't even qualified to cross the meridian formation boundary and become an essence gatherer. Maybe if it was a true half-step transcendent expert, they could have crushed the advantage of Diane's presence. But Elder Conley wasn't qualified. This realization turned Elder Conley blue with anger. However, the angels still weren't moved. Master, let us attack. There's no need for you to get involved. Although the mysterious clan army was outnumbered, Mizuno believed that their numbers were more than enough. Even if the angel clan were made up of entirely 1st grade experts, He didn't believe that their legacies could compare to their clans. With all of the heaven-level techniques they had been groomed with, how could a mere angel clan compare? However, this wasn't just blind arrogance. Mizuno had personally seen the fighting power of the angels while watching the war from his heaven-shattering sect. The reason he was so confident was because he had seen through the flaw in Dian's formation. Despite never being much of a military tactician, there were very few martial world geniuses who would be classified as otherworldly geniuses in the mortal world. If a martial world genius, especially a legatee, were to take an IQ test, breaking the 200 mark would be child's play for them. So, Mizuno had only need a glance to see not only the profoundness of Dian's formation, but also its weakness. Dian's formation was able to mitigate risk by spreading the power of its army into squads. Each squad was made of 4 saints and 1 celestial, matching perfectly to the ratio of saints to celestials in the army. Even with the women added, this 4-to-1 ratio remained the same. However, there was a massive problem with this approach. The angel warriors were restricted in their movement. At first, Mizuno hadn't been sure, but after observing for a few moments, he saw that no squad had a movement radius larger than a few tens of meters. Although this allowed them to stay organized, it also stopped them from helping an attack that, say, concentrated on a single spot. The best part was, even if the angels then ignored their formation and attacked, they would then be equaling the playing field once again, descending into the more barbaric form of warfare the martial world was known for. Normally, this wouldn't be easy to execute. However, the mysterious clan army was made entirely of celestials. Mizuno was truly genius. If Dian had known his thinking, he would definitely have nodded in approval. This truly was a great weakness of his formation. It was just that he believed that it was worth it. Elder Conley reined in his anger before nodding. Slaughter them, but leave the boy alive. You can beat him as you wish, but I'd like to have some fun too. An endless pressure immediately locked down the 9 Dao formation experts. Don't even think of interfering. If one moves, one dies. If 2 move, 2 die. The angel clan ministers' insides twisted with anger. However, the looks on their faces remained completely nonchalant. Unfortunately, unlike Elder Conley's intimidation tactic, his energy suppression was unblockable. The attack Elder Conley was waiting for didn't come, though. When he looked back, he found his disciple oddly arranging the first-grade celestials into a cone shape, ignoring the confused gazes on their faces. If anyone deviates from this formation, I'll have their head, Mizuno called out. Not waiting for a response, he coldly glared at Dian's handsome face. Charge! The moment Amphrey saw Mizuno organizing his group into a cone shape with him at the helm, she couldn't help but look at Dian with a deep look of love and admiration. Although, when Mizuno saw this, he thought she was simply saying a final goodbye before their deaths. The truth was that Amphrey was almost too bored to bother with them. Had they forgotten that there was a barrier between them? Despite this, Amphrey didn't put too much hope in the barrier. Instead, she was sure of something else entirely. Mizuno believed himself to be too smart, but his folly was that he didn't understand military tactics enough. Dian had grown up with a military father his whole life. Despite the fact he never explicitly studied military formations, he had the art of war ingrained into him from the day he was born. Comparing him to Mizuno was like comparing one of China's ancient generals to a cadet just admitted into the army. Seemingly without a word, the Angel clan army shifted. The Saints disappeared from the front line, appearing behind Dian, Amphrey, and the locked Dao formation experts in what looked like an instant. The Celestials surged forward, forming new squads as though they were all of one mind. Mizuno could only watch in horror as the formation he was sure he had found the weakness of completely shifted. However, he had no choice but to continue forward. If he stopped now, not only would it be a blow to his army's morale, it would also become a complete mess. His formation was crudely and quickly made. It resulted in an unorganized bunch. If he stopped, they would stumble over each other in the air, leaving the angels ample time to retaliate. Even though his master's aura locked onto the Dao formation experts, Mizuno knew that it wasn't foolproof. The only way to completely lock down a warrior is if your energy was on a higher level. For example, when Madeline Old Master locked her down with Saint energy while Madeline was still at the essence gathering level. However, even Dao formation experts used enigmatic energy. So, he was forced to use density and not quality to suppress. This meant that the angels could fight back. They were simply choosing not to for now. This was all to say that if his army became vulnerable, his master wouldn't be able to save him in a short time because if it came to it, the angel ministers would take action. The only reason they didn't was so as not to give Elder Conley incentive to move. An ugly expression appeared on Mizuno's face, but he calmed himself. He couldn't lose his head now. Their army surged forward, passing through the first barrier completely unimpeded, as Mizuno had expected. Destroy it! Mizuno called out to the 10 Dao formation experts who were waiting in the air for this moment. Dian knew from the beginning that his barrier would only be able to withstand 3 to 5 attacks from a Dao formation expert. That meant that it stood no chance against the combined attack of 10. Boom! Shards of violet erupted into the skies. The timing was absolutely perfect. The moment the 10 terrifying attacks subsided, Mizuno burst through, brandishing 2 pristine metal fans embroidered beautifully with what looked like blossoms. He was shocked to find a perfectly arranged army of 20,000 celestials. All of his plans had gone down the drain. With the addition of the women to the Angel Clan army, the original count of 10,000 celestials had doubled, and now, there was no weakness to be seen among them. Amphrey smiled lightly as the Angel Clan army's aura rose. But that was when something completely unexpected happened, something even Amphrey had not a single clue about. Even in meditation, Dian couldn't help but smirk. Now! Velis roared, startling Laura who had just begun to calm down beside him. Her thoughts rolled uncontrollably. What did he mean now? However, in the next moments she found out something truly horrifying. Every single one of Velis' near million-strong army that had supposedly died to Dian's spear to the chest erupted with murderous auras simultaneously, pulling out the spears in their chest and jumping into the air in unison. Mizuno was caught completely off guard. Even Elder Conley didn't have time to react properly because he knew if he did, all 9 Angel Clan ministers would immediately act against him. Even as a half-step transcendent, he couldn't kill 9 high-level Dao experts in a short time even if they had no chance of beating him. Seeing that the people Dian had killed suddenly awake, and also seeing that they each brandished a murderous spear, a sudden realization hit Amphrey and the surrounding angels. Even Velis' father, who had been watching from a distance, had his old eyes awaken as though he was 20 years young. He tilted back his head, roaring with laughter. "You have a good son!" He half couldn't believe that he had been fooled. It was even to the point where his own son lied to him. It was truly a god stroke of genius. It was only now Amphrey's mother truly understood how terrifying Dian was. He wasn't drained just because he had to use his judgment technique. He was completely drained because he had to split his attack into 2. One portion reserved to kill the Moon Clan warriors, and another outfitted with small-scale spatial array. The very first time Dian used this array, he had been trying to impress Madeline by allowing them to pass through the window of his dorm room at Focus Academy. However, the second time he used it, it had been to survive a strike from Madeline's elder brother, and now he would use it again to end this. If Dian's grand teacher hadn't been privy to the conversation between Velis and Dian, he would have fallen out of his chair when this occurred. But now, he couldn't help but laugh just as loudly as Velis' father when he saw the mysterious clan army being massacred. The entire reason Dian had taken Luna with him on his diplomatic trip was because he didn't trust her. So why would he change his mind about that so quickly? Just because he took her virginity? Dian's thinking and mental fortitude was far beyond such things. During his talks with Velis, after he convinced his old friend to side with him, he had already told him that he didn't trust Luna and that something would likely happen to ruin their alliance. At first Velis had been skeptical, but that was when Dian convinced him to check on Luna and Nina. Truth be told, they had a grand time watching their supposed wives roll around together in bed, but Dian was thoroughly enraged when he saw Luna steal to Dragon Refining Tome. At first, he wanted to spoil Luna's plan right there. However, that was when he thought of the mirror he had seen on their dresser that morning. Although his soul was sealed, his perception was exceptionally sharp, so Dian could feel someone was watching him from within the mirror. So he decided to play a little trick. He allowed Luna to steal the mirror to put on a play for who he assumed were the mysterious clan's elders, but was actually just Laura. That said, it still had the same effect, so it didn't matter much considering Laura reported directly to them anyway. When Velis heard that the barbarian clans were attacking, both he and Dian had suspected what was happening. However, he still sent all of his Dao formation experts, leaving his clan completely vulnerable. This was because he needed to help Dian escape. If there were still Dao formation experts in the clan, how could Dian have even had the remote chance of escaping? Even if he had 2 protectors with him, their plan necessitated Dian escaping separately because if he hadn't, the Viserians would have had to attack the Angel clan directly. One might wonder why this is, but the answer was simple. It was Velis' personality. In truth, Velis would never ally with anyone to destroy his enemies, and anyone who had ever met him knew this. If he didn't attack despite knowing where Dian was, and instead went to ally with the Moon Clan, he would have been suspected no matter how much information he handed over. The only way to properly justify it was to attack on a day everyone knew Dian had to be there. The very same day the Moon Clan would attack. And because he had no choice but to attack on that day, it made sense for him to let the Moon Clan know he wasn't an enemy by allying with them. If he attacked earlier than that day, it would mean nothing because Dian wasn't there. If he attacked later, the Angel clan might already be annihilated and the tome Dian stole would be gone. Anyone with a brain would understand this and thus wouldn't suspect Velis for attacking on that day. They would only be curious about what Dian stole to make him so angry. Of course, this worked to perfection because Laura knew exactly what Dian had stolen because she had watched it from beginning to end. So, she fell for it far easier than anyone else. It was truly a master plan. However, what made all of this perfect were the spears in the Viserian warriors' hands. Under normal circumstances, the Viserian experts wouldn't be able to match up to mysterious clan experts. And that was especially true of a mere Viserian branch clan on this small planet Haven. But that all changed because of the overwhelmingly powerful weapons that each contained the power to kill a lower celestials, cripple a mid-level celestial, and heavily injure a peak celestial. The loud screams and agonizing cries of the mysterious clans rang out. Being besieged from all sides by an army of over 1 million completely overwhelmed them. They didn't have a single chance to retaliate because the loud booms of exploding spears radiated over the battlefield. If one wasn't enough to kill, there was a second. If 2 weren't enough, there was a third. An endless rain of attacks completely annihilated the mysterious clan army even as Elder Conley watched with horror in his eyes. Mizzino roared into the skies, erupting with endless amount of faith. He refused to die here. He had already reached over 90 tempered meridians at the celestial level. He only needed a few more centuries to reach 108. Then he could perfectly step into the Dao formation world like his master had. He was completely unwilling. Just as swaths of Viserians were about to die under the waves of his fans, a piercing melody began to ring out. Mizzino slowly turned his head with complete fear in his eyes, only to find a red-headed celestial beauty gently plucking the strings of a golden lyre. He could immediately tell that this young woman had only just stepped into the celestial level, yet her tune was able to affect him. In truth, Amphrey's suppression of him only lasted a split second before he broke away. But by then it was already too late. Thousands of spears, each capable of killing a celestial, rained down on the frozen Mizzino. Before he could do anything, his life ended. Just like that, the life of a legatee was snuffed out. Even someone as powerful as him fell completely victim to Dian's deep schemes. And maybe it was by coincidence, but it was only after his life was snuffed out that Dian's piercing eyes opened. Dian's eyes quickly roamed the battlefield. After noticing that the Viserians had attacked, and seeing 10,000 dead men wearing robes he didn't recognize, he could immediately understand what happened. It only took him a split second to look up and grin at Velis. He was especially happy to see that the Viserian elders had taken advantage of the surprise attack to deal with Laura's 2 protectors. Could be said that his plan worked out flawlessly. However, when he looked in the sky to see the old man with the darkened expression, His heart couldn't help but go cold. In the end, Elder Conley hadn't bothered moving. By his estimation, there would have been about an 80% chance for him to save his disciple if he went all out, but he chose not to. The reason was simple. Dian had pulled out too many tricks, making even him apprehensive. Although it would take him a while to defeat 9 Dao formation experts, a while was only relative to the effort he'd have to put into anything else. On top of that, he wouldn't have to fight them directly. All he'd have to do is slip by them to reach his disciple for the spear's head. Even though tearing through space in these ancient times was almost unheard of, unless your space Dao reached an unprecedented level, something Elder Conley obviously hadn't done, just by relying on his movement technique and superior cultivation, Conley was quite confident in himself. However, Elder Conley thought too much of Dian. No matter how prepared Dian was, how could he ever expect to run into a half-step transcendent? This was supposed to be a trial. Were they trying to kill him? His plans simply didn't account for such a thing at all. Honestly, Dian thought that the Vizirian sneak attack would have been the chess move to end this trial and send him out. But it seemed even he underestimated the veracity of a god-level trial. It was no wonder this trial was based on time and not completion. The worst part was that since Dian had decided to fight and not run, if he didn't defeat Elder Conley, not only would he die here, but his survival record would be a measly 7 days, not enough to be even remotely placed in the top 100. As for why Dian believed he would die while others were simply ejected, it was because he could feel that his real body had entered this trial. Ever since the day he took Amphrey's virginity, it was as though he had completed some sort of cycle or task that allowed him to take the gains he received here and bring them to the outside world. This meant that things like his runic flame and the energy core he happened to receive would stay, but this also meant that his life was on the line. Dian had no idea what that meant. In fact, he had been fighting the idea that this place was real because he didn't want to leave Amphrey, nor did he want the pain Luna caused him to stay, but with every passing moment, his intelligence was screaming at him to think with his head and not his heart, or else he would suffer. Dian stood, clutching his hand as a 10-foot-long glaive appeared in his hand. Retreat. Now. Hearing that Dian's words had no leeway, the angel army could only acquiesce. Dian had made it clear long ago that anyone disobeying orders from him during times of war would die, and he meant those words wholeheartedly. Amphrey, you too. Dian couldn't bear to look at her now, knowing she was feeling particularly aggrieved. After all that nonsense about fighting side by side with the one you love, you still have the face to say such a thing now? However, Amphrey could only bury her feelings. She had long since become used to doing such a thing, so she could only ignore the pain in her clenching heart and retreat behind the Angel Clan city walls. Dian didn't have the time to bask in his own hypocrisy. Although he empathized with Amphrey's feelings and knew exactly what she was thinking, he also knew she really couldn't help right now. The rings he had set plans to be forged were exceptionally complex. If it wasn't for the fact the Angel Clan had a time acceleration chamber, 7 days would have never been enough to form 6 of them. Could be said that they had cut it quite close. Without the help of the ring, Amphrey would have no chance of helping. As much as she'd want to, she would only be a burden. Amphrey understood this and thus didn't bother to argue. For now, she could only watch on with worry. In the end, there were only 10 angels remaining on the battlefield. Aside from those 8 fighting off the mysterious clan elders, only they remained. "Young king, do you want to?" a minister asked respectfully. They all knew of Dian's trump card. It had to do with the rings they all wore on their fingers, as well as the ring that Amphrey gave to Dian the moment he appeared. However, they questioned if it would work against such an expert. "As long as he hasn't comprehended spatial Daos, we have a 10% chance," Dian replied, his voice steeped in deathly calm. The tense atmosphere was suddenly multiplied when Elder Conley started laughing with a foreboding bass in his voice. "Your father has suppressed me for almost 60 years. Now even his son seems to be trying to follow in his footsteps. To kill my own disciple before me." Elder Conley's laughter became louder and louder, shattering the eardrums of the weak and even causing the planet itself to quake. The Daos of the world seemed to swirl around him, eagerly feeding his insanity. "How brazen! How bold! If I don't kill you all, I'll take your surname for my own." Elder Conley's roar shattering the sky. Violent earthquakes ravaged the lands, causing a tsunami of natural disasters to plummet Planet Haven into a crisis. Diane's heart couldn't help but pound fiercely. A battle of 36 Dao formation experts, all trying their very best to kill each other, hadn't caused this many changes to the planet. Yet, a simple laugh could. This wasn't simply a matter of cumulative power. The quality of Elder Conley's power was simply on an unprecedented level. In ancient times, not only was space far more robust, even the land beneath their feet was tougher. If Diane hadn't had time to acclimate to the atmosphere in his trial body before his true body entered, he would have also noticed that gravity was far stronger and the air was heavier as well. The reason for this was because of the qualitative change between ancient gamma energy and modern gamma energy. As the cosmos grew older, the universes it created became progressively weaker, while this change was coupled with a weakening of gamma energies, or more accurately, it was caused by it. As for why gamma energy was weaker, it was due to a lack of one specific ingredient: primordial energy. As Luna said, there were a copious amount of energies in this world, many of which had yet to be completely studied or were simply forgotten about. For example, although in modern times it was impossible to attack with the soul without putting yourself at severe risk, in a far-forgotten past, energies directly fueled by the soul existed, allowing soul cultivators to be revered and even feared. That aside, primordial energy is a type of primal and bestial energy that lurked from the creation of the cosmos. It had a savage and destructive aura that inadvertently tempered the universes created within it to new heights. Essentially, because primordial energy was so domineering, it forced whatever was created under its influence to also match up to its strength. Thus, ancient times was truly an era of suppression. Knowing this, it would become clear why a small planet like Haven could withstand the battles of Dao and celestial experts with ease, while a planet of the same size in Diane's time would have long since been obliterated. In this same vein, it was because Diane's inner world absorbed primordial energy during his soul's breakthrough that it was completely reformed, thus giving it characteristics of ancient times. At this point, anyone understanding this would also understand just how terrifying it was for Elder Conley to so brazenly ignore the effects of primordial energy. If anything, it seemed like primordial energy was helping him destroy everything in his path. Something told Diane that although Elder Conley was relatively weak compared to half-step transcendent here, back in his modern times, he would stand at the peak of the world. The trembling in Diane's heart stopped, becoming as still as water in an instant. The ministers and Elder Conley immediately noticed this. With their senses, they could tell that despite Diane's calm features, waves were being sent through his heart. In fact, they were already impressed enough that he could still fearlessly stand before them. But now, he had transcended that fear, using it to temper himself and strengthen his heart. That was something that left them incomparably shocked. What they didn't know was that Diane had faced impossible to defeat enemies before. From the moment the entity's mere hand from millions of miles away could make him shiver in fear and feel despair, Diane swore to himself that he would never allow such a feeling to take over his mind again. No matter what odds he faced, even if it was his own death on the line, he would blast through all obstacles. A golden flame endlessly poured into the black glaive, causing the veins that lined its body to pulse violently. It was almost as though the weapon had become a living, breathing beast. Even the blade extended, becoming jagged like the teeth of an ancient monster. Its weight multiplied, skipping over tens of thousands of gene before resting at just over 500,000 gene. Diane's released a turbid breath filled with such heat that the air crackled, boiling under the pressure. There was no question that this amount of weight placed a huge amount of burden on Diane's celestial body. However, it couldn't be helped. Body path weapons were known for their oppressive weight. That said, Diane was extremely satisfied. This was the first time in his life that he had managed to bring out the full power of a spiritual weapon. When he had burned his soul and poured that energy into the Dragon King, he hadn't been able to release the Dragon King's potential. This was because soul energy couldn't be used to activate body path weapons. At most, it could add a bit of sharpness and power to Diane's strike. It was like filling your car with the improper fuel. It might work, but it wouldn't be very effective. But now, Diane could unleash a true spiritual weapon's might. Seeing Diane's reaction to his laughter, Elder Conley couldn't help but be stunned. Was this measly child really planning on fighting it out with him? In his lifetime, even when he was Diane's age, he stamped out all of the geniuses in his way. How could a youngster so many generations back do anything to him? A mere first-stage spiritual weapon, and it's taken as a treasure by these fools. Elder Conley spat, looking at the nearly crippled Jabari who was still trapped in a cage formation. However, he didn't have any more time to loiter around. Although many of the things that took place took time to describe, in reality, less than a minute and a half had truly passed. By Elder Conley's estimates, even with Diane's father's oppressive spatial Tao, it would take him hours to cross over the cosmos because he didn't have a supreme treasure to use like they did. After all, he was only human. Saying he would only take hours to cross so many universes was already giving much higher praise than any half-step transcendent Elder Conley had ever met. I will fight him alone. Diane's tone was resolute. Focus on killing the other Tao formation experts as quickly as possible. Then get into formation. Originally, Diane had wanted to attack Elder Conley together with his 5 first-grade elders. However, the mysterious clans had brought 10 first-grade elders with them. Truth be told, Diane wasn't too worried about it because angel bodies were a step above anything those clans could match and could make up for the energy cultivation difference. But time wasn't on their side. Diane could only choose to take the fastest and most dangerous approach. The faces of the ministers twitched when they heard this, but a simple glance back from Diane stifled all of this. The look on their young king's face was truly terrifying right now. Diane slowly rose into the air, not stopping until he was completely eye level with Elder Conley. Although he was still a few hundred meters away from the man, he was well aware that this distance was nothing even for a saint, let alone a half-step transcendent. Elder Conley sneered. That weapon looks quite heavy. Doesn't seem like a boy who's still nursing can wield it. Diane casually swung the glaive, and although the gales created a ditch for miles to his side, he had to admit that this weapon was too heavy for him. You're right, it is quite heavy. In this state, anyway. With a light shrug, the aura of Diane's body grew in devilishness, bursting through the stage of Demon Emperor's will and resting at the first stage of the first act. The veins of his body pulsed with gold, a tinge of red lighting his skin. His hair no longer grew in this state because he had learned to perfectly wield the excess energy, funneling it all into his body. In that instant, his body's prowess multiplied by 8 and the once heavy glaive became as light as a feather. A subtle look of mockery emerged from Elder Conley's eyes. Did this boy really think that this was enough? From his estimates, even his late disciple could have crushed Diane with a single pinky, even in this state. And that was without needing to use his faith. There was no need to talk about what would happen to Diane if he faced Mazzino one-on-one while the latter used his faith. The end result would be quite embarrassing for Diane, without a doubt. Elder Conley wasn't wrong. Mazzino had been an 11th stage celestial with over 90 filled meridians. Not to mention the fact he was of the peak first grade and had mastered many intents. Under normal circumstances, even if he somehow magically unsealed his soul and wills, Diane wouldn't have stood a chance, especially considering Mazzino was a legatee. However, Diane wasn't relying on his strength. He would never be so foolish or haughty as to underestimate a half-step transcendent. Elder Conley would have to learn the hard way that the most frightening thing about Diane wasn't his martial prowess, but rather his genius. Elder Conley clasped his hands behind his back. Although the loss of a legatee was devastating in modern times, it was far less devastating in ancient times because there was no limit. As long as you could pass the trials, you became one. It was as simple as that. Ancient times didn't have restrictions on the faith of clans. Power spoke over everything. So, he got over the loss of his disciple quickly. Mazzino had only been his disciple in name to begin with. After all, to mitigate their losses, the clan would never send someone too overly important from the younger generation, or else they would be cutting themselves off at the root. It must be that you don't truly understand the power of a transcendent. If I killed you too quickly, you might die still thinking you had a chance. So, considering I'm your senior, I don't mind giving you a bit of a demonstration before seeing you off. Consider it my duty as a member of the older generation. Elder Conley spoke lightly, but his every word seemed to stem of the vibrations of their hearts. He waved his hand, causing an image of stars to appear. It was a starry sky, filled with beautiful plants colored in reds and violets and greens. However, using the memories he unlocked, Diane immediately recognized this image as the solar system planet Haven resided in. I just thought I'd make it bigger for you all. If I didn't, how would you see my glory with those pitiful cultivation bases? Elder Conley raised his hand again. In that instant, gales that threw Diane completely off balance resounded through the planet, flattening mountains and drying river beds. It was as though all the energy of the cosmos was at the whim of his one palm. Heaven shatter absorption arts. Elder Conley said softly. Planetary obliteration. An energy blade tens of times as thin as a piece of paper erupted from his hand, filling Diane with the aura of death. The world seemed devoid of sound. Or, more accurately, all vibrations in the air were destroyed under the pressure of this one blade. And then it shot out, flying at a speed so fast that had it not been for Elder Conley's projection, Diane would have never been able to spot it. The blade covered the space between themselves and the first planet in an instant, flying through its surface unimpeded and breaking through the other side in a mere split second. And then it did so for a second, and then a third, and a fifth, and a 10th. By the time it flew out of their solar system, 15 planets and 78 moons had been pierced with a blade so thin that even with Elder Conley's projection and his overwhelming eyesight, Diane couldn't see the damage at all. And then, destruction descended upon the world. Boom. The first planet burst apart in such fine dust particles that it was swept up by solar winds in an instant. The trail of destruction was never ending. An entire solar system of planets eradicated with the wave of a hand. The angels could only watch numbly. This wasn't modern times. Destroying a planet would take everything even an early Tao formation expert had. Even worse, they had to entirely concentrate their attack in one point, aiming for the core of the planet and relying on its reaction to succeed. And yet, this half-step transcendent did so with a wave of a hand. That was about a percent of my power. I'm sure you don't need me to explain to you that I didn't use any wills. In fact, I used the Earth circulation method of the technique instead of the heaven. Could be said that I held back quite a bit. So, tell me, will you slit your own necks for yourselves? Or do you insist on me doing it? Before the angels and Viserians could despair, and before Laura could even sneer at Velis, who had now captured her, clapping interrupted all of their thoughts. Elder Conley's brows furrowed. What the hell are you doing? Diane shrugged lightly, placing his glaive on his shoulder in a relaxed manner. I'm only admiring a jumping clown. Was your intention not to perform? I was only expressing my appreciation for your show. As Elder Conley's face turned from red to purple to blue to black, the sounds of stifling laughter could be heard. Although they weren't terribly loud with his cultivation, how could he not have heard them? A blast of heat suddenly overwhelming the planet, causing trees to wither and catch fire. Even Diane's skin couldn't help but blister in the heat. If it wasn't for the protection around the Angel clan, Diane doubted that the Saints could have handled it without severe pain. How cruel. Despite the planetary explosions being so far away, how could the destruction of so many leave Planet Haven completely unaffected? The truth was that such an explosion should have taken Planet Haven with it. However, there was a very specific reason it hadn't. And that reason was why Diane was so confident. Diane's clothes burned away to reveal a skin-tight armor underneath. He couldn't help but feel remorseful for all the innocents that much have died under this wave, but he didn't have the time to worry about it. At the very least, most cities had protective formation, and even though they weren't as good as Diane's, as long as they could stand an attack or two from a Saint, it would be enough to survive. However, now Diane was truly angry. All to intimidate and show off, this Elder Conley had essentially sentenced millions to death. If Diane didn't play with his life to death as well, would he still be a Sacharo? Don't be so quick to anger, Diane said with a cold light in his eyes. If you wanted to display your power so grandly, what you should have done is blown this planet up directly. But you can't do that, can you? Diane's words caused Elder Conley's eyes to narrow. His lips twitched, but he didn't respond. That's okay, you don't need to respond. I'll just expose some of your oh-so-grandiose lies. I know you expect people to believe that you didn't save your disciple because you didn't have time to, but the reality of the matter is that you didn't dare to. I know you want people to believe that you supposedly used a percent of your power, when in reality that's also far from the truth. I know you want us to quake in fear and submit willingly, but unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications. By the time Dian had finished, his voice was like a resounding boom filling the air. The gales erupting from his lungs directly cooled the blistering heat, sending relief through the planet. So, how could I say the truth for you since you won't? The truth is you didn't dare output enough power to save your disciple. The truth is that you used at least 10% of your power. And the truth is the one who'll die here today will without a doubt be you. Dian's words were like a beating drum, causing the hearts of those who heard them to be filled with endless fighting intent. The moment Dian learned from Amphory, who learned from Luna, that his father was alive, he had felt an unbridled joy. However, this also meant many other things. For example, the fact that his father had to be suppressed by a formation using 12 Grand Elder level characters. On the surface, that information might not mean much. But, in the hands of Dian, it told me almost everything. For one, this was most definitely one of the elders partaking in the formation. That meant one thing. The formation was greatly weakened, and his father might already be on his way. Secondly, why would this Grand Elder come here even knowing that his father was escape once he did? The only explanation was that they had been watching this whole time and made the decision that since they had already so thoroughly offended Dian's father, there was no going back. That meant that what they wanted here was something they could use to finally be rid of the thorn that was his father at their side. Thirdly, Dian was already aware of what they wanted. The first thing was Luna's primordial Een, and the second was the energy core. According to Amphory, it was impossible to take away Luna's primordial Een without the energy core. However, this information made Dian narrow his eyes. The reason was simple. Dian could already tell a virgin from a non-virgin at a glance way back during his first campaign. However, this wasn't the poignant point. The true point was that he had been able to do so by sensing the fluctuations that were unique to a primordial Een. Although Dian's soul was sealed and he couldn't sense as effectively as he had before, his perception had reached heaven-defying levels. As a result, he could already see through the fact that Luna wasn't a virgin, which means he had somehow taken her primordial Een already. What did this all mean? It meant that Dian had what they wanted on both fronts. And while they might not know he had Luna's primordial Een, what they could guarantee was that the energy core was here. In fact, Dian suspected that the entire reason they allowed Luna to come here instead of locking her away was because she should have been the best option to subdue the energy core. However, for whatever reason, the energy core had only made itself known when Dian broke through. It was almost as though it was waiting for Dian specifically. That aside, the fact that Dian had what they wanted meant a couple things. For one, they wouldn't dare to kill him so easily. In fact, he suspected that Elder Conley would likely torture him to vent his anger and only kill him after receiving what he wanted. However, this wasn't the only point that filled Dian with confidence. Elder Conley wouldn't dare attack with enough power to destroy Planet Haven, because not only would that risk Luna's life, it would also risk destroying the energy core. Of course, Dian knew that even if Elder Conley was 100 times more powerful, he wouldn't be able to put a single hairline crack into the surface of the energy core. But clearly Elder Conley didn't know this. Only Dian, as its master, knew its strength better than anyone. It was just that his energy cultivation was sealed, so he couldn't use it. But that benefited him greatly as well, because it was exactly for this reason that Elder Conley wasn't able to sense it. As such, a few sentences laid everything bare for Dian. Unless Elder Conley's life was in true danger, he wouldn't dare use his full power. And even then, he would think twice, because even if he survived Dian, would he survive Dian's father? Once Dian's thoughts filled the ears of everyone present, his place in their hearts couldn't help but be lifted several-fold. They couldn't fathom how a child, relative to the martial world, was able to stay so calm in the face of such power. So, Elder Conley, It's best you stop trying to intimidate my people and stay here obediently for my father to come and kill you. Or you could flee and test your luck. Maybe if you're lucky, he won't find you." Diane's gaze sharpened, piercing through to Conley's soul. Elder Conley remained silent for a good long while before he began to laugh again. Truly worthy of being that bastard's son. Soon his laughter stopped, replaced by cold killing intent. "Unfortunately for you, I didn't cultivate for so many years to be a coward. I've been tempering my martial heart before your grandfather was a thought in your great-grandfather's nutsack. Even if you manage to stall me, I'll directly kill you, then face your father's fury with my head held high." Diane would have felt appreciation for Elder Conley's courage, but in reality, all he felt was disdain. This old codger couldn't beat his father, so he settled for bullying the younger generation. Yet he said that his martial heart was firm? "This is what you call a firm martial heart?" Diane sneered. After he had heard of King Paishaniva's story from his wives after he awoke from his coma, Diane learned the importance of a firm martial heart, and he also understood his own path even clearer. This wasn't the place where he'd die. His own death would be dictated by his own will, not someone else's. Suddenly, a vast accumulation of energy began rushing toward Diane. At first, Elder Conley had only sneered, but as it continued to climb, his facial expression couldn't help but change. It was only at this point that he realized he couldn't sense any cultivation coming from Diane at all. This truly filled him with fear, but what he didn't know was that the reason he couldn't sense Diane's cultivation was because it was sealed. However, this truth was unknown and thus gave exactly the added pressure Diane was looking for. Since his cultivation was sealed, and Elder Conley had little understanding of formations, it seemed like all of this energy was swirling around at Diane's behest, making it seem like he was also a half-step transcendent. The ring on Diane's finger glowed brightly, communicating back and forth with the source of Diane's power. 6 days ago, on the first night Diane spent in this trial world, he had spent a ridiculous amount of time scanning the Angel Clan territory and marking down notes. His goal was to understand the feng shui of the area, and what he found astounded him. It turned out that the Angel Clan alone had more than 10 abyssal core areas in their territory alone. After some thinking, Diane came to understand that this was a result of the energy core. Special plots of land sometimes tend toward one element or another. Most of the time, land is completely neutral, but at other times it was a magnet for wills. Under normal circumstances, most of these special plots of land never grew into anything overly special. At most they might become a relatively taller mountain if it was fond of earth will, or a world-shaking volcano if it was more fond of fire will. Even if those plots of land managed to transcend those levels and become true abyssal cores, it would take tens to even hundreds of millions of years. However, the energy core changed all of that. The energy core was essentially a massive magnet for all energies of the world, and that includes gamma energy, which contains all of the wills of the world. Because of this, the areas surrounding the Angel Clan which had affinity for certain elements were able to gather the necessary energy for them to evolve at a heaven-defying pace. The result was that in a mere few decades, the abyssal cores of the Angel Clan had reached a frightening level. Abyssal cores were ranked from the will level to the intent level and finally the Tao level. The level of the abyssal core decided what peak level of understanding an individual could reach by relying on them. For example, in Diane's universe, the ice belt had reached the peak intent level, which was how it was able to benefit Paishaniva so well. However, the abyssal cores of the Angel Clan had long since reached the Tao level. Originally, Diane's plan was to use the concepts of feng shui to boost the power of his formation to unprecedented levels. But that was when he thought of another idea. If he could use the spiritual vein to directly power his arrays, why not use the power of these abyssal cores to directly power himself? The issue with this plan was that it was highly dangerous. One can imagine what would happen if Diane allowed Tao-level energy into his body. Wouldn't he directly explode? He simply didn't have the power to wield such strength. However, what if he had a weapon that wielded that strength for him? At first, Diane had been planning on borrowing Amphrey's lyre. It was only after it had been created that Diane began to think that his plan was feasible. However, he didn't like the idea of leaving his wife without protection of her own. so when he peered into Jabari's spatial ring and found the glaive, he was incomparably excited because he finally had the means to execute his plan. Although the glaive was only a first-stage spiritual weapon, it was a body path weapon, making it far sturdier than soul and energy path weapons of its class. In addition, there were many Dao formation experts who could only use spiritual-level weapons. In fact, the vast majority of them had no choice. One shouldn't be fooled by the fact that only Celestials could bring out the full power of a spiritual weapon, because the truth was that spiritual weapons were able to withstand Dao-level prowess as well. So, Dian no longer hesitated. His ring glowed as it connected with his glaive, filling it with an inconceivable amount of power. Wind will, fire will, darkness will, all furiously spun around his blade, breaking through the intent level, then piercing through the Dao level. At that moment, 3 majestic Dao arrays spun viciously around his glaive, one an ethereal green, another a fiery red, and yet another a foggy black. The black glaive roared with happiness, extending its 3-foot blade another 2 feet and glowing viciously. However, when Elder Conley saw this, he calmed. Although he didn't understand formations, he could see that Dian was channeling an outside power source into his glaive. However, if that was the case, what did he have to be afraid of? "I know what you're thinking," Dian suddenly said, resting the glaive on his shoulder once again. "You think that despite the fact I have this much power, I'll never hit you, right?" Elder Conley shook. The fact Dian dared to say this, could he be wrong? "Go," Dian said softly. In that moment, the 9 angel clan ministers erupted, flying toward the 10 mysterious clan elders at breathtaking speeds. Humph! Elder Conley raised his hand to stop them. Did they really think he would just stand there? But that was when his expression changed completely. Dian had disappeared. A spine-tingling wave of killing intent came from behind Elder Conley, causing his eyes to widen. He actually didn't dare to ignore the attack. Elder Conley turned abruptly, only to find a world-splitting glaive falling down. Boom! A miserable figure flew out, slamming into the earth and burrowing into it hundreds of meters. That figure was actually Elder Conley. In the skies, Dian vomited a mouthful of blood, unable to withstand the impact. His arms even directly shattered. However, that was when he funneled the energy of the spiritual vein into himself directly. Since it was on a smaller scale, he didn't need to use the crystal staff and instead directly used the ring on his finger. This was nothing short of self-mutilation, but Dian didn't bat an eye. In fact, he treated it like training. With every strike, every bone in his body would directly be turned to mush. Then he'd flood his body with life energy from the spiritual vein, but also allow ridiculous amounts of primordial energy to interweave the structure of his bones, multiplying his physical prowess with every refinement. Elder Conley roared in anger, erupting from the earth under everyone's astonished eyes and flying toward Dian at breakneck speeds. He was incomparably angry. This was supposed to be as easy as slaughtering chicken, yet he had actually been sent flying by a junior. The problem was that the requirements to become a half-step transcendent was to cross the barrier into a high-level Dao, corresponding to the 7th to 9th Dao level. Although not everyone who managed to do so would reach that level, all those who had succeeded obviously had. This meant one thing: even for a half-step transcendent like Elder Conley, the maximum will level he could use was at the Dao level. Understanding this, how could Dao-level abyssal energy not have the power to contend with him? However, now, Dian faced his own problem. Although his thinking speed could keep up with Elder Conley, his eyes and body definitely could not. He couldn't even see Conley as he sped toward him. All he knew was that he was most definitely headed toward him right now. That said, Dian didn't panic. He was already ready for the possibility that his eyes would fail him, and he also knew that his perception's effectiveness would be halved without his eyesight. After all, it was a martial art, meaning it relied on his body. A so-called sixth sense was more energy and soul-related. But Dian was prepared. He disappeared again. With his thinking speed, all he needed to do was be aware that Elder Conley would attack him and he could react. While normal cultivators of his level wouldn't be able to react, he could. Elder Conley's rage couldn't help but be stifled by complete disbelief. Before, when Dian disappeared, he had assumed that it was because he was careless. However, that didn't make sense. As a half-step transcendent, how could a mere boy slip by him so easily? No, the truth was that Dian had teleported. The purpose of the first ring Amphrey handed him was to give him the ability to use the massive teleportation formation he had laid across the entirety of the Angel Clan territory. He could essentially teleport anywhere within a set few hundreds of miles with a single thought. While the purpose of the second ring was to allow him to control the energy of the spiritual vein as well as the Angel Clan abyssal cores. Dian flashed around, not allowing Elder Conley to lock onto him for even an instant. By now, the rage in Elder Conley's eyes was clear. He was sure that Dian couldn't see him at his movement speed, but he also couldn't lock down Dian's aura. Every time he teleported, his aura would completely vanish before reappearing. This was the first time in his life that Elder Conley regretted not spending the time to learn spatial Daos. The problem was that spatial Daos were much too troublesome. Seeing Elder Conley roar with rage, Dian's eyes flashed with decisiveness again. He teleported, appearing to the Elder's side in an instant with an attack already prepared. He swung down with all his might, not caring for his bones in the least. Suddenly, Elder Conley's eyes sharpened. His rage disappeared with a sneer. "You're still too green." However, the mocking light in Dian's eyes didn't disappear even as Elder Conley's wrinkled hand shot toward his throat. That said, Elder Conley didn't think too much of it. He only assumed that Dian simply couldn't tell that he'd been duped yet. But what he didn't notice was that the moment he attacked, a fourth Dao array appeared stealthily around Dian's swinging glaive. Elder Conley's expression changed. His hand was a mere centimeter away from Dian's throat when he was filled with overwhelming terror. His years of experience all shouted at him at once. "Run!" But it was too late. A dense purple fog lightly grazed his fingertip, rupturing his finger in an instant and shooting up his arm with blinding speeds. Elder Conley was horrified. "Poison! You shameless bastard!" Despite Elder Conley's cries, Dian's eyes became more resolute, continuing to swing his glaive. Even though Elder Conley had retreated, it wasn't far enough to escape the ripple effects. A terrifying blade swirling with reds, greens, purples and blacks blotted out the skies, smashing into Elder Conley's chest violently and sending him flying hundreds of miles. Dian's body turned to absolute mush. If one looked into his body, they would be absolutely horrified. His organs, muscles, and bones had become a disgusting and vile soup. Even his brain, which he had protected the most, had shards of bone sticking out of it. If his soul hadn't reached the point where it could separate from his body, meaning the celestial level, he would have definitely died. Although his soul was sealed, he was still capable of thinking with it. Using it, he was able to remain conscious for long enough to flood his body with life and primordial energy. In an instant, his deflated body became far more powerful. If he hadn't suppressed the energy to focus on tempering his bones and muscles to a stronger level, his height would have easily shot up by at least a meter. The only reason Dian's skin hadn't burst apart was because he was constantly flooding it with energy. If his body didn't have a vessel to hold it, there would be no hope of healing him at all. This kind of body tempering was ridiculously terrifying. To shatter everything in your body, only leaving the skin behind, wasn't that just asking for death? However, Dian did it without batting an eye. Even as the pain ravaged through his body, the cold killing intent within him never faded. However, it was all worth it. After only 2 rounds of complete tempering, Dian could already feel like his body would be comparable to when he used second stage of the first act of Demon Emperor's will in its base form. That meant a 4x increase in his prowess already. That said, he also noticed that the second tempering, although much more thorough, was also only as effective as the first. But that was to be expected. It would be foolish to think that primordial energy could increase his strength infinitely. What truly made Dian happy, though, was that fact that this tempering also made integrating the Demon Sage's blood essence hundreds of times easier. Because his bones were completely destroyed, he no longer had to pierce through them to drill the Demon Sage's blood essence into his true blood essence. He had actually found such a shortcut, albeit a very painful shortcut. Dian knew he had to take advantage of this. He didn't know when he would find a life energy source like the spiritual vein again, and without one, using this method was only asking to die. Although the energy core had only taken decades to build up this store, that was in the ancient era, the energy here was hundreds of times denser than in Diane's time. What took decades here would definitely take millennia there. He couldn't waste this opportunity. Amphory could only watch in horror as Diane's body constantly inflated and deflated. She knew exactly what was happening. She wasn't stupid, although Diane seemed incomparably valiant right now. So much so that it made her heart throb with love. She also knew that he was facing a ridiculous amount of pain right now. Elder Conley blasted his way out of the mountain range he had fallen into. His entire right arm was blackened. Boils filled with pus were growing along it without reserve, giving it a disgusting contrast of brownish green and black. With great pain and rage in his eyes, he didn't hesitate to chop his arm off. When a cultivator reached his level, each limb was incomparably important. There were only 108 meridians in the body. 36 of them were centered in the torso and head. However, there were 18 in each limb. 18 meridians were the equivalent of 2 grades, meaning the difference between a peak first-grade expert and a peak third-grade expert was exactly 18 meridians. The difference between 2 grades was no joke. A first-grade expert could look down on third-grade experts with complete impunity. Elder Conley losing his arm was the equivalent was losing more than 60% of his combat prowess. In addition to this, energy path battle techniques relied on how many meridians you could circulate them through, meaning a lower-class technique required less activated meridians. This topic is actually quite complex, but the main point was that it was impossible to use even heaven-class battle skills to their peak with 99 meridians. As for divine-class battle techniques, to train them to their peak, it required 108 meridians. With the loss of his arm, Elder Conley was basically restricted to using Earth-class battle techniques. This was without a doubt a devastating blow. Although it was possible to regrow an arm, the higher realm you reached, the higher the pill requirement was. For someone at the level of a half-step transcendent, even a normal star-level pill wouldn't work. With the limited power of the mysterious clans, even if Elder Conley sold all of his possessions, he still might not find a suitable pill. This damn angel clan! Elder Conley looked like a madman who had lost his mind. He flashed forward with such speed that had Diane not been ready to teleport, even it might not have been fast enough. Diane coated his surroundings with Tao-level poison. However, Elder Conley was ready now. Before, the only reason it worked was because he hadn't thought to use his energy to protect himself. He had simply underestimated Diane's ability to harm him, and he had suffered greatly. "Give me your head." Elder Conley was thoroughly enraged. His eyes bulged with a bloody redness. He was even more determined to steal Luna away. Maybe only with her otherworldly means could he have a chance to have his arm back. As Diane flashed about, dodging the madman that was pursuing him, his mind was actually on something else entirely. In order to control these energies, it should have also taken mental energy. After using it for so long, he should have felt at least some signs of fatigue. So why was he perfectly all right? In fact, he felt like he could go on forever. What was going on? Did draining his mental energy temper it as well? What Diane didn't know was that he was only half correct. Although his mental energy was tempered, there was also another much more important reason. In fact, if his nerves weren't so focused on dodging Elder Conley and healing his body when it practically burst apart, he would have already noticed that just a few miles away, looking on as the battle raged on, was a violet-eyed girl with heaven-shaking beauty. She sat at the edge of a valley so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. But what could be felt was a wind so powerful that even a Tao formation expert would be torn apart with a thought. This was the Angel Clan Wind Abyssal Core. Diane would soon find out that the reason wielding all these energies took no effort on his part was because Luna was constantly pouring her will into his formation, making the once unruly energy completely docile and obedient. Despite the fatigue on her face, she wiped her brow with a smile on her face. For the first time in her life, she felt good about something she had done. Diane's body flashed around the sky, skirting by the raging Elder Conley with ease. At first, Diane felt that controlling too many Daos at once would fry his mind too quickly. so he started with just one. But when he realized that it was a lot easier than he assumed, he had increased it to 3 immediately. It wasn't until he wanted to trick Elder Conley into losing his arm that he summoned the 4th poison Dao. It was suffice to say that for an expert like Elder Conley, the same trick wouldn't work twice. In fact, despite losing 60% of his combat ability, the truth of the matter was that he hadn't become any easier to fight. That was because he was restricting himself to less than 10% of his ability from the very beginning for fear of destroying Planet Haven. So, Diane never relaxed even for a moment. "Do you think I won't dare to kill the whole of your angel clan?" Elder Conley felt like he was losing his mind. In the beginning, he was a bit apprehensive that he couldn't see Diane's cultivation, but with his experience and after fighting so long, he could tell that Diane's usual peak battle prowess was at most the mid-celestial level, and that was accounting for that intelligence of his, not his raw power. If it was about raw power, Diane could just barely stand up to normal geniuses of the lower celestial level, meaning peak 2nd grade to lower 1st grade celestials. That was, of course, because Diane's soul and wills were sealed, so he was only worth that evaluation. However, after time passed, he noticed that Diane's body was growing stronger and stronger. He could somehow completely reform his insides. How could he bear such pain? Elder Conley could only watch with a look of disgust on his face as Diane basically used him as a training dummy. When he saw Diane had stopped tempering his organs and bones, and instead diffused Elder Conley's attacks directly to his skin, something in Conley's mind snapped. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Watching Diane's caramel skin burst apart, leaving nothing but a bundle of muscle and bones, only for it to regrow stronger, was truly maddening. Diane sneered. "Sure. Go ahead and kill them." Diane's words stunned the angels, but when they heard his next words, they couldn't help but feel the level their king's intelligence reached had lapped them all. "Just know that Luna is disguised among them, so if you accidentally kill her, that'd be something you'd have to bear on your own." Elder Conley's eyes turned scarlet hearing Diane's words. He had been looking for Luna this entire time, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't lock onto her signature. The worst part was that he knew this would happen well beforehand. However, they all thought it hadn't mattered, since they controlled the life and death of her mother and sister. Because of Luna's energy control abilities, finding her through divine sense was impossible. If she really wanted, you wouldn't be able to tell she was there even if she was standing right in front of you. Diane had deduced this to be a heavy possibility because he was able to communicate with his ministers even in battle, and even they couldn't find her location right now. Of course, Diane assumed that she was still in the dungeon. It wasn't because he hadn't thought of the possibility of her escape, but it was more so that the smarter decision would be to stay put. Wait, energy control? Suddenly Diane thought of a possibility that made him involuntarily look at his glaive with a complicated expression. "Thank you," he said softly, although it seemed like he was talking to no one. A petite figure in the distance couldn't help but tremble when she heard those words. Diane's blood essence integration approached 34%. Although this seemed slow considering it was only a 2% increase. Other than taking a beautiful maiden's virginity, Diane's integration had never increased so much in a single sitting. The more poignant point was that it also became harder the more he integrated. "Luna, get out here now, or do you believe I won't kill your sister right now?" Elder Conley's voice pierced right to Luna's most fragile weakness. "I'd like to see you try," Diane replied coldly. However, Elder Conley no longer bothered with him, immediately flashing toward Velis, who was holding Laura hostage. In that moment, Diane felt a piercing pain in his mind. Suddenly the burden of using Daos multiplied by hundreds, immediately sapping his energy at an alarming rate. In an instant, 90% of his mental energy disappeared, forcing him to undo all of his activated Daos except for the poison fog around him. He popped yet another pure white pill, a look of clear fatigue suffusing his features. Diane breathed heavily, ignoring his pain and teleporting in front of Elder Conley without regard for his own life. Diane raised his glaive, roaring with all his might as he focused his poison Dao to the bladed edge. The move that had once been simple drained him of almost all of his remaining mental energy, but he swung down anyway, a look of pure and unbridled fury and determination on his features. Elder Conley smirked to himself when he saw this. As expected, without her help, there was no way this ant could control such energy. Look at how tired he is after only a brief moment alone. Pathetic. Elder Conley's hand became the focal point of an accumulation of energy. Obliteration. The poison Dow on Diane's blade didn't stand a chance. He could send Elder Conley flying with the help of 3, but now that he only had 1, cutting through his defenses was nothing more than a pipe dream. Boom! Diane's body was sent flying. In a mere moment, his entire body became a bloody ball of meat, flying through the skies. Mountain ranges collapsed as his skin burned through the air, making him looking like a red comet leaving his mark in the clouds. Diane didn't even have a chance to cough up blood. If someone were looking at him right now, it would be impossible to tell where his head was, let alone his mouth. If Elder Conley hadn't been holding his strength back, Diane would have been vaporized in an instant, leaving nothing for anyone to look at all. Amphrey's heart clutched with pain. She hadn't even been able to see Elder Conley move, but she could see Diane's sorry figure smashing through mountain after mountain. No! Amphrey's shriek threatened to burst the hearts of anyone who heard it. Filled with nothing but pain and endless hatred, her voice affected everyone, unleashing the truth power of a music will expert. Never had the world seen such a will before, as it was birthed because of Amphrey's own genius. From youth, Amphrey had always been fascinated with the product a group of specially chosen sounds could create together. After Diane broke her heart, she spent her days basking in those feelings of sorrow, testing and studying whatever she could in order to convey what she felt inside. To her, her only means of venting was her music. Amphrey created all sorts of instruments, many of which she destroyed so that no one would ever find them. But the one she couldn't bear to was the very instrument she had created with Diane. In her younger years, when her every day was filled with joy, happiness, and anticipation, the only person who she ever told about her hobby was her future husband. Even her own mother had no idea. On one particular day, Diane was listening to her play on a flute she had created out of makeshift bamboo when he became lost in thought looking at her hair. In that moment, while he was overwhelmed by the beauty of her red and gold streaks, he had made an offhand comment that shook Amphrey to her core. They look like they have a story to tell. How beautiful would the sounds of your hair be? Locks of red and gold. Is it the tale of a bloody massacre or an unyielding queen? Maybe even Diane had forgotten he said those words, but Amphrey never forgot. That was when she began to try and create music with her hair, and it was the very product of that Diane found when he visited her cabin on that day. It might have been the will of the heavens, or maybe it was just by coincidence, but it wasn't until Diane and Amphrey worked together that she finally perfected the lyre. Diane gave her the structure, while she elevated it to a level never before seen in this world. And now, that unyielding queen was feeling an anger she had never felt before. When she learned about Luna, she wasn't angry. When her love left her, she wasn't angry. Even when the life and death of her clan was in the balance, she never felt anger. But now, as she watched the man she had given her everything to be willing to fight and die for her, something snapped. Wings of pure white burst from her slender back, spanning more than 2 meters each and blowing away anyone who stood near her. In the next moment, a lyre of pure gold appeared as the roar of a dragon descended from the skies. In the distance, Diane's eyes no longer existed. In fact, even his ears had been completely blown away from existence. If someone were to come by and see him now, they would mistake him for a bag of meat prepared by a butcher that was terrible at their craft. And yet, she could feel Amphrey's rage as her soul resonated with his own. He no longer had the mouth to speak, but if he could, he would be pleading with Amphrey to run, to not do anything stupid, to survive. But his queen was thoroughly enraged now. Her red gold hair burned into a pure white as her oppressive aura only grew. The lyre in her hand expanded to 10 times its size, becoming a harp of epic proportions that was easily double Amphrey's height. The dragon embroidered around it snapped to life, erupting with golden streaks of lightning as its roars continued that made all those who saw it tremble with terror. Maiden's Song. Amphory's lovable voice, laced with grief, called out, tears streaking down her delicate cheeks. First verse. Love's first sight. A massive Tao array appeared behind Amphory, once appearing a pure white before lightning coursed through its runes. It expanded again and again, blotting out the whole sky as her small hands reached for the strings of her harp. Against all logic, when the first note was played, there wasn't a single sound. The world was completely silent. If it wasn't for the resounding vibrations, so fierce they could be seen by the naked eye, reverberating from the harp strings, one might even believe that Amphory hadn't attacked at all. But that was when it happened. Boom! Just as Elder Conley was about to reach Laura, a massive explosion resounded in his heart, causing him to cough up blood and fall from the sky. He looked up in shock to find a goddess descending with a look of rage on her face. But it didn't make sense. A celestial who just broke through, using a Tao. What was going on? Diane laid in the rumble of a mountain, trying to move, but not having the muscles intact to do so. If his soul wasn't still burning with such fire, there was no doubt that he would be dead right now. Diane wanted nothing more than to heal himself and help Amphory, but he couldn't. The only way such an overwhelming formation could be put in place, allowing him to teleport at will and use power far surpassing his own, was for it to be set to a limited space. The range of a few hundred miles of the Angel clan was well within Diane's control, although being closer to the middle of the spiritual vein allowed him to heal much quicker. However, Diane had been directly blown out of that range. Not only could he not help Amphory, he couldn't even help his own self. Diane's mind roared with unwillingness. Could this really be how he died? With his soul sealed, at best he could keep his mind working. He couldn't even go and steal another body because his soul wouldn't be able to leave until his inner world was finished. But for his inner world to finish, he needed energy cultivation. But with his meridians destroyed, how could he have anything of the sort? In the distance, Luna sat pale-faced, unable to stop her petite body from trembling. The moment Luna heard her sister being threatened, her control crumbled to dust. Unable to control the energy anymore, Diane was forced to withstand the burden with his own mental energy. But that immediately went horribly. It was as though they were playing a game of musical chairs and Luna had pulled the seat Diane had chosen out from under him. At first, Diane had been prepared to limit himself to 1 or 2 Daos at the most to limit his consumption and maximize his effectiveness. But Luna's help allowed him to use even 5 or 6 without any burden at all. The moment Luna's help vanished, Diane was bombarded with fatigue his mind could only barely handle, making his attack with poison Tao far weaker than it should have been and destroying his calculations. Diane was aware that there was a good possibility that the energy core could probably control the energy within the spiritual vein. The problem was that it was within his inner world, completely sealed away from his senses. The only reason he was even aware he had it was because his soul had forcibly broken its restraints to break through to the celestial level, thus allowing him to notice the oddity. However, afterwards, he had once again been cut off from his inner world. That aside, when Luna saw Diane still put his life on the line, even after she lost control, what Amphory had said finally clicked with her. To be by his side is a privilege, not a burden. Luna croaked, unable to deal with her guilt. She told herself that she had lost control because Elder Conley threatened her sister. But was that really true? Was it unintentional? She could control energy since her youth as easily as breathing. Would she lose control so easily? And so quickly? At that moment, all of the good feelings she had built up, thinking she had done something good, completely shattered, scattering with the wind. Amphory viciously plucked the strings of her harp, each note digging a hole into Elder Conley's heart and causing him to cough up blood without question. Second verse, Maiden's Tears. Third verse, A Lonely Back. Fourth verse, Sorrow's Vengeance. Fifth verse, Betrayal's Blood. Sixth verse, Goddess Descent. Amphory's every word was accompanied by a melody of grief and pain. Even as her lips dripping with blood, and her snow-white skin tore apart, she didn't stop for even a moment. She knew this would happen from the very beginning. She was a mere celestial. The only reason she could use the Tao of music to begin with was because she was the creator of the will. As the creator, why would she need to go the same stages as everyone else? She was immediately granted a full understanding, and could thus wield it if she chose, but that came at a price. The body of a celestial couldn't withstand Tao levels of energy. It was the very reason Dian was forced to use his glaive. However, Amphrey's lyre was a treasure of the 33 heavens. Not only was it a burden for her to use her music Tao, it was an even greater burden to use the treasure at all. Even Dian, with his overwhelming soul talent, could barely use his aurora steps for a few minutes before running out of energy. Knowing this, plucking even a single string for Amphrey while she was a mere celestial should have been enough for her to fall from the skies completely drained. However, she kept herself awake, forcibly absorbing energy from the atmosphere through her wings, and withstanding her body turning to mush from the inside out. Even if she died, she would have no regrets because she was doing this to protect the person she cared the most for. Dian knew exactly what Amphrey was thinking, and seeing Elder Conley didn't fill him with any joy. It only filled him with endless pain. Unlike Dian, Amphrey's soul had yet to cross the celestial barrier. Not everyone had the same overwhelming soul talent as Dian, so soul cultivation almost always lagged behind their body or energy cultivation depending on the type of expert they were. Amphrey was no different. Despite being an otherworldly talent, Amphrey was from a race of body cultivators. Although her own talent far outweighed that of beasts, and was actually better in comparison to many humans as well, it was completely unheard of for someone to reach the celestial level of soul cultivation in less than 100 years. If Amphrey continued, she would die. However, Amphrey didn't seem to care. 7th verse. Persephone's misery. Black blood flew from Amphrey's mouth, but she forcibly suppressed the next surges, resolutely plucking her strings again. Her pure white hair became bathed in a violet light, dripping from the skies and coating it in blood. Even her wings were affected, turning into a dark burgundy. The earth split open, causing tongues of flames to envelop Elder Conley's screaming body, even as the hellish notes continued to pound his heart into minced meat. It's not enough, it's not enough. Hatred filled Amphrey's eyes. Even her parents were fighting in the distance, felt their hearts tremble. Was this really their daughter? Was her love really so deep? In that moment, Dian finally realized he had made a mistake. If he was there, if he was by her side now, why would she have to go so far? She may have dealt with a small burden, and most definitely would have ended up injured, but he would have been able to heal her directly, as well as protect her soul. But now he was a mangled mess. He couldn't even move. Amphrey coughed up another mouthful of blood. But she wiped it away on her sleeve, looking off in the distance at a particular direction. Her delicate features were covered in blood. Her purity was matted in an endless aura of murder. And yet, there was nothing but love in her gaze when she turned her head in that direction. Suddenly, a blaze of white flames erupted around Amphrey. What was left of Dian's heart clenched. No! However, it was too late. Amphrey's soul burned brilliantly, releasing wave after wave of pure energy, causing the Tao array behind her to rumble, expanding to a size that could even encapsulate the entire planet. Wings of gold burst from the meat sack that was Dian. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he trudged through the air slowly, unable to reach even 1% of his max speed. He had to cover hundreds of miles, and yet, he felt like he was already collapsing after a single one. The angels and Laura raised their hands to their mouths in shock. But there was nothing any of them could do anymore. Conley, I will fucking kill you. Dian's mind raged as he spurred on his wings as fast as they would go. Dian fell from the skies, tumbling into the dirt as his wings threatened to flicker into non-existence. Pain racked what was left of his body even as a trail of meat, bones and blood collapsed as he rolled forward. Amphrey extended her hand. What once was a delicate existence, unblemished by the world, was now completely mangled. Her nails were cracked and filled with dried blood. Her skin was blistered and cracking. She couldn't even move her fingers freely anymore. She could only force them to stay in place as she moved her body to pluck the strings. 8th verse. Pomegranate seeds bloom. Elder Conley roared as his chest was blasted apart. In that moment, the poison he had suppressed erupted once again. He no longer had the ability to continue to suppress it, or else he really would die to Amphrey's attacks. Dian forcibly kept his wings corporeal. He wasn't even able to summon 3 pairs. In fact, the single pair he could summon wasn't even golden. Instead, it was a mangled and faded black and white, the color of his original set of wings. To say that he was drawing on his final strands of vitality was an understatement. The only thing keeping his muscles moving was Dian's runic flames, which infiltrated his wings to force them to contract and expand. By this point, Amphrey was nothing more than a skeleton. That one attack had already taken everything she had, but she still raised her arm again. Her determination rung through the skies, her will piercing the veil of heaven itself. Even in her state of weakness, her eyes blazed like an eternal light, untouched and unblemished even as the scent of death kissed at her neck, the reaper's blade curving around her shoulders. Her chest heaved, her arms weakly trembling in the air. What once was vibrant, delicate skin had lost most of its luster, being marred with grays and the last dregs of blood that remained. Amphrey's mother's eyes reddened even as her father roared into the skies. For Dao experts to lose control of their feelings, it could be said that only something that affected them to the depths of their hearts could do so. They both only had one child, and now they were watching her give up her life all for the sake of protecting them all. 9th verse. Amphrey's voice sounded out weakly as she looked down at Elder Conley's mangled body, her gaze still just as fierce. "That's enough," Elder Conley roared. Did they think he would really keep holding back his power if his life was on the line? Dian fell from the skies again, but he didn't give up. Using his wings almost like legs, he pierced them into the ground, dragging his body along as he finally crossed back into the range of his formation. Summer's last wither. Elder Conley's power erupted, but Amphrey had already began falling from the sky, a final light being drawn across the skies, flickering without the slightest hint of strength. Her wings weakly flapped, trying to slow her descent, but every attempt ended with a rain of red feathers. It was truly a bird's last song. Amphrey's last note resounded through the air, piercing toward Elder Conley at a speed that shouldn't be possible for sound. However, unlike the other 8 verses, Elder Conley's heart was being fiercely protected by an aura that could only be produced by a half-step transcendent. The earth was obliterated in an instant. Under the power of such a being, even a planet of the ancient era could hardly withstand just the simple release of his power. A crater spanning thousands of miles appeared in an instant, leaving only Elder Conley's presence for as far as the eye could see. It was truly a power that shocked everyone. If one looked at Planet Haven from the sky, it would look as though a god had reached his hand out and removed a large chunk of it. The large Dao array in the sky disappeared, without Amphrey's power to keep it in existence. It could only fade away, unable to continue supplying much of anything. Elder Conley roared with laughter. "Do you think your life is worthy enough to be exchanged for mine? Die knowing that you did so in vain." Even if Amphrey wanted to respond, she simply didn't have the energy to. However, before Elder Conley could celebrate for too long, he noticed a seed growing on his heart. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a sapling, and then it became a stalk. Then it bloomed into a blood-red flower. The hole in his chest that he had only just healed burst again. What horrified Elder Conley was that the more power he put into healing himself, the faster the flower bloomed. In that moment, he realized just how foolish he had been. Each of the first 8 verses of Amphrey's self-created maiden song were a direct stamp on the heart. Every note felt as though it was reverberating from the very depths of your soul, and had it been anyone but Elder Conley withstanding her attacks, their heart would have long since burst apart into nothingness. However, the 9th verse was different. Its attack was no longer simple vibrations, but had stepped into a level of music Dao that Dian couldn't fathom. To beget life from song. Maiden's song was the culmination of Amphrey's life. Everything from her love to her pain and resignation. In the end, no matter how angered she was by her love, it would still bloom, and no matter how angry Elder Conley was, He would only fuel his own death. The blood-red flower clenched Elder Conley's heart, restricting his very soul and making his every breath as difficult as ascending the heavens. Diane's roar finally broke the infernal silence. He had only just managed to cross back into the area of his formation, but before he could fully heal himself, Elder Conley had blasted the earth apart, taking with him a large portion of the formation he had created. By this point, Diane was, at the very least, no longer a bundle of blood meat held together by only his willpower, but he was still a bloodied humanoid mess in agonizing pain. He only had the faintest layer of skin, barely covering the outline of his muscles and skeleton. He was so weak that he could only drag his body through the air, but he still moved as fast as he could, catching Amphrey just before she hit the ground. They both tumbled. Diane was far too weak to bear her weight, and Amphrey couldn't lift a finger. Tears fell down Diane's cheeks as he held Amphrey's body with his last bits of remaining strength. Her body was so weak that he felt as though the slightest bit of pressure might cause her to scatter into the wind. "Don't leave me." Diane's voice was completely broken. His body trembled, forgetting his own pain. His only focus was the beauty in his arms. Amphrey's closed eyes fluttered open when she heard Diane's voice. Her nerves were complete fried, so she hadn't even been able to distinguish hitting the ground and being in Diane's arms. But the pain in her husband's voice called out to her slowly fading soul. She tried to lift her hand to touch Diane's cheek, but it could only fall weakly to her side, without the strength to lift up again. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, unable to open to say her last words, but her fading soul still held a connection to Diane, and it conveyed her last wishes perfectly. "A king can't cry before his people. Stay strong. I'm glad that I could fight by your side in the end." No matter how hard Diane tried, he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. He tried to pour life energy into Amphrey, but Elder Conley's eruption had completely destroyed the formation. He weakly got up with Amphrey in his arms, trying to drag himself and her to the large crater Elder Conley had made. With how large the spiritual vein was, even to the point where it wrapped around the planet's core, Elder Conley had to have exposed it right. Maybe he could save Amphrey like that. Diane grunted, holding Amphrey's body close to his chest as he practically crawled his way forward. The angel army, which had just been watching, had been completely blown away by Elder Conley's rage. Even if they wanted to help, they were on their last legs as well. However, it was all for naught. Before Diane could even make it halfway to the edge of the crater, Amphrey's soul sounded out with one final message before her body fell completely limp. "Goodbye, Diane, my king. I love you." Diane powerlessly fell to the ground, roaring into the skies. Tears fell from the eyes of Amphrey's parents as their attacks against the mysterious clan Dao experts grew fiercer. If only they were stronger, if only they had finished their opponents off faster, maybe, just maybe, their daughter would still be alive. In the distance, Luna's face was so pale that she directly coughed up mouthfuls of blood continuously. Her once glowing complexion was nowhere to be seen, replaced by tears and endless grief. Luna had done too much wrong in her life. She had caused her own sister so much pain that she fell for their disgusting father. She had ruined almost 30 years of Diane's life and even led to the destruction of his clan. But maybe the person she had harmed the most was Amphrey. Not only had she forcibly taken Amphrey's love through underhanded means, she had caused her years of misery. Michael, the man who had supposedly fallen for Amphrey, was just yet another manipulated by Luna. In her attempt to make it up to Amphrey, she had sent off another man to his death. Amphrey, who had blamed herself for Michael's death, had actually not been responsible at all. Then, Luna didn't bat an eye when she decided to eradicate the Angel clan, thinking that this was what she owed her sister. But she had only ended up causing endless misery to a group of people who had done nothing wrong. And in the end, even Amphrey's death had been her fault. If she hadn't hesitated in helping Diane, how could he have been blown away so decisively? If she had supported him to the end, Amphrey would have never needed to step in at all, and she could still be living. "I don't deserve to live." Luna, for the first time in her life, felt clarity. She simply didn't deserve to be on this earth. Her every attempt to help ended in disaster, and even when her decision was correct to begin with, she always ended up somehow making the wrong choice in the end. Her powers shouldn't exist in this world, and neither should she. Luna looked back toward the valley of the wind abyssal core. Yet even in the face of her own death, she only felt like this was right. However, before she left, there was something she had to do. Elder Conley lay limply in the middle of the crater, anger lighting his gut as he raged inwardly. How had he been put in such a state by a mere child? His heart contracted again. Elder Conley could tell that if he output power any more than a saint, this flower would immediately crush his heart to smithereens. Although he was angered beyond belief, he had to think of a solution. He couldn't allow this to continue. Slowly, he raised himself out of the crater. He would have to gamble. However, the moment he reached the top of the crater, a voice called out to him, causing his head to snap quickly toward a certain direction. Elder Conley. Luna stood up with a streak of red blood flowing down her white dress. Her feet were bare and just barely creeping toward the edge of the valley. As long as she willed it, she would fall and die before Elder Conley could do a thing. Although energy attacks had no effect on her, that was only if she didn't wish them to. If she fell and allowed the attacks, she could even force the wills to attack her with greater ferocity than they would anyone else. Elder Conley's eyes narrowed. So you've finally shown yourself. Good, good. As long as you come with me, I promise to not kill anyone else. He looked toward Diane, but Diane didn't seem to have heard anything. He only continued to hold Amphory's withered corpse in his arms, unable to muster the strength to do anything else. You've tormented me and my family for so long. You've caused so much suffering and heartache. And yet, you're still a far better person than I am. Luna's voice rang out resolutely. In my own life, I've harmed 2 sisters and a husband who all loved me dearly, and I have nothing to pay them back with other than my own worthless life. Today, this all ends. You'll never get what you want. You can simply wait for the day where my former father-in-law cuts off your head. Elder Conley's expression changed. Wait, do you really think I can't still kill your family after you've died? Are you so naive? Luna sneered. Even in the end, you're still threatening me. Look around you. You've destroyed 1/4 of the planet. Any moment now, Planet Haven will be no more. You've already killed my mother in your rage. Luna's words choked when said this. After Elder Conley's aura erupted, the first thing she had done was sense for her mother's aura, but the 4th of Planet Haven Conley had annihilated included the Moon Clan territory. As for her sister, although Luna couldn't bring herself to say it, she truly thought that death might be a sort of release for her sister. The moment she had decided to kill herself, she felt a certain clarity that opened a world of new abilities to her. Now, all she wanted to do was guide her mother, Amphory and Laura into reincarnation, and then she could die in peace. Wasn't it ironic that during her own final end, she had learned to manipulate the energies of life and death? Luna looked toward Diane's disheveled and pitiful figure. She felt her heart clench as tears fell from her eyes. She felt that she was at fault, that she didn't deserve any of the small bits of happiness she had managed to experience. None of the love. I'm sorry. Her voice traveled directly to Diane, not allowing anyone else to hear. However, Diane didn't seem to have noticed anything.